Welcome back. We have a very special run. We have an Ocarina of Time, 100% no SRM, ran by Lake OOT and commentated by Nick V. Welcome in, guys. How you two feeling?
I'm good. Ready
I'm feeling excited
to complete this game.
Right, so we do have the Ocarina of Time file name closed off, so you can no longer donate for that. Are you ready to put in the file name?
Yeah, I'm ready for it. Give it.
Alright, so all caps GSR
Okay.
MSNBC.
MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And we are ready to go when you are, my dudes.
All right. I guess I'll just give a 3-second countdown and start. All right. So 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this is 100% no SRM. So first of all, let's get the 100% out of the way. We're completing everything in the game, meaning getting all items, beating all dungeons, getting all our upgrades from wallet, equipment, that kind of thing. And we're beating all the dungeons. I think I said that already, but we're beating all the dungeons. And that's about it. And collecting all the gold skulltulas. That's an important thing. So we're getting everything. And the SRM part is a really broken glitch that isn't really relevant since we're banning it in this run. But it's just a broken glitch that has taken over OOT in the past 2 years, and it's banned in this category.
Yeah, if you've ever seen people wearing blue tunics flying around and teleporting everywhere, that's SRM.
That is SRM.
I think source requirement is also a really important thing to mention because Ocarina of Time's a slightly broken game. There are a few glitches. You'll see a few. And so this category has source requirement, which means if you can glitch an item in your inventory, you can. That's perfectly legal. But you also then have to get it from its source. So every item you have to get from where it comes from.
Yeah, so for example, we're going to glitch a couple of bottles into our inventory pretty early on. And they're going to go into like some spots that either bottles could be or could not be, but we'll still have to get all the bottles from their source. We'll have to get, the one from Cucko's, the one from the Pogue guy, the one from Lon, and the one from Rooted Water. So that's just an example. But we'll get to those individual things when we get to them. For now, you may have noticed that this game is in Japanese. That is simply because there are less characters in Japanese to get through, so it is faster. That's to the extent of it.
Quite a large amount faster. Some of the cutscenes
have
minutes cut off from a single cutscene.
Yeah, it is very much faster, but that is all it is. It's just faster text. And we just got a little 3-minute intro to get through.
Yeah, I've seen the intro many times.
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
Another thing worth mentioning is that when it comes to upgrades like quivers, there's like 3 quivers. The most important thing is that we get the largest quiver, so you can glitch the smaller quivers into your inventory as long as you get like the largest one. Same thing with bomb bags, seed bags, anything that has like upgrades. We just want to make sure we have the highest upgrade.
Yeah, from the source by the end. For example, we're never getting silver gauntlets or Goron bracelets, but we will get gold gauntlets to complete that part of the source requirement.
Yes.
Almost have control here. So quick rundown of what's going to happen here. We're just going to get sword, get shield, and get out of the forest because I don't know if anyone's ever seen OTRM, but we're not going to do things in the order that they're supposed to be done. And Deku will be saved for later on when we are an adult. And have quite a few more items because it's pretty fast to do with those. So yeah, just gonna do some collecting here.
Yeah, the general idea is if you can do it as an adult, do it as an adult. Adult Link has a lot more options and just does everything a lot faster. So we'll come back eventually and do it as an adult, but one of the most interesting things about Ocarina of Time speedruns is that the game is so broken, it almost becomes like a sandbox. Casually, there's a pretty linear order you're supposed to do, but with glitches and tricks, you can do anything in any order and the routing just gets wild.
Yeah, more or less that is exactly the case. Like, there are very few restrictions on where you can go with glitches.
Especially in the beginning, like we're gonna like pop into Shadow Temple for a second. We're gonna pop into like Death Mountain for a while. Like we're gonna go everywhere to get all kinds of helpful things to then break the game even further.
Yeah, and some of you may have noticed I'm backwalking everywhere or side hopping. That's because it's just faster than rolling for whatever reason. Developers just figured, okay, let's make it faster. That's all it is. It's quite a bit faster too, over long distances.
Yeah, the movement. This game's actually pretty movement heavy. It's actually surprising how much you can save and lose on movement.
Yeah, and we'll do some glitch ways of moving that are faster than backwalking in a bit, but for now, backwalking is what we have.
First thing we need is a shield, which a shield itself is actually incredibly broken.
Yep. Everything in this game is broken.
He actually just did a frame perfect jump slash to land on top of that bridge.
Yeah, which is the best way to get 5 extra rupees, and then there's 5 more behind the shop here. Now we have 40 for a ticket shield. Alright, and coming up, we're going to do a trick that hopefully we'll get, and we'll explain it after. Alright, so that was West Escape.
Nice!
We got a very fast acceleration backwards.
Dude, that was like a low...
That was a 507 escape.
Yeah, that was a really good escape.
That's 3 seconds off my best ever. No, 4 seconds off my best ever. But yeah. That was West Escape. Westing is the biggest part of that we need to take note of. Westing stands for Water Extended Super Slide. And ESS is a position we hold on the control stick just barely outside the dead zone, which preserves movement from, in that case, jump slashing into water, which is quite a bit faster than backwalking. And with that speed, we can talk to the guard at just the right time to clip us through. Very fast way of escaping the forest. There was a backup play, of course, if I failed that, but that's fast.
Yeah, that was really fast. ESS position is really, really important in this game because it's not that Link has no value connected to speed when you're in ESS. Not 0, not some arbitrary number, but no value. So he preserves whatever speed is already there. So you'll be seeing a lot of glitches where we use ESS to preserve a lot of speed, including coming up real soon.
Yep, we're going to do another West in just a bit. So now we're on our way to Kakariko. Kakariko has a few things that we want, Bottle being one of the most important things, and Bomb Chews and Bottom of the Well being the other big important thing. And we're going to pick up a few more extra things just on the way, because it's convenient. First we gotta talk to this owl.
Yeah, there actually is a way to skip the owl, but it's actually slower in this category than just talking to him.
Unless you're really good and do a lot of Hesses, and then it's faster.
Oh, really? I've never seen that.
Yeah, like Glitchy and ZFG do this owl skip and then just Hess outside of CAC. But yeah, it's worth, especially for a marathon. So yeah, no water or anything, so we're just forced to backwalk here. All the way to Kakariko.
We're soon going to start... The reason we go to Kakariko first is 1, because bottles are broken, and 2, because explosives are broken. So 2 of the most helpful items in the game. This is another example of taking a detour just to get items. Just to get items that will make the rest of it faster. So much faster.
Yeah, jump slash off that fence into the water, holding ESS, zoom backwards, and there's actually an owl there at the entrance to Kakariko that we skip, because when you're in ESS position, the game kind of considers you to be in a busy state. While you're in a busy state, you can't talk to owls, which is convenient. So now just collecting some chickens.
Oh, the most thrilling. I think this is every Ocarina of Time runner's favorite part, is collecting these chickens over and over and over again. Almost every category ends up coming to Kakariko because bottles and explosives are so powerful, so almost every category comes and collects these chickens at the very beginning, every time you reset, and every time you play the game.
Yep. It's not too bad though.
No, it's mostly he does like there's small manipulations here trying to get the chickens to go in the right way. They could be really finicky. They can be like this guy doesn't like to come around over here sometimes. And
yeah, so when you throw the chickens, they kind of like jog in place for a bit, and then after they're done freaking out, they run directly opposite of where Link is. So kind of try to position the Cutkos and myself in a way that they will go to where I want them to be. So we have 3 more chickens. One I'm going to use to jump over to this place and get the other 2. And then after this, we will go right in the bottom of the well, which you normally need Song of Storms to get into, which you need to go adult first to get in the first place, but we have a trick called Navi Dive that'll let us get in there shortly.
Yeah, bottom of the well is usually what, after the 6th dungeon you've completed, you're supposed to go to bottom of the well?
Yeah, something like that.
So, once we get to bottom of the well, that's when the run really starts to pick up. It's a little slow beginning after escape, but once we start getting in there, we're going to start clipping through walls and breaking everything.
Oh yeah. This game heavily speeds up once Child 1 is over in general. Alright. Chicken's in, got our bottle. Alright, so now we're gonna come over to the bottom of the well, jump slash across, and talk to Navi. So Link takes a pretty big step back whenever he jump slashes, and Navi can interrupt that. And we just fall down, and since we're talking to Navi, the water collision just kind of doesn't work. We just fall right down and enter bottom of the well early.
Yeah, again, the skips. You're not supposed to be down here for a long time, and the main reason we're down here is again to get bomb chews early. Getting bombs early is actually a really whole mess, and so it's actually kind of hard. With bombs are weird, but bomb chews you can get very quickly, and they're super helpful. Lake actually just got something called Infinite Sword Glitch, or ISG. And
I actually didn't get it because that stick didn't go into my inventory right away. So we're probably gonna be two-cycling this.
Okay, well now he has ISG, or Infinite Sword Glitch, which will basically allow him to hover in midair, because while Link is swinging his sword, he has a property where he can't fall off ledges. And we are infinitely swinging our sword. We're swinging every single frame right now. And so he's going to shield damage from this bubble, and that is going to get him to stay stationary over a hole that's actually to his, well, Link's right now. It doesn't look like there's one there, but there is.
Yeah,
and
I'm backing up into it, and I'm getting stopped with ISG since I can't fall off ledges.
Yeah.
So we're gonna wait for this bubble to come back around. I missed it the first time just because of some jank crap. But we're gonna hover off that and then pull out our Ocarina and fall through this hole. And since we're in the Ocarina state, the loading zone can't trigger, and so now we're in the unloaded basement. We're gonna do a quick west off of some unloaded water there, and start floating up in some other unloaded water. Clip through a ceiling, hopefully. Okay, good. That ceiling sometimes just doesn't agree with you. Then flash into this room, and there's bomb chews.
Boom.
Alright, so now we're gonna clip out of bounds here with a bomb chew clip for its vines. And make our way over to the Lens of Truth room by swimming in some more unloaded water.
More just clipping out of bounds and going through, jumping into rooms you're not supposed to get to.
Alright, so now we just gotta fight Dead Hand for Lens of Truth. We can jump slash into this to activate the fight, but not get stunned by that hand. And then Dead Hand has this little window where you can jump slash it right before it has to burrow back in. Unfortunately, this hand got me, so I can't really do it again. You can one-cycle that guy. But just a little bit of bad position. Not too big of a deal, though.
The timing for that jump slash is actually a lot tighter than it looks. It looks like he's just walking for no reason, but it's actually not. And then he would get the most helpful item in the game, Lens of Truth. I'm sure we'll use it
the extent of this use is to glitch a bottle into our inventory. That's all we use it for.
And chest minigame.
Oh yeah, chest minigame. It is required. Well, not required, but very helpful.
So Lens of Truth.
One single heart piece.
In both Bottom of the Well and Shadow Temple, there's a lot of invisible walls, invisible platforms, invisible holes, blah, blah, blah. And you're supposed to use Lens of Truth to see them, but you can also just know where they are. And it's pretty easy to memorize it. It doesn't take very long. And
yeah,
so
it doesn't take a genius.
Lake's played the game before, and I think he remembers where all the things are there.
Alright, so we're gonna do another chew clip out of bounds here, and we're heading for this room with the light like in it. We want the shield and the skeletal here, so hopefully we can get this dumb clip. I hate this clip. Alright, that was the part of the run that I was literally most worried about, so it's all good.
Getting in the room and not being eaten by the like is way harder than it looks. And then he's gonna do ISG hovering, again, shielding damage to cause him to stay hovering in midair. So that he can get that gold sculptula. And then we're out of Bottom of the Well, which is actually one of the hardest parts of the early game, or one of the harder parts of the run to get done well.
Yeah, aside from missing the first cycle, hover on the bubble for Ocarina Dive, that went really well.
Yeah. And So we're gonna actually come back to Bottom of the Well later. There are a few
there's 2 extra
Skulltulas.
Skulltulas that we need, but go ahead.
Technically, there is a route that does Bottom of the Well in one go, but it heavily relies on RNG from these bats that you have to hover off of, and it's not really viable, and it's definitely not marathon safe at all.
Yeah, it's dumb. We're gonna come back when we have Boomerang, is the big thing. Boomerang to Skulltulas very easily. For now, we're headed to Zelda. We need Zelda's Lullaby. That's pretty much the last thing we need before we go adult. Zelda's Lullaby will be very useful for getting, magic, first win, that kind of thing.
Skipping another owl right there.
Yeah, so when our A button says read, the owl can't talk to us. Pretty cool.
And there's actually an interesting thing with this gate. The gate that closes in front of Hyrule. It lifts up when it becomes night, but it actually doesn't lift up if you're not looking at it. It's like Schrodinger's gate. You have to observe it, and so that's why Lake. Yep. So the second he looks left, the gate loads in and pops him up.
Yep. Right,
and that's how we get
for Skulltula here. No, I don't want to pick up plot.
There are 100 Skulltulas in the game, and.
We've collected 2 so far?
Yeah. 2% done. Woo.
Alright, so that's Skulltula and just a couple extra rupees for an item upgrade later.
And here we're actually gonna...
Go
we're gonna see Reverse Bottle Adventure, which is an interesting trick if you want to explain it.
Yeah, so I'll get to it after I actually do it. For now, we unload Malin, or unload the room to get Malin to spawn when we reload it. Just because we need the egg to continue Talon's little quest. And this is cool when we bonk this tree here and take some damage from it.
Lake's gonna be dying.
Alright, so now this is Reverse Bottle Adventure. We're gonna take damage from this bomb shoe, we shield it, and get our bottle out at the same time, and if we press B on the certain frame, the game thinks... Oh crap, that was bad. I forgot to get the bugs, that's fine. Our health's gonna be a little malunka, but we can just do this again. That is perfectly fine. Okay. So, bugs first. Now, same thing. We're gonna bomb shoot on that tree and pull out our bottle. And on a certain frame... We're gonna press B, and the game thinks our last button press was B. And we're gonna use that to put a bottle on our B button, which is very broken.
Should you worry about health because of the...
I just need to not damage boost, it's fine.
Okay. I want to make sure you knew a backup.
Yep. So what that did was put a bottle of bugs on it into our third bottle slot. And so this is RVA, Reverse Bottle Adventure. Very broken glitch. Gonna use it a lot over the course of this run. In essence, we're writing things in our inventory by catching things in our B button. Because of how memory works out, it is dependent on where in memory our item on C right is linked to. So for instance, we had a bottle on our C right button when we caught those bugs, and bottle is item value 20. So it went into our 20th item slot, which is our third bottle slot. And there will be more cases of that are even more helpful than that. Not just throwing bottles into our inventory.
If you want the super easy version, the game doesn't expect anything other than sword on B. So when you have bottle on B, it starts writing memory in wrong places.
Yeah, it's pretty jank.
We can use that to glitch a lot of items into our inventory. And do even other things, glitch items on our B button and a bunch of other stuff.
Yep. Alright, so we're just gonna wake up Talon here, because we need to get the bottle from him later. And he needs to be there. And normally I do a damage boost to get up to the crawl space, just because it's faster, but I messed up my health, so we're just gonna push these boxes. Good old-fashioned box pushing.
We're gonna want to die, but we're not gonna want to die here.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to be at half a heart intentionally by the time I get into the guards.
Oh, guards. Guards are a ton of fun.
Yeah, guards are cool. Everyone loves guards. So these guards are patrolling. I'm just gonna focus. Nick, if you can explain this.
They're not super complex. I mean, Lake just needs to go through them. They can be kind of finicky and try to do weird things, but if you can see right here, Lake is actually doing really good. If you do frame perfect side hops, you need to be on the floor for 2 frames in order for the guards to actually catch you. So if you noticed on one of those, Lake just hopped right past the guard. As long as Lake framed perfectly side hopped, the guard didn't catch him. It's not really viable to do it for every single room, but he did it really well. And then he got through those guards cleanly. Those guards are RNG and super finicky and really stupid and annoying, and that was really good because people get caught all the time. So many runs die to guards, and it's so frustrating because Child 1 is probably one of the more boring sections of the game, and the guards is like one of the last things you do, so it sucks to get all the way through Child 1, all the way through bottom of the well, RBA, and then boom, reset.
Yeah, and one quick thing, we mentioned child sections and adult sections. We're going to be going into adult just shortly by getting the matches sorted early. And we're going to go back to child a couple times, just when we have more items to get some child-only specific things. So yeah, in general, this category is split into 3 child sections and 3 adult sections. And when we say like Child 1, it's this section where we're child for the first time. Adult 1 is when we're adult for the first time, etc. So now we just got a bunch of cutscenes.
If there's any donations, this would probably be a really good time.
No problemo. It's been a while since I plugged the charity itself, so just to remind everyone in the chat, everyone who's came in from raids and such, thank you all for being here. We are benefiting the Rise Above the Disorder. All the proceeds from Velocity go straight towards this non-profit organization, charity, dedicated to battling the 2 greatest barriers to mental health care, access and affordability. It aims to help people worldwide in every country imaginable, and we have some really fun and quirky donation incentives. We also have naming incentives. As you can see, there's a Fire Emblem Awakening any cent coming up after this Oot run, and you can donate. In the comment of your donation, you can suggest a wonderful avatar name. We have no name suggestions at the moment, so if you would be so kind as to donate and suggest any name you want, it would be very much appreciated. There's a wonderful cause.
Great. So, just almost at the end of this cutscene here, you got like 30, 40 seconds left. And
there's actually
Good.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of cool ways to skip cutscenes. We're gonna see some soon, but there are some cutscenes. Specifically, this one, Zelda gives you the letter, and we need Zelda's letter, so we can't really skip this cutscene.
Yeah, we need Zelda's letter, and even if we didn't need Zelda's letter, we have to watch this cutscene to get Zelda's lullaby anyways, from Source.
Yeah. Source requirement does get pesky at some points, but it kind of stops the category from being nothing sometimes. No source requirement right now is a 30-minute category that I think like 20 minutes is just inputting characters on the file select screen.
I think there was like a semi-new route. I haven't kept up with the new route lately, but
with all the new stuff.
I think it's like 24 minutes now. Crazy. But yeah, this is not that run. So here we're gonna die just as soon as we enter this cutscene. And since we get the cutscene, or we get Zelda's lullaby, the first frame we watch we start watching the cutscene. When we die, we just get we get Zelda's lullaby, but we don't have to watch the cutscene at all. So quick little cutscene skip there.
That is Link murder #1. Trust me, it's not going to be the last.
It will not be the last. And then we just talk to input to get out. And now we're on our way to pick up the map.
Yeah. So again, normally you would need to get all 3. You would get all 3 spiritual stones going through the first 3 dungeons as child. Then you would watch a long cutscene, and then Zelda would give you the Ocarina of Time. And then using the Ocarina of Time, she would also teach you the Song of Time, and then you play the Song of Time, and it makes this big old cutscene, and it's super amazing. And you open the Door of Time, but there's also a little hole, a little gap in the Door of Time that we're just gonna glitch through.
Yep. Developers were kind enough to leave a small crack in the left side of the wall if you're facing it from where I am. And we are going to just do some movement to get through it. Just jump slash frame early there. Alright.
That's
So
the,
quick little side off-ish strat to get through the wall and then jump slash back and bounce onto the other side.
Actually, I think this is actually probably a good time to explain a little bit about Ocarina of Time's glitches, because Ocarina of Time's one of the most beautiful things about speedrunning this game, and the reason I love speedrunning it and I love the speedruns, is that the movement is so precise and there's so much to it. So a lot of glitches, a lot of games, like it's like, oh, you kind of look at this spot and you kind of feel for it, and then you roll and jump and you try to glitch through this wall. But Ocarina of Time's really beautiful. Like if you roll, you will roll the same distance every time. You will always land on the same pixel. You side hop, you always land on the same time. And there's so many different things. Like if you side hop then roll, you get a different type of roll. And so using those immense amount of movement options this game has, and the fact that all the movement options are incredibly precise, means that glitches that would be impossible in another game are sometimes easy in this game. Getting to a single pixel, getting to a single angle, stuff like that is very precise in Ocarina, and it erases all that like RNG and luck and feel and stuff like that.
Yeah, and in addition to the very normalized movement, we also have something that you may have seen me do, but we haven't actually touched on it, which is pause buffering. If I pause the game with good timing, I can advance the game one frame at a time and look for exactly the frame that I want to put an input on. And while the game is unpausing, we can input it. We can do an input, and that input will go on the first frame that the game is unpaused. So those two things combined can let us do very, very precise setups with relative ease.
Yeah, it's one of the greatest things, especially when you first start running the game. Like it can seem very daunting, like, oh my god, this trick is frame perfect, and there's a ton of frame perfect tricks in this game. But most of them can be pause buffered. So when you're first starting out, pause buffer everything. That's why I always say, like, when in doubt, pause buffer for an hour. It's fine when you're first starting. You could nail insanely hard tricks with a few well-timed pauses. Obviously, Lake is a little bit more experienced. He won't pause buffer a lot of things that I would have, like Dwarf Time Skip, for example.
Yeah, that's a frame perfect trick. Technically 2 frames, but if you're not pausing, you can't tell the difference between the 2 frames to do 2 different inputs on. But yeah, it's just a frame perfect trick that I do unbuffered because I've done it like every run.
It's actually another thing about Ocarina of Time. It has 2 frames that work, but each frame, if you get the first frame, you have to do a different input than the second frame. So there's some stuff like that, like, oh, this technically has 2 frames to work, but you need 2 different inputs. And if you're not pause buffering, you're not going to know which frame.
So we got our first of 6 medallions.
Oh, yeah.
The Belay medallion. That's an item that counts towards 100%.
Yeah, so if you guys care about the story at all, there's 6 medallions that we need in order to go fight Ganon and create the Rainbow Bridge. Although the game actually...
So you haven't played this game before?
Yeah. The game actually only checks for 2 medallions to get you to Ganon, so other categories don't even do a lot of the dungeons. Well, there's a lot of ways to skip to Ganon, actually.
There's many ways to get to Ganon without beating all the dungeons. Or even any.
There's ways to beat Ganon without ever leaving the forest.
Yep. Well, I mean, you have to leave the forest to get to Ganon, but yes. Up until the part where you get to Ganon. Alright, so just like 30 seconds left in this cutscene, and then, like we said, once we're adult, this category really ramps up.
Yes.
I'm going to get something out of the way that we're going to be doing a lot. So we touched on Wessing. There's another thing in this game called Hessing, which is to hyper extended super slide.
Or I prefer hella extended super slide.
Yeah, either one. Or BLJ if you're a connoisseur. So Hessing is the same thing as Wessing, but we're gonna use a bomb explosion and shielding it to propel ourselves backwards, and it's even faster than Wessing. It's actually exactly double the speed of backwalking. And Hessing, or Wessing, is about like 1.5 times the speed of Hessing, roughly.
Oh yeah, the door is still there, by the way. I know it doesn't look like the door
Yeah.
time's there, but it actually is. So we have to save
Yeah.
warp. We can't. We're stuck in that room.
Yeah, there are ways to get out of this room without save warping, but we don't have access to any of them.
That's
And
actually
plus, we want to be out here anyways.
there'll be a few times in this category where we save and quit. Every time Adult Link starts a new file, he always spawns in Temple of Time, and every time Child Link does it, he spawns in his house. Or if you're inside of a dungeon, you'll spawn at the beginning of that dungeon. And a lot of times it's useful for quick movement.
All right, so we're once again on our way to Kakariko Village. Coincidentally, has just as many broken things for Adult Link that it does for Child Link.
Oh yeah.
Do we have time for a quick donation on your way to the
Go
village?
for it.
Alright, we have a $5 donation from Arju. Can you guys make Link BLJ by any chance?
Yes, we can, in fact.
And
I tried to do it there.
Sorry. I see that also went towards Spyro 3 Reignited, Spyro's color. We're having Goth Spyro so far. I stand for that stuff. Just an FYI, you can also donate to make him pink or yellow, but please make him black. We love Goth Spyro up in this household.
Alright, so unfortunately I missed both the Hesses on the way to Kakariko, because the first one's actually just hard. That second one I just did things too quickly.
Yeah, Hessie's actually incredibly difficult. There's a lot of things like new runners don't Hess for a while they're learning the game. It's a lot more difficult than it looks. It involves several frame perfect inputs that you kind of start to get used to once you've done it for a while, but even then it's easy to mess up.
Yeah, it never stops being at least a little difficult.
Yeah.
Never becomes free. So we're just going to pick up the egg there, and the egg is actually going to be very useful for that RBA glitch we touched on earlier. The items in that adult trade quest have very interesting values in memory that we can use to glitch very useful items into our inventory with. You're not going to take damage from this guy? So we're just going to make a quick pit stop to Dampe for a hook shot. And hook shot is very, very useful.
This is not the Dampe everyone is excited for. This is just a regular Dampe.
The Dampe everyone is excited for is in Child. Child 2, which is about an hour, 30 minutes, 40 minutes in? 50 minutes? Something like that.
This is pretty simple. Just if Blake gets good movement, he can beat this as fast as possible. Dampe can also... This one still has RNG. Dampe's throwing those fires. He'll throw them anywhere. Yeah. And it's faster to just go and hope he doesn't screw you over, but...
Yeah, there's a rare chance that he can throw a flame, like, at the very edge of the door and propel me back to the door after I walk through it and void me out, which almost happened there. I was luckily far ahead enough where it did not.
The Dampe combo.
Yeah, the Dampe combo. It's annoying. 49, getting hit by one flame is perfectly fine. And we will have to race Dampe again for the heart piece that you get from him, but not right now. For now, we're going to head to Shadow Temple, actually.
But here we're going to get one of the most helpful items in the entire game.
Hookshot is very useful. And it's not even that, like, buggy. There's glitches with Hookshot for sure, but, like, it is not as broken as some of the other insanely broken items that we get that are very useful. It's just useful to move around.
There's a reason we get Hookshot first, so that we don't wait too long before we get... Like, Longshot's one of the first items. Water Temple's one of the first dungeons we do because Longshot's in it. And again, it's glitchy and helps, but it's also just good.
So we're going to void out there just to go to the start of the room again. We don't have to go through the Sonic Storm's place. Which we will want to do on our second trip, but not right now. Right now we're going to bonk into this hut and spend my Hookshot while we're recovering from the bonk to be in this weird glitchy state. And on this third little flick of the Hookshot, I'm going to press Hookshot, which Hookshot's the hut for one frame. And on that one frame of the hookshot hitting, we get a lot of upwards momentum, and that makes us go wee. And now we're on the steam, and I got ISG so that I couldn't fall off ledges, which we touched on earlier, just to make it easier to walk around. And once we're at this part, we can simply side hop down and enter Shadow Temple, because the door isn't there if we get past the load trigger.
So the door just never even loads in the first place.
Yep.
There's a few times that we'll use that whole hookshot gives you a lot of upwards momentum on the first frame, and then we'll stop the hookshot, and it's one of the cooler tricks in the game, and you'll get to see a few of them.
Yeah, there's quite a few in this room. There's 3 more, I think, total. Off the top of my head, that I can think of at least.
This is another example of like this. Sometimes Ocarina of Time routing seems so odd because you think, oh, we're in Shadow Temple, we're gonna beat Shadow Temple. No, we're just coming in here just to get hover boots, and then we're gonna dip. But hover boots are so powerful. You go.
Yeah, we want to come back when we have a couple of different items to make it quicker to get some Skulltulas and beat the This is really bad to dead end.
But hover boots are just such a powerful item and allow us to do so many sequence breaks and other things that we want to get them as soon as possible.
Alright, so hopefully that worked. I took the damage from that Pikachu and opened the chest right after. And if everything goes well, we should take another hit from this Bombchu and die.
Yeah, death warping is also like save warping.
Or not.
Oh.
So I'll just save warp, that's fine. We just want to go back to the start of the temple, and either dying or save warping is fast. Death warping is just faster there.
Again, we have no more. We'll finish the rest of Shadow Temple. We'll come back and we'll go through the rest of it, but we just really wanted those hover boots.
For now, hover boots is all we needed there.
This is another example.
More RBA. Yep, go.
Yep. Yeah, this is another example of reverse bottle adventure. Right here, look at his Bombchu count. Right now, he has 2 Bombchus, and you'll get to see one of the very helpful uses of RBA right about now. As he RB is slightly more finicky as an adult, but it still works.
I missed the frame, so we're just gonna reload the save because I don't actually have a good backup for that.
Well, you had another Bombchu.
I did. I don't know a good backup for the position.
Oh yeah, the positioning is also very precise. It's a lot more precise. As a child, you can kind of just walk up to like the tree like he did earlier, but again, like I said, adult RBA is a lot more finicky, and he paused 1 frame late, so a singular frame. There's a lot of things in this game. There's a lot of things in this game. It's like, oh, you lost 10 minutes because you paused 1 frame late.
I think I'm gonna try it at least. I don't think this messes up my position. Nice. Okay, I was supposed to equip things there, but I just wanted to see if it worked. So we're gonna drop these bugs again. We have bottle and B.
Yeah, now that he has the bottle and B, you can see things. Things are gonna start glitching around in his inventory. Like I said, specifically look at his Bombchu count. Now he has 0. Oh, you didn't catch the Poe.
Okay, that's fine. What bottle do I want that in? The one in the first bottle. What should we do here? Okay, I think I know what we're gonna do here. We're gonna do this first.
Okay, well, he forgot to grab the Poe, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's in the graveyard. But so skipping ahead from Bottle Adventure, we're doing. It may look weird. He's going up and down the stairs over and over again. There's a grave that holds Sun Song, and normally you would need, I believe, Zelda's. No, you need. Yeah, Zelda's Lullaby, right? Man, it's been so long since I've opened it properly. You need Zelda's Lullaby, and it starts a whole long cutscene. It's a whole thing. But you can actually go up and down these stairs and see if you can see that the room is loading over and over again. And it loads the rain actor so many times that it actually glitches out and unloads the gravestone, and you can just walk right in. And it's much faster than watching the cutscene.
And I have to skip the fairy that we usually get there just because of how my bottle spacing is going to work out. I'll get another one on our way to DC.
Yeah, reverse bottle adventure is one of those things that like you have to be a good runner to understand like every piece of it because if you make a mistake, RBA is very powerful, but it's also very, very dangerous, especially in a category like 100%. You can overwrite the wrong item and it will technically invalidate your run. And in some cases make your run unbeatable. Like if you delete a really important item, like say hook shot. I've a few times accidentally pressed B where I had boomerang, and that deletes your beans, and there's just no way to get 100% now. The run's just invalid. But Lake's got that 5-head brain strats, and he understands how RBA works way better than I ever do, than I do, and so he will be able to make the routing work out so that he doesn't mess up anything.
So we're all good here. We're gonna have to take a little detour before like we're usually supposed to do after this. But not too big of a deal. Just had to keep a couple things in mind. Most things can be saved like this. Just gotta use your brain a little bit.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time is definitely one of those games that the second something goes wrong, you start entering your like big brain mode of like, okay, how do I unscrew up this situation that is royally screwed?
Okay, so we just got Sun Song there. That's all we needed from Sun Song Grave. And now we're normally supposed to go off to Dampe again to get the heart piece, but like I said, we need this Poe. And I know why I forgot it too, because usually I take damage from this Poe. I took damage from failing a Hess, so I didn't take damage from the Poe. Okay, so I need the Poe to go in my first bottle, which my bugs are normally in right now.
So, yeah, he just caught bugs with Poe on C right, and that actually fills his inventory with 26 bomb shoes. As you can see, or 29.
I'm getting attacked by a dog, sorry. Okay.
So yeah, now he has 29 bomb shoes. It's a really easy way to fill up your bomb shoes, is just have Poe on C right when you do RBA. It's very helpful.
Right, that was confusing my brain because I was trying to ward off a dog and think about what I had to RBA at the same time, so apologies for that. But we're all good. Let me just double check that we made sure that we have everything. I didn't forget anything. I think we're good. So now we're all good to go into Dampe.
Yeah, and here again, we're going to do the race again to get the heart piece. Well, if one thing people ask a lot is, you know, oh, can you just dupe heart pieces? Is there a way to get heart pieces again? There's many ways to dupe heart pieces, but again, source requirement, you need to make sure you get every single item from where it comes from. So we have to do this race no matter what. If there's any quick donations, you could probably do another quick donation.
Alright, just let me double check and refresh my Chrome browser. Just to let everyone know, we do have a Fire Emblem Awakening any percent coming up, and you can name the avatar just like the file name in Ocarina of Time. All you have to do is make any donation, any amount, and just specify what name you'd like. It doesn't even have to be a proper name, it can be a meme, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, the GSR MSNBC for this game, I think, is a bit of a joke on the 3-letter acronyms in Ocarina of Time. For some reason, there's just a ton of them. OOT, GSR, SRM, ISG, MST. There's just a ton of 3-letter acronyms in this game.
So just like Kingdom Hearts, where it's a bunch of random letters put together and it's like, hey, that's a category now.
No, that makes sense. They all actually make sense. Ganon source requirement, Medallion Stone Trials, stale reference manipulation. It's just, Ocarina of Time people just like to make it 3.
We do not talk bad about Kingdom Hearts here.
Monka.
Okay, I'm gonna talk bad about Kingdom Hearts now. Here we're getting Song of Storms. We'll use Song of Storms a few times to, again, get more items throughout the game.
Open some grottos that require Song of Storms to open that have filters in them. And it's also just an item that, you know, we're required to get 100%.
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to know some of those grottos you need Song of Storms for. I could never figure it out as a kid.
The Stone of Agony tells you where there's a hidden grotto.
That's a bunch of reading. I'm not going to do that.
So it's currently nighttime when we got Sun Song. And we're going to play Sun Song again, which is going to hatch the egg we got earlier from Anju. And now we have Pocket Cuckoo, which is another broken item for RBA.
Yeah, more RBA. This time, look at his rupees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Look at his rupees. Right now he has 72. And once he catches the bugs.
Yep, so we drop the bugs and we get an extra digit in our rupee count, which means we got an O wallet upgrade. So now we have the adult wallet, and that also gave us the golden scale. And once again, we will have to get the golden scale and the biggest wallet upgrade from Source, but just getting those early is going to help us out a lot with certain things.
That's one of the fun things about 100% is some categories have like more restrictions, but 100% is like very, very few restrictions. Really only like SRM and Ace is really the only things that are banned. So you can get items in any order, and that opens up a lot of things because you're able to get some items early or some items through glitchy methods.
We're gonna trade in our Pocket Cuckoo in for Kojiro, which is especially broken. This guy can give us can modify our bomb bag and quiver areas, which we will not do just yet because we don't have bombs, and bad things will happen if I RBA before I get bombs.
Bombs are way weirder than they should be. For some reason, bombs are the only item in this game that like I seem to have some ways around glitching them. Like it's really, really hard to get bombs without actually going and getting bombs.
Mm-hmm. Alright, there's a Skulltula halfway up this mountain that we're gonna get. So here's another Hess.
Hey!
I think that's our first actual example of a Hess.
Hessing is not only is it incredibly fast, but since you can do it off an explosive and you can do it off your own bombs, your own bomb juice, it's also incredibly versatile. It's you could do it pretty much anywhere. And right now it's actually
juice up boulders.
It's really convenient right now because since we still have Bottle on B, it's easy for Lake to get extra bomb chews, so he's not really worried about his bomb chew count. Bomb count and explosives count is super important in Ocarina of Time, and it's super important in this run, just not in this exact section. He can easily fill up his bomb chews again right now, if worst case scenario.
Okay, so I actually do need to take a quick detour up here. I'm gonna go ladder for a ferry because I didn't get a ferry earlier because of my jank RBA from forgetting the POW. There's a Gospel Stone here I can just play as little by next to.
Here we're gonna see another example of a hookshot jump, and probably one of the coolest tricks in the entire game. Probably my personal favorite.
It's a cool one. Okay. So I'm just gonna finish taking damage here and get into the corner, re-equip my stuff. So now we're all good. Everything's fine the way it should be from what I learned earlier. Can throw some bomb chews here to open up DC's eyes.
Yeah, normally you're supposed to go up there and drop bombs, but bomb chews work just as good.
Yeah. Oh, that one didn't hit, I guess. That's kind of... It's the second one, it should be. Let me make sure. No, that is the first one. Okay. Like we said, luckily our bomb chew count doesn't really matter right now, because we're in RBA more in a few minutes anyways. So now we're gonna step into this lava and pull out our hookshot, and on this frame we're gonna hold back down and hookshot this ladder, and we're gonna go flying. And so just like that thing we did at our shadow, we're just using a death this time to interrupt it, and we're getting revived by fairy so we don't actually die.
I love Doom Jump. It skips like half of Dodongo's cavern. You just jump right up to the second floor. And that'll help us get right here to bombs. And once again, you would think, oh, we're in Dodongo's cavern. We're gonna go fight Dodongo soon, right? No. Again, we're just gonna get the super powerful, super broken item and dip.
Yeah, after a couple Skulltulas, we're gonna get a couple Skulltulas first.
Oh yeah.
And hopefully open up on the wall there. So send a bomb to open that wall for later. There's a couple Skulltulas there that we'll get like 2 hours. 2 hours from now.
Yeah, that's a lot of this game. A lot of it is setting up stuff. It's such a long category with so much content and so many things in it that, like, yeah, you're doing that so that in 2 hours you save a second and a half.
Pretty cool. Send a bomb to there to kill that Skulltula, and then jump down to the staircase.
Don't miss that jump. It really sucks if you do.
Oh yeah. And then there's another Skulltula here. And now we're gonna head out.
Now we're gonna dip.
Taking some damage to skip a cutscene later. Actually took a little bit more damage than I wanted to. That's fine though.
Again, we're gonna be killing Link a few more times. That's two deaths already on purpose.
I'm gonna skip this Hess in case I die to it, because that would be bad.
Oh, that's like that's like the only Hess I was able to do in this run. So now we're gonna be making our way into Grand City.
And I want to pick up a singular heart here, just so that timer safety works out.
Yeah.
Okay, we got more than that, that's fine.
Oh, so he's gonna be entering the volcano, and the volcano has a timer that will kill you, and it's based off of how much health you have. So he wants a little bit of health to make sure he has time to set up the glitch properly.
Alright, so this is the first case of a mega flip or mega side up. We're gonna... Okay, we're not going to, but we're gonna do mega side up, which is rolling into a bomb or an explosion and then side hopping or backflipping to make it propel us super far.
Yeah, think of it as like it's almost like a damage boost in kind of a way, where you use the explosion to boost Link backwards and glitch through stuff. And we just glitch right through the wall.
Clean up RBA here. So we're gonna drop on Lens of Truth to give us a bottle in our hammer slot. And then we're gonna catch on Kojiro. That was the wrong clip. I know we have Bomb Bag 40 and a glitched Quiver 20, which you're never supposed to have a Quiver 20.
that's not even in the game.
Yeah.
And
if we can get these bugs to cooperate, which they do not want to do, just some more bomb chews from having Poe.
Bugs are completely RNG. They'll go in any different direction, and it's not as intuitive as you would think for Link picking up bugs. You'd think if the bugs are in front of him, he'd pick them up, but not always.
I think I'm supposed to have bugs, actually. No, we're not. We have bugs in our other bottle. Okay, so we can just hookshot through some randomly hookshotable collision in that statue to get in here.
There's some weird things that are randomly hookshotable. That statue, a random piece of a wall in Water Temple, a statue's nipples in Spirit Temple.
Yep. And then timer counting down. We're just gonna slide up into this cutscene trigger, just as our timer is about to expire, and we're gonna die as soon as we hit the ground. So we have Bolero Fire now.
Yep,
another have to watch the cutscene.
Another example of dying as you enter a cutscene to skip it.
Now we're on our way to get magic. Oh, I didn't equip sword.
Bye, Fire Temple. We'll see you in like 3 hours.
And we got a little pissed off into this grotto here to grab some extra bombs. So there's a juicy 20 bomb chest in this grotto. We are in here for nothing else but that.
It's very helpful. Again, bomb count can be kind of tight. If you run out of bombs, you could find yourself in a really bad position. And
especially Adult 1. Adult 1's probably the hardest bomb count area.
So grabbing those 20 bombs is marathon safety, just in case anything goes really bad. It allows them to fail some tricks a few times if things go wrong.
So now we're just gonna go grab magic, and we have a little bit of cutscene if there's anything going on.
Yeah, if there's any donations.
Yes, of course. Let me just reboot everything. Looks like we have a $10 donation from an anonymous person. Thank you all so much for doing this for such a great cause, and I do believe that $10 donation went towards the Goth Spyro, which makes me very happy. So remember, folks, we have a bunch of incentives that you can choose for when you go through the donation checkout. My personal favorite at the top is the Spyro 3 Reignited, Spyro's Color. We have black in the lead by $22. We have pink with $5 and yellow $0. Boo! We don't like any of those last two colors. We want Goth Spyro.
So here we got magic.
Yeah, magic is one, just useful, and two, also required for to shoot, magic arrows and to get Burrow's Wind and Nera's Love and Din's Fire. The game just won't give it to you unless you've already gotten magic.
Yes, and particularly of the spells, Ferrar's Wind is one we are going to be using quite often.
Yeah, Ferrar's Wind's pretty useful to get Skulltulas fast. So make a quick pit stop for Fairy here. And notably, we're going to put this in a bottle that's like in a position we're not supposed to have a bottle in. We call those fake bottles. So this Fairy will not actually revive me when I die, even though it's in my inventory. We want to use it for RBA purposes later. And the Sun Song also changed it to night, so we can grab a couple Skulltulas in Death Mountain. Quick cast off that rock to get down.
My stream glitched out. You grabbed the Skulltula inside the rock, right?
Yep, I did.
Okay. Like, made sure I reminded him if there's any Skulltulas. There's 100 Skulltulas, and it's pretty easy to just have a frame fart on a single one. Here's actually going to do a little hookshot extension. So he actually normally you can't grab that Skulltula, the hookshot will just hit the rock, but he actually does a glitch where he extends his hookshot a little bit further inside of the rock so that he's able to grab the Skulltula. And it's actually helpful later to when to glitch inside of a statue that's in, again, like an hour and a half.
And here Mido's guarding the way to the rest of Lost Woods, but we can do a mega flip over him. You can also just straight up backflip over him, that's just faster in this case. And there's a Skulltula up here we need to get. You can send the bomb to kill it and just barely grab a token with our hookshot. And Nick, do you want to talk about nut duping?
Oh, nut duping. Okay, so this is actually a pretty precise trick and pretty weird. You basically put Link in a glitch state where you press C up right at the same frame where he walks a nut. And while he's in this glitch state, he actually... These two Dekus are salesmen, and one of them sells you a nut upgrade that is mandatory for completion, and the other one sells you arrows. But since Lake is in this glitched state, he'll talk to them, he'll buy the item, but nothing will happen. And so once he gets into this, he'll actually buy from both of them and stand in the center of both so that he's in the trigger to get the item from both of them. And then he stops his glitch state and he will actually buy the nut upgrade twice. So normally there's 2 nut upgrades. You go from 20 to 30 to 40, but he just got both nut upgrades right now from technically the person who sells you a nut upgrade. So it does count for source because that guy will sell you.
Since the other source of nuts is, like the nuts that you get from those are progressive. Like if you got the other one first, then it would also give you 30. That still counts as source because you can get that. You can get nut upgrade 40 from that guy, just as well.
And then he did a little trick. A trick that's so easy. I think Link kind of forgot that he did a ground jump. Normally Link can't jump, but he using a bomb, you can give Link the ability to do a little hop, and it does stuff like lets you jump right over the maze.
And then we did a ladder cancel. So we kind of took damage as we were trying to climb down the ladder, and it let us not be on the ladder, but still give us some properties of the game thinking we're on a ladder. And we used those properties to climb up that really steep slope and slide up out of bounds. So we voided out as we got Minuet. So it gave us a song we didn't have to watch the cutscene.
Yeah, another cutscene skip. Voiding out works just as well as deaths for skipping cutscenes. Bye, Mido. You suck. He is just a jerk and causes nothing but issues.
And there's proof that we got the golden skill, like I said earlier.
Yeah, that's
from
yeah.
RBA and Pocket Cuckoo.
And then we're gonna make our way down.
Yep, we just got some Skulltulas and Zora's River.
Again, weird things like I think again one of the more interesting things about Ocarina of Time, you saw he just passed a heart container. It will be faster for him to get it later. Like even though it's right there, you think go grab it right this second. No, it's gonna be faster if he comes back as a child and does it. It's those kinds of things that I think make Ocarina of Time so interesting. The fact that the routing is just so everywhere and so many things you can do. And with a category so long, like 1 second saved on getting that heart piece, 1 second saved on getting that Skulltula, like 100 Skulltulas, 36 heart pieces, like it adds up.
Alright, so we got the last Skulltula and just died there. We just want to go back to the start of Zora's River where we entered from to get into Zora's Domain. And hopefully we can make it in before it turns day. If not, we just have to play Sun Song. Doesn't look like we're going to make it in, but we'll see.
Yeah, he wants to get in during night, so that important note is that outside Skulltulas only spawn in the nighttime. So it has to be night in order for you to get them.
Yeah, non-dungeon Skulltulas, not just outside like in Zora's River versus something like Zora's Domain. So it's night. We made it in. The rooster didn't crow at all, so that's how you know. Or the wolf didn't howl, I guess.
Oh!
No, rooster crowing. So yeah, this trick. We're gonna read the sign while we're keeping King Zora unloaded, and that kind of causes the game to weird out in ways that aren't really worth going into.
There's a really it basically sets a flag that King Zora is unfrozen.
Yeah,
even though
so now
all we
King
did is read the sign.
no longer has red ice around him, and we can get the sword tunic from him. Funny stuff.
Yep. Again, just Ocarina of Time being weird.
Alright, now we're gonna
Normally
head
you'd
to get Rora's Wind.
Oh, and another fun clip. Just jump slash into that corner. It's not hard. You could do it in 10 seconds. And here, the reason we're coming here is, well, one of the biggest reasons we're coming here is for Rora's Wind, which is one of the first spell we're going to get. There are 3 spells in the game. Rora's Wind is by far the most useful. Basically how it does is when Lake sets Rora's Wind, it will set at the beginning of the... it'll set it like where he entered the room in, and then at any point he can press B and then return to that entrance. But with using glitches, it can do way more than just that. And we'll get more into that as we see him set up Rora's Wind and do different tricks with Rora's Wind. But it's very, very helpful, and it's used quite a bit.
Yeah, so Rora's Wind for now is just an item is good for movement and getting Skulltulas. Later, we're gonna actually put it on our B button. We'll get to that when we get to that, but having Rora's Wind on our B button is going to be very broken.
Yeah, Water Temple, you said it like Rora's Wind like 4 times to just keep going through different
Something
sections
like
of
that.
Water Temple.
Yeah. And then now we're going to be off to Ice Cavern after just collecting a few more things to get Iron Boots, Serenade Water, and all the Ice Cavern Skulltulas.
Yeah, Ice Cavern's one of those mini dungeons along with Bottom of the Well. They're not full dungeons with bosses or spiritual stones or medallions, but we still need to get through them.
We need their item and all their Skulltulas.
Ice
We're
Cavern's
going to do
actually...
a bomb trick to get under this. Normally, you need silver strength, or silver gauntlets at least, or some type of strength to get this rock out of the way. If I can. There we go.
So that was a weird clip, and basically using Link's... When Link rolls, he has a small amount of like invincibility, and using that with the bomb, again, TLDR explanation is that it offsets Link's hitbox to places it shouldn't be, usually like under the ground. And for that one specifically, gets him like to grab the ledge under the rock and just drop down. You'll also be seeing him do it a lot later, where he uses it while he pulls out the hook shot, and he'll aim from underneath the floor with the hook shot. That's called a weird shot. And it's very, very helpful to get Link into positions he's not supposed to be in, or get past areas, get past doors, get past walls, or grab Skulltulas from unintended positions.
Yeah, and just to make a flip down to get to the heart piece quickly, and now we're off to Ice Cavern.
Ice Cavern is actually like one of my favorite dungeons. It's actually a pretty cool little
It's
mini
super
dungeon.
sick if you do it well.
It's short, but it's so much fun.
Unless ice keys start to disagree with you. Alright, so we're gonna line up here and wait for this freezer to come, and we're just gonna hookshot the freezer while right next to these this gate, and it's just gonna clip us through.
Again, hookshot being incredibly useful.
Skulltula here, and then we gotta give him the right room to get the Skulltula and heart piece there, so we're gonna attempt to do a Hess here.
Oh, this Hess is difficult.
This Hess is very dumb. Try it one more time. Okay. We're just gonna do the ledge clip.
That's why why Lake got the extra bombs, is so that in case little things like that go wrong. Here, if you change the camera on the exact frame, on the first frame that Link grabs a ledge, it can help you clip out of bounds like that. Again, something that you'll see a few times throughout the run. It helps you clip into little ledges and get past things
Call
like
that a ledge clip.
So the whole idea of Ice Cavern is that it has these red ice, and you need to get blue fire to drop on the red ice to unlock things and get past doors. We don't get blue fire at all. We could glitch our way, as you can see, through every single piece of red ice. Blue fire is really slow. You have to catch it. You have to drop it. The cutscene has to play. It's slow and boring. So we're just gonna glitch past all the red ice.
Here we're just gonna place 2 bombs next to it and backflip through them, and that's enough to push us through.
Yeah, that's the collision in this game, right there. Ooh, this is one of the coolest rooms. Lake has to actually grab all 5 of the silver rupees in order to open a gate. Oddly enough, we actually do need to open this gate, and he does some really cool movement right there. You'll see he has like backwards momentum, but then he holds forward, which actually makes Link jump when he goes off the ledge, which gives him a really awkward jump that jumps forward. Lake learned all the glitchless movement for this category. It's super cool. He'll do the same thing here, using that forward momentum to grab that. These ice keys are incredibly annoying, as I'm sure you guys can tell. They're just random, and they'll fly around and hit you.
Really? That's... I thought I even missed.
Some of the jumps in this game are weirder than you would think. Man, these ice keys are just not being nice to you.
Yeah, it's fine. We want to take damage anyways. And then just another ground jump like we did earlier for Minuet to get up here.
Normally you'd have to push the block all kinds of different ways, but that's faster.
Yep. And we can test past this red ice into the Iron Beads room.
Here, these Wolfos, if you hit them in the back, they die instantly.
Yeah, so we just stun them with hookshot. Pretty simple.
And
So
then
now we're gonna try
see-
to die on the same frame we opened this chest. We're gonna buffer damage with our Ocarina until we're just about to die. And we got it. Just gotta open the chest. And you heard him die right as I opened the chest there and then paused the game. So we're gonna get these Iron Boots. I see I have 0 hearts.
This is pretty funny.
And, yeah, as soon as we get out of that, we just die. And so now we get staring at a cutscene, because there's a cutscene right after you get those Iron Boots. I guess it gets you staring into water. So we have staring into water, we have Iron Boots, didn't have to watch any of the cutscenes.
It's actually... The damage buffering is actually pretty interesting. So basically, the bomb explodes, and the bomb explodes for a certain amount of frames. But when Lake pulls out the Ocarina, it pauses the explosion, but it doesn't pause Link's invulnerability, his iframes. So he takes a frame of damage, pulls out the Ocarina, the bomb stops exploding, but Link's invulnerability ends. Then he drops the Ocarina, the bomb continues exploding, hits him, then he pulls out the Ocarina, and now the bomb is stopped, and Link is no longer invincible, and he just keeps on doing that in order to take damage very quickly. And it's very helpful when we need to die so often.
Yeah, I believe the bomb has 9 explosion frames. So you can take up to 9 hits from the bomb with that method.
Yeah.
If you do it.
And then here we're going to do... Okay, so here is an interesting glitch. We're going to get inside of a whale that isn't actually here right now. So normally in this section, when you're a child, there's a giant whale named Jabu Jabu. And he has a loading trigger in his mouth to enter it. But as an adult, they didn't get rid of the loading trigger. It's still in there. It's just inside of this ice. So Lake does that clip to get into the ice to hit the loading trigger, and now we're inside of a whale.
Yep. Now we're in Jabu Jabu, the 3rd child dungeon.
And the worst dungeon in the game.
Yeah. So we're in here, of course, for Boomerang and for all the Skulltulas, and we're actually going to beat this dungeon.
Yeah, this is the first dungeon we actually finish.
And we're actually going to do something interesting at the end of this dungeon that we will get to as well.
Yeah. Another funny thing to note about this dungeon, a running joke in the Ocarina of Time community is, I mean, this game's so broken, but there's one part of this game that isn't broken. Out of everything, Rudo, this little fish lady Link is about to meet, Rudo is not broken. For some reason, whoever developed, they call him the god developer who developed Rudo. Yeah. It's only once SRM was discovered did we find a way to skip Rudo. There's no other way with all the RBA, mega flips, clipping, glitches, everything. There's no way to skip Rudo. You have to bring her through this dungeon in order to get Boomerang from Source.
Yeah, it took us literally the ability to fly and the ability to warp wherever we want to, down to the coordinate, to get the skip for this lady. I actually want to get these Skulltulas. I always get these in the wrong order.
It'll be fine. So, unfortunately, we do need to carry Rudo around, which is the bulk of this dungeon, is carrying Rudo around just to get Boomerang.
Makes it a little more interesting with some Skulltulas to get, but not very.
I mean, even as a kid, I think Jabu Jabu was the worst dungeon. I always got stuck here as a kid.
Alright, so now we're on our hike. we'll pick up another Skulltula and a fairy here for a trick we're gonna do at the end of the engine. Pretty interestingly, Jabu Jabu's walls are like not really walls. They can just be hookshotted through.
Yeah,
it's belly pad or something. I don't know.
I don't really know why hookshot has, because you're never supposed to be in here as an adult, so I don't, and you can't use hookshot as a child, so I don't really know why hookshot is able to just go through the walls. It seems like a really weird thing. I guess because you weren't expected to hookshot here.
Yeah, no other walls in the game are really like this to my knowledge, so pretty weird mechanic.
Because Deku Tree, you're also not supposed to ever be able to hookshot because you're not supposed to enter as an adult. But those are walls. I don't know.
So again, we're just gonna take damage. We have this fairy, and we're gonna want to die. I think we're revived. So
yeah, he's waiting for an elevator, so might as well take some damage while we're waiting for an elevator. We're literally doing nothing else.
Yeah. I took 1 half heart too little, but there's a jellyfish I can grab on the way there.
Another example of damaging down to die soon.
E.
So a lot of this game is dying, being revived, dying, save warping, dying.
I was about to set up W, but that's like a 3-second time save, so it's all good. I was supposed to set up W in the, hello? Can you please damage me? Thank you.
Oh, by the way, FW is for Roar's Wind, the green spell on his C right.
Yeah.
And this is the one button we need Rudo for. This right here cannot be pressed without Rudo. There's just nothing.
Yep. So there you go. That was our Rudo requirement.
Yep.
And now we're in the growing room. We can Decky Nut. Hello? We can Decky Nut those stingers to knock them all down. And Rudo can actually kill one of them, which is pretty funny.
Oh, no Vibrudo?
I never do it.
Oh, there's a glitch where you can get Rudo to vibrate on the chest, and that's all there is to it. That's all. That's it. Just Rudo vibrates. But if Twitch chat would probably ream me for not going for it.
Okay. I'll live.
So then we get the boomerang.
Yeah, so I was supposed to set up W in one of these rooms back here just to get back to it quicker. It's literally like 3 seconds difference, so it's fine if I just walk. And there's actually a chance I crash due to reasons that weren't getting into because of things I did in the first room, so just for safety, I'm gonna save. It's not a very high chance. Not worth resetting.
Oh, very important. Very important note right there. He just did equip swap. So there is if Link puts his cursor, there are certain items like Boomerang that adult Link is not able to equip because it's a child-only item. Why? I don't know. But the idea is, so Lake put his cursor on an item that he can equip. And then he switched his item screen and then moved his item screen. No, sorry. He put his cursor on Boomerang. And then he switched his item screen to the different screen and then came back. And then on the first frame, he quickly put his cursor onto Furor's Wind, which adult can equip. And for 1 frame, he equips Furor's Wind. And the game still thinks the cursor's on the Boomerang. So it equips Boomerang instead of Furor's Wind.
Yeah, so now we have the ability to use Boomerang as adult, which is required to defeat Baronade.
Yeah, there are 3 bosses in this game that like you need an item. Boomerang for Baronade is one of them. There's not really any way to beat Baronade without Boomerang. I've heard there is one method, but it involves throwing pots, and it's so incredibly tedious and long and dangerous that's not arcade viable.
So we actually want to guide Baronade into a certain section of this room, which we're doing fine at so far. As long as Baronade stays around here or to the right of here.
Yeah, so after Baronade, after Jabu Jabu, we're going to do one of the most famous and interesting glitches in this game of wrong warping. And this is probably the most intricate version of wrong warping. This is probably one of the more interesting wrong warps in the entire game. Yeah,
so we'll see regular wrong warps later, but for this one, Rudo's in the wrong warp, or in the warp, and causes it to be a little bit more interesting. So we're gonna need to die as soon as we get into the warp.
Yeah, so another example.
Set up here, and slide up into the warp. and equip our fake fairy. So we're actually going to use our fake fairy. Since we have a real fairy in the bottle, this fake fairy will actually go off. Because it only checks for a fairy in the real bottle to determine whether you're going to get revived. And then it checks on your C button for which fairy exactly. And so we're going to get this heart container by rolling into it, so knock talk Gerudo. Now we're going to damage down more. And we still have that real fairy. We're in this kind of glitch warp state where it's trying to get us to talk Gerudo. And now we're going to target her and die one more time. So now we're talking to Rudo. And the warp actually triggers after the second text box with Rudo. So we're going to play around with that and clip out here. And there's actually the boss door out here. Directly to my left. And so if we time it just right, we can go to a certain frame, this one, and yep, it's good. And slide up into the boss loading zone on the exact frame that the warp wants to take us away.
And now we're in Dodongo's
Cavern.
Cavern.
We're in Dodongo's Cavern because we tried to go into the boss room just before Baronade and get warped out of Jabu at the same time, and the game kind of added those values together, and we got DC.
Mm-hmm. And that whole thing saves like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
But it's
we're here for some bombs, another fairy, and a Skulltula, just because it's quicker. And it skips the cutscene for Jabu.
Yeah, wrong warping is often used in this category. After every single dungeon, there's a very lengthy cutscene, and that skips the cutscene on top of getting us closer to a gold Skulltula. That is probably like one of the most involved and intricate wrong warps, and again because Rudo makes things so much more difficult. But I also think it's one of the coolest looking ones.
It is very cool. Oh my god, I'm getting blue. Alright, so now we're off to Water Temple to get all the Water Temple Skulltulas and Long Shot, most importantly. Long Shot is going to be very useful for getting Skulltulas, some glitches, etc. And this is also, in my opinion, the coolest dungeon. We're not going to beat it yet, though.
Again, another example of coming in just to... Long Shot is so powerful. Lake's actually doing a setup. Normally you'd have to equip Iron Boots and then pull a switch and everything, but Lake's actually doing a setup so that he can clip into Water Temple, which just, again, is just quicker.
It failed.
Or not.
That's fine. It'll save time later if I fail it again.
One of the nice things about 100% is a lot of categories, like, you won't have Iron Boots, so if you fail the clip, it's like, oh, crap, what do I do?
You gotta play Serenade again and do it again, just slow. But this seems to come down here, which is also slower than, hitting the trick, but just not the end of the world at all.
100%, luckily you often have items to back up things.
Yeah.
Water Temple is one of the most infamous ones for being terrible as a casual, but when you're a speedrunner and you know where you're going and you do all these cool tricks, Water Temple is actually one of the most fun dungeons, if not the most fun.
Okay.
Okay, so there he got... That was pretty self-explanatory. Again, kind of like Navi Dive, when Link's in a cutscene, he'll just fall through water. And so the spider actually hit him, knocking him off the ledge during the cutscene that dropped him down through, which just saves time over swimming.
Yeah.
Because
Otherwise,
Iron
you
Boots are
just
slow.
have to slowly sink down with Iron Boots. That's not fun.
Iron Boots are very slow.
Mm-hmm.
And another cutscene that is just incredibly difficult to skip because it's Rudo. She aged 7 years.
Again.
She aged 7 years since the last time we saw her. Like 2 minutes ago. And the God developer made sure we cannot skip this cutscene. It's actually not even just that, but like even if you use like the ROM hack, the hacked practice ROM, you can often very easily soft lock on this cutscene if you try to skip it, even with hacks and mods and stuff. So it's for some reason it's just so impossible.
Alright, so we're over here to lower the water level, so we can get all the Skulltulas, and then also for a couple keys to get in some places. So we'll actually side up into a pretty deliberate position here. I'm gonna slash the wall here and get into a very precise position to do what's called a gainer. We're gonna side up down and then target the wall on our way down. Which is going to let us transfer all our momentum, normally to be to the side, but but instead forward. So we can get onto this ledge here with that. We would normally have to get like the water level to level 2, which I haven't done since I played this game casually. I actually don't even know where that is.
I don't either.
And then we can use the equip stuff again to get stick as adult and light these torches.
One important note is this Deku Stick as an adult is one of the main reasons that this category is ran on Wii Virtual Console. On N64, that would have crashed the game. Adult Link using the stick for some reason loads a bunch of garbage data, and the N64 just overloads and just breaks. The Wii sees all that garbage data and goes, I don't really care about that, and just doesn't care.
It says, that's fine.
Yeah, that's cool. But that's one of the biggest reasons that we run on Wii Virtual Console, and one of the biggest reasons that this whole route works is Deku Sticks is actually incredibly important.
Now we're going to the basement for Skulltula, and then we're going to force one back to the entrance. Start heading towards one shot.
Yeah, we're gonna do basically everything in Water Temple except fight the boss, and that'll make more sense later on when we come back and fight the boss. Why we waited so long to fight the boss. But for now, we're just gonna grab all the Skulltulas, grab the dungeon item, and then leave. And this is where you gotta kind of see the use of Furor's Wind. He set Furor's Wind earlier, not just to drop, but like also to teleport around. So here, after he gets the Skulltula, instead of going all the way back up, he gets to just use Furor's Wind to teleport to the beginning of the dungeon.
Yep, very nice. And we will set Furor's Wind once again because we want to come back to the entrance one more time after we get long shot. So now we're going to do a super slide. First instance of a super slide. We're basically just going to interrupt our grabbing animation with an explosion. It's going to push us back really fast. And then use it to not open the door.
Oops.
Fine. I actually have extra magic, so I'm just going to do that. Since I forgot to set Furor's Wind.
So, because of if Link turns around, there's actually like a singular frame, or is it? I think it's 2 frames.
Yeah.
That you're able to open the door. Normally you can't open the door because you're supposed to raise the water level up to the top so that a block is in front of it, so you can stand in front of it and actually open it. But screw raising the water level. We got glitches. So we're going to. He has 2 frames where, with the hover boots, he's able to open the door because the game thinks he's standing. Super slides are really helpful, but they unlike.
That's a new one. That is pretty funny, actually.
So he tried to turn around and look at the door, but he actually locked on to the spider.
Insect site, yeah, which didn't let me turn around. That's not a thing that's happened to me before, honestly. That's a new one. So we're just gonna save work. I had extra magic from forgetting to set Furor's Wind and Jabu, so but we need the last bit of magic for another Furor's Wind set in Forest Temple, which we're gonna be going to next.
Yeah, just like Deku Sticks, just like bombs, magic routing is also kind of important. Not as tight.
Yeah, magic routing is actually pretty. No, it's actually pretty tight in this route. Adult 2 is magic perfect.
Oh wow, yeah.
But there are like extra magic drops that we can get places. It's not the end of the world if we might really. Okay, we're good. Everything's fine. I think that's the 3rd frame. I don't know.
Interesting.
That frame worked.
I didn't know that frame worked. Here he's just gonna get ISG off the keys. It makes getting this Skulltula a lot easier. Technically you're supposed to have long shot, but if you're on the very, very tip, you can do it with hook shot, and with ISG it's just much easier to not fall off.
And we're just gonna fall down to this other platform here, and start making our way up to this next room.
We're just gonna casual our way up.
Yeah, not really anything as far as cool options to get up here. And here, we're not supposed to have hover boots, which breaks Water Temple quite a bit in a lot of places. Normally you're supposed to like raise and lower the water level in here to put these statues up and hookshot for them, but since we have hover boots, we can kind of just roll around.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have hover boots until Shadow Temple, which is only supposed to be accessible after Forest, Water, and Fire. So they don't expect you to have any Shadow Temple items this early. And you just ride up that guy. Oh, you don't grab the
magic. Now Dark Link. No, we don't need a magic. We don't set Furor's Wind one more time before getting a refill from Dins.
Well, I'm bad, so I always grab to the magic. Yeah, here's Dark Link. Dark Link can be really annoying when you don't know how to fight him, but Deku Nuts just stun him, and just Deku Nut, jump slash, Deku Nut, jump slash. Another convenient thing about doing Water Temple early is Dark Link's life is actually determined by your health. So the fact that he only has 5 max hearts makes him pretty weak.
Yeah, if we were to come here later when we have like 18 hearts, it would take a long time.
Which was actually in the route at one point when SRM messed everything up. And here we got Long Shot, which is a hook shot but double the distance, although it feels like quadruple the distance sometimes.
Yeah, it feels super long. So we did a glitch called Entrance Point Glitch there, which kind of messes with what room the game thinks we're currently in. And we're gonna hookshot some randomly hookshotable collision once again. Or at least try to. This collision's a little dumb. There we go. And now we're clicked in the door, but the game still thinks we're in the other room, so the Song of Time block that's normally here just isn't. Which is very good, because we don't have Song of Time yet.
We're not going to get Song of Time for a very long time, so we can't do anything about Song of Time blocks. But luckily, pretty much all of them are very easy to glitch past in one way or the other.
Yeah. And we're coming down here for one Skulltula. There's a Skulltula later on in this little river line.
Yeah. We're going to see our first and definitely not last example of a weird shot, which is like that weird clip earlier. Link's hitbox goes down, and you can hook shot through walls and things like that to grab this Skulltula early. And oddly enough, the first time we see it, we're going to see it a few more times right now.
Yep.
Our temple has like 3 or 4 in a row. So Link's going to do another one. This helps him skip a key. Well, get a key and not have to worry about trying to get back out. Again, randomly hookshotable collision just on that wall. So instead of, again, raising the water level, going through all this kind of stuff, we can just glitch through walls and hookshot anywhere we want.
We're basically just Spider-Man right now.
And damn, you hit all of those perfectly.
That was nice.
Yeah, that was really clean. All 4 of them, no buffering. Got them all first try.
Easy. Alright, and that was interesting.
Okay.
No, that's fine though, we just hookshot back up on the torch. Just missed the jump on the ledge there, so it's very strange. But luckily, we have long shot and there's a torch right here we can just hookshot up to.
Yeah, that would have been worse if you didn't have long shot already.
Alright, and then we just use the stick to light the torch here to get into the center room, and there's a Skulltula in here we have to get, and then one more Skulltula right next to us, really.
Skulltulas are probably, like, at least personally, the reason I think 100% is an interesting category. A lot of categories tend to go into a dungeon, beat the boss, leave. Go into a dungeon, beat the boss, leave. They don't really do a lot, but because they're Skulltulas, you have to go through all of these. If this was another category, he wouldn't be going through these rooms, getting these keys, doing these weird shots. He'd just go beat the boss. Especially Morpha, in particular, is very easy to get to very quickly.
Many dungeons have bosses that are just, like, you can get to them in, like, 10 seconds flat.
So 100% actually, you actually get to see all of these dungeons. There's almost no other category that really does that, and I think it's really, really cool that we actually get to see more and see all these cool tricks and see
yeah, for sure,
a lot more movement and a lot more interesting uses for all these tricks.
A little bit too far left here.
Any time for a quick donation?
Yeah, sure. I'm just grabbing this Skulltula and going to the forest. That's what's happening. Go for it.
Awesome, so we have a $20 donation from Paragalore saying, "Good luck for the next 3 hours, bro." Smiley face.
Yeah, it's my brother. Thanks, Katie.
Aw.
So we're actually going to go to Forest Temple because, again, in one of those seemingly weird things that we actually can't glitch past, in order to go back in time and become a child again, we need to beat Forest Temple.
Yeah, otherwise Sheik is just kind of standing in front of the Master Sword and we can't put the Master Sword down.
Yeah, which is, again, one of those weird things that you think with how broken the game is, we'd be able to get past it, but no, we have to beat Forest Temple.
Right, so one Skulltula here as we come in.
Yeah, he actually purposely didn't spawn the Wolfo so that they don't hurt him. Oh, you don't need that key?
Not for jungle jump.
Oh, that's right. The route has changed since I played. There's actually one of... Oh, this is actually really important.
Yeah.
So he is going to drop bugs and capture bugs on a very, very precise frame. And so normally here, there's these 4 pose, and you would need to capture all 4 pose in order to activate the elevator, so that the elevator will go down, and so that you can reach the boss of Forest Temple. Most categories just skip past and go right into the boss, but there's actually a Skulltula down there that we need to get. And so interrupting the cutscene of the pose with catching the bugs will allow him the elevator to not deactivate, and he can just walk down here. It's skipping all 4 pose and making a lot of Forest Temple. I don't even know how much time that saves. The pose would be incredibly annoying to go.
Yeah, pose are very slow.
That's basically, you always save before, because it's not like, oh, I'll just grab the pose real quick. It's like, no, you redo the trick. It's faster to reload the whole game. And so just for that Skulltula, we really need that Skulltula.
We'll start the setup though, yeah. So yeah, we're gonna come back to the entrance here later, so we want to set Wind.
And then
we're gonna do another instance of ledge clipping here. There's a Skulltula back in this room that we want. So we're just gonna roll and target the wall on the first frame that Link grabs the ledge and clip into that Song of Time block and open the door.
Again, the only way past Song of Time, because we don't have it.
And this is a perfect example of why we get long shots so early, because a lot of these Skulltulas would be quite slower to grab if we didn't have long shot. Like that one.
Yes.
Alright, so we're just heading into this room and grabbing a Skulltula before we're doing so. We actually don't need the key in this room, but we're gonna do a glitch to get up to the bow.
Yeah, this was really interesting. This is a pretty recent discovery. I think it's in the last year.
Yeah, it's definitely in the last year.
One of the more interesting, newer. I mean, the game's changing all the time with how many things there are, and so this was discovered within the last year, and it changes the routing a little bit. 100% it doesn't change.
Just in dungeon routing.
Yeah. Since 100% still need
that fairy for a trick. And now we're going to do another instance of entrance point glitch for this. And we're going to combine it with what we saw earlier with hookshot jumping to get up to our bow room. And the way stealth ghosts work is they don't really want to spawn unless you come in from the top part of that room, since the bow room and this first stealth ghost room are kind of the same room, just in different levels. So we're going to get entrance point glitch and get pushed out of bounds by these bombs here. So now we're in the middle of the doorway with entrance point glitch, and if we do this on the right frame, we can hookshot this chest just as the bomb kills us and get revived by the fairy, and now we're in the top room. The trick isn't over yet, but that's the bulk of it. And now our entrance point is set to this top room, since we canceled the glitch at the same time as we got up here. And so now we just need to void out, and we will respawn up here, which causes the southwest to spawn.
That is such a cool way to get through here. Again, normally if you just jump up there, in any other time, the Stalfos won't spawn and you won't get the bow. So that it's such a cool way to get around that. And plus you get to do hookshot jumps, and those are always cool.
Yeah, one thing I don't think we've touched on yet is power crouch stabbing. So you may see me stabbing a lot. That's because, kind of like ESS not having a move speed value assigned to it, crouch stabs don't have damage value assigned to it. Instead, they take on whatever it was that you last did. So I jump slashed before fighting these guys, and so I'm hitting these guys with the same damage as a jump slash.
Yeah.
Every time I crouch stab.
And it's cool because it'll also take on some of the properties. So later on, you'll see him jump slash with the hammer, which the Megaton hammer has certain properties, and then his regular crouch stab with the Master Sword will act as though it's hitting with a hammer.
And so we actually still have Quiver 20 from RB and Kojiro earlier. So the game doesn't give us any arrows. So we had to go pick up some arrows there.
Again, there is no actual Quiver 20.
Yeah, it's a glitch quiver. And actually, we want our arrow count to be 13 by the end of this dungeon. If you're, a pro 100% runner, you will do more optimal arrow usage than what I'm about to do, but I like to use hookshot for him again, so I'm just gonna use all of them right here and then unequip it, so I never have to remember.
That 13 arrows is actually incredibly important, and
Yeah, if it is any
mo-
different, the run could not work the way it does.
a less experienced runner in this VC may have lost quite a few runs to messing that up.
A more experienced runner has also lost a couple runs to messing that up.
And we'll explain why 13 is so precise
Yeah.
when we get there. There he just clipped out of bounds. Oh, by the way, we could only forgot. He just clips out of bounds and drops down there. The loading trigger to get into the boss room for Phantom Ganon is just there. All the loading triggers are there, even if the textures and all the rooms aren't fully loaded. So he just glitches out and jumps into the loading trigger.
Yeah, you'll see that probably a couple more times. At all points of every map are loaded at all times. Well, the collision is, but yeah, like the textures aren't there. But we can get around if we know what we're doing.
And now we get to fight another boss.
Yep.
Lake just needs to hit the real Ganon. There's two Ganons. He can tell by which one is brighter, is the real one. People always ask, how do you know which one's the real one? One of them's just brighter than the other.
One of them also makes noise and the other doesn't. This is the main thing I use.
Oh wow, there's no way I could use a sound cue. But since this fight's kind of slow and Ganon's doing his whole thing and going through paintings and doing all that kind of stuff, Lake is going to do RBA once again in the middle of this fight because, you know, he's just Phantom Ganon's just kind of boring us. So I guess we'll do RBA while we're fighting him. It saves time, so you do it during the fight, so you don't have to do it after.
Not bottle equipped. I'm surprised he kept bottle out.
And then that bottle adventure is actually really important because we're going to keep bottle on B for a while, and that's going to help us do. Oddly enough, reverse bottle adventure is going to help us do bottle adventures in a few minutes.
I actually did it on the wrong thing. That's fine. Doing Kujiro didn't even change what we have. Okay, now I need Kujiro. Alright, one more hit for Phantom Ganon's first phase. And we have ISG. They got it off a bomb at the start of the fight.
Yeah, so again, ISG, Link is technically swinging his sword on every single frame right now. So normally you need to swing the sword back at Ganon to reflect his light, and it just reflects automatically, and then you just instantly kill him because you're hitting him every possible frame.
Yeah, and he can get out of it, and the reason I spam a hookshot there is so that he spins his staff to try to deflect it, and that just lets him not move while I'm hitting him a lot.
And that's Phantom Ganon done very quickly.
Yep, and so a bit more RBA, and we're gonna have to damage down a lot since we have a lot of health.
Yeah, so this is one of the more difficult cutscene skips. So after almost every adult dungeon, you go to the Chamber of Sages. The main sage talks to you forever, and it's really slow. But Lake is going to die on a very precise frame, on a very precise position. Because the thing is, we need to enter the cutscene in order to get the medallion, but we don't want to watch the cutscene. And it's actually a lot harder to get the medallion and skip the cutscene than you would think. So he's going to do a lot of really precise movement and a lot of really precise things in order to still get the medallion, but skip the cutscene.
Okay, so we dropped on Kojiro there, which gave us Bomb Bag 30, which is a downgrade from what we had before, but it's important later. And we also deleted our quiver entirely, which is kind of just a side effect for now. Alright, so we're gonna die on the same frame that this warp tries to take us away, and just like with the wrong warp, we're doing something on the same frame the warp tries to take us away. But since this goes to a different map, this isn't going to take us anywhere. It's just going to take us to the start of the dungeon, and we're going to get the medallion, and not have to watch the cutscene.
Yeah, that was really important, because that cutscene's, I believe, about 3 minutes long. So he just skipped about a 3-minute long cutscene. It's one of the longest cutscenes. So that was I let him focus because it's frame perfect and
Mhm.
really bad if you miss it. So it's really good that he
Yeah.
hit it, or else we'd all be watching a very long story about Ganon.
Yeah, our host would be talking a lot more.
um,
Okay,
But
so
now
now we're
we
gonna
are-
do dot skip again, but as adult this time.
yes, we're done with adult one. That is the entirety of adult section. We are going to go back as a child. He's gonna do dot skip. It's a little bit different as an adult, but same idea. We're glitching through the door. This time we're using boosting off of the Deku stick and the hover boots to carry momentum through it and clip through. And then he's going to void out to skip the Prelude of Light cutscene. Sheik was going to talk a bunch of stuff. We don't really care. And then he's going to do it again. He needs to glitch through the Door of Time again because we voided out.
Important that I don't miss these because I only have 2 sticks.
Yeah, if he misses it, we have to reload the save and do it twice again.
So now we're gonna get a bottle on B again simply by making our last B button press be our B button because we have empty sticks and we tried to use them. That one's a very simple way to get bottle on B. Alright, and now we have bottle on B and we're going back into adult. Keep that in mind. Not important right now, but will be very important later.
Yeah.
But for now we have Child 2, which is the fun part of the run.
Yeah. Glitch actually going out of the Temple of Time as child is a lot easier than adult. We don't have to save warp. Child Link can just glitch right through it. It's actually really easy. Getting out of it is actually a lot easier than getting into it.
Yeah, just a little bit of an angle setup and sign off in the jump slash. So now we're on our way to get Dinspire and a Skull Soul.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's some items that either there's no way to get them as an adult, or getting them as an adult requires glitches that are banned in no SRM. So we have to be in a child, and we have to go through quite a bit.
Yeah, Dinspire we could have gotten in Child 1, but we would have had to get Magic in Child 1 as well, which is just slow. So it's faster to come back here once we once we got Magic in Adult 1.
Yeah, you actually can't get the spells without having magic first. So you have to go visit either Death Mountain's Crater or where's the other magic?
In Death Mountain Crater. There's
they
one
both?
in Death Mountain Crater and one above in Death Mountain Trail.
I forgot they're right next to each other.
But one of them requires hammer usually to get.
Yeah, usually, but again.
We're gonna get it without it. That's fine.
If there's any donations, you can read them off real quick.
Alright, just let me double check on the sheet, and as that's loading up, just to remind all of you out there, we are raising money for Rise Above the Disorder. It is a non-profit organization dedicated to battling the 2 greatest barriers to mental health care, access and affordability. And we're just in general trying to raise awareness for the importance of it is for self-care, mental health, always being alright to reach out for help and whatnot, and that no matter what, you're always valid and you're always worth it, and there will be help when you need it. That's what we're aiming for.
So Dinspire in hand now.
It's our second
we're about
spell.
Yep, second spell.
Something...
Marginally more useful than Air's Love, but not as useful as Rose Wind.
Something we forgot to totally mention earlier is that his seam walking right here. You explain how seam walking works. I actually don't fully.
The gist of it is that the edge of a wall is able to be walked on, and when 2 walls collide like that, you can walk on them even easier. And if you get into just a kind of precise position there, you can just walk up the seam.
We did it earlier, but there's so much going on that sometimes those little glitches you kind of forget. When you're doing things like wrong warps and bottle adventure, walking up a wall is yeah, whatever.
Wall, it's fine. Okay, that didn't hit the skull this time.
What the heck? He's just getting that skull in here. That Bombchu was supposed to have hit that skull. I don't know why it didn't.
Me neither. Okay, so now we got Densfire, we got Skulltula. That's all we need from this side, like, ever anymore. So, gonna get caught and get out of here real quick.
Now we're gonna leave Hyrule's Castle. And we're gonna head over to Lon Lon Ranch.
Yep. Couple things we need in Lon Lon Ranch. Skulltula is a bonus song and extra bottle. Shut up.
Roll movement in this game is actually like really important, and you try to make tight turns, and with such a long category, making tight turns and making optimal movement really adds up. And so sometimes you turn a little too close and accidentally talk to someone, which also adds up if you do it too many times.
I don't know why I didn't put bombs earlier. Okay, that would've been funny if I hit that. That's not do that bomb.
I respect the attempt to Hess off it. Hessing off bombs is a little easier than bomb choose.
I always miss Lon Lon. The map on the lower right corner, which is like really the only reference besides like what's in front of you when you're hessing, is so inaccurate. It's just not easy to read the map sometimes.
We're gonna do a little mini game. Malin is going. No,
Talon. Malon's the girl. Talon is
Talon.
this guy.
Sorry. Talon is going to throw 3 chickens. There are 3 special chickens that we have to grab. There's no way to tell the difference between a regular chicken and a special chicken other than trying to gauge where he threw them. Typically, you're able to just kind of grab a bunch of chickens and eventually get them through luck.
Like this one, I turned my camera so that I could see them.
Yeah.
Also, if I hold shield as I grab them, if I get the wrong one, or the right one, they just fall through the floor, which is really funny.
It also just helps you get through the chickens quicker. That was wow. Okay.
Sometimes nice and short.
Usually you don't fail that. Sometimes people do fail it. It's always funny.
Right, so that's our second bottle. We do have 3 bottles, but remember we glitched the first one into, or the second one into our inventory. In child 1. That's our second source bottle. Yeah, more BLJs. Actually called Houses. Alright, now we just want to put a song from Malin. Yeah, I talked to her 3 times and pull out her Ocarina.
Yeah, I don't know why you need to talk to her 3 times.
Yeah, I don't know what she says. It might make a little more sense if I knew what she said, but I don't.
It's been quite a while since I've read this game in English.
Same.
After this, we're actually going to see a really interesting glitch. Lake is going to bomb seemingly a very random spot in the ground, but that spot is actually very important. It is on the map. It is coordinates 0, 0, 0. So 0 on every axis. And this game does an interesting thing with golden Skulltulas, where if the Skulltulas, while the golden Skulltulas are unloaded, they are all technically at 0, 0, 0. So if we bomb 0, 0, 0, it will kill all the unloaded Skulltulas, which will save us a little bit of time. We still have to go around and collect the tokens, but we don't have to kill each one individually. We just get a bomb a specific section and kills all of them.
Yep, so we're going to play Sun Song to make it night so that the Skulltulas are actually there. And then we will do exactly what Nick just said.
Yeah, so he just bombs a random spot on the floor, which seems weird, but if you hear it, you just heard the gold Skulltulas get killed. You can actually Hess, if you have a bomb choose, you can actually Hess off of the 0, 0, 0.
How do I turn around?
And then you'll see that Skulltula is just dead.
That Skulltula is just dead. It's already a token. The Skulltula is hidden in the trees, so it doesn't get killed.
Yeah, this one doesn't count because it doesn't load until you bonk the tree. And then this next one also wasn't killed because it was loaded while he hit 0, 0, 0.
How are these found? Okay, I guess I'll just walk.
We'll take the scenic route. Gotta stop and smell the roses, Lake. Yeah, that one was too close to him. It was already loaded, so it didn't get killed earlier.
You do super slide to the last one, which is way over here. That one's already a token. The glitch earlier. And now we've got to come in here for a heart piece.
You're supposed to do a whole...
this crawl space.
Let's do a whole block puzzle, but Lake doesn't have time for that.
I'm a busy man.
All
You're gonna
right.
just jump slash into that small crack.
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like
You're
my
good.
thing block is over. Thank you all for having me. I hope I wasn't too mesmerized by this amazing run. I'm gonna pass it on to Farn now. Would you like to come on and take over and really show me up?
Absolutely. We'll definitely not be showing you up, but I can try my best. But what's up,
Right.
guys? I'm going to be here until the end of this run, hosting for you guys. So, gonna go ahead and pass it back over to Lake and Nick.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thar. Here we come back to Lake Hylia, pick up some Skulltulas.
One Skulltula here, and now we get to the best part of the entire run.
Oh boy. So 100%'s known a little bit for having some RNG sections. Oh, actually, before we could talk about Super Swim, Lake is kind of like everything else, like mega flips and stuff like that. He's going to use the momentum from the bomb to actually it gives him backwards momentum, and then if he keeps on targeting, Link will just keep that backwards momentum, and it helps him swim incredibly quick. It's actually super easy to do too.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna do
All right.
fishing, which
Fishing.
there are two major
Whoa.
RNG sections in 100% that will kill your run, or just lose you minutes, or just make you want to actually rip your hair out. Fishing's probably the more frustrating one, actually. Everyone likes to talk
Yeah.
about Dampe, but fishing is so much more frustrating. He has to catch a very specific fish.
Not that one.
Yeah, not that fish.
That one really likes to interrupt me.
He has to catch a specific fish that's large enough. But he also has to make sure he doesn't scare away the fish, because if you do fishing wrong, the fish can either leave and then you have to wait like a minute or 45 seconds for it to come back, or you could completely despawn it, or not despawn it, but like scare it away completely, and you'll have to re-enter the whole area. Or while he's fishing, every
Like 150, 200 something frames. I don't know the exact number.
yeah,
but
yeah. There's like every 150 or 200 frames. Every so often, there's a percentage chance that the fish will just go off your line, and you just have to leave and come back. Interesting trick here.
we target in the water and keep targeting while we're walking on the land. And for whatever reason, I don't actually know the exact reason for this, but that gives us the adult reward, which is the golden scale, which we already had, but now that's from source. And now we just need the heart piece for the child reward.
Yeah, you're supposed to do fishing twice, but yeah, if you just lock on in the water, you just get the adult reward as a child. I couldn't tell you why.
And this guy right here is the last fish we need. Dig
Yeah,
in.
now we need to capture another one to get the child reward.
Fight. Please.
Come on.
Yeah.
Not only can they
I'd
break off
rather
the
do,
line, but they can just...
Not do anything, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a mind of their own, for sure. Good.
There are some people who are just good at fishing, and there are some people who just can't seem to get the good luck.
Yeah, I'd rather do Dampe twice than do fishing.
Yeah, because at least Dampe is like completely out of your control. You just kind of let the game decide. But this is like, it's so frustrating because like a lot of times you think like, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing? There's nothing Lake could do here that would make this fish bite.
Yeah, a
Like,
lot of the time
doing-
it feels like you're doing something wrong, but most of the time you're actually just not doing anything wrong. Like, this fish is just not biting at all.
There's nothing Lake could do that would make this fish bite. And it's so frustrating.
Please, dude.
Oh. Oh my god, this fish is just...
Please bite, dude.
Come on.
No.
The fish knows he's on... the fish is nervous. He knows he's on a marathon run.
Yep. What?
Oh!
Game.
That's a new one. I've never seen that one before. Oh my god!
This is ridiculous.
This is fishing.
Please, dude. Just bite the fucking line. Sorry for language.
What is he doing? Oh my god, I've never seen it this bad.
Please. Please.
Oh my god.
No, the smaller fish bit. Okay. It didn't scare the big fish away, that's important.
Oh my god.
He's actually just not doing anything. This is crazy. Oh my.
Yeah, there's two big RNG sections. They're both in Child 2. Child 2 is definitely the RNG section of the run. Fishing is usually not this bad.
Yeah, it's not usually this bad. I've had worse though. I've had worse.
Oh yeah, me too. I've had like 3 fish break off my line before.
Yeah,
Which is
worse
supposed to be
I've
a
had
low
is 2.
chance.
Okay, he bit. He bit. No, just don't. No, don't let go, dude. Don't let go. Just come here, please. Just come here, please. Please.
It's so close. So close.
Thank
This is
you.
also-
Okay, we're done with fishing.
Hooray!
We made it, guys.
Oh my god.
That was ridiculous.
All right, we're done with fishing. Never have to do that one again.
Wait, we got the harpies. Oh, I have to turn rod.
I'm actually really glad you get to do both fishing rewards at one time. It would suck if you left fishing and then had to come back later and hope it wasn't bad again.
Yeah, what sucks even more than that is adult fishing is even dumber than child fishing. It doesn't seem possible, but it is. Okay, so this is our friend Pierre. We're gonna play a song for him, and he's gonna remember that later. That's it.
Yeah, so anywhere we play that song, there are certain spots where if we play that song, he'll pop out and he can be helpful.
Yeah, not yet though. We have to play that song again as an adult for him
Oh yeah.
before he actually does that.
Here we get to see our first dirt patch, which these things can be also kind of RNG. Again, the bugs will just kind of go anywhere they really feel like it. Well, first he's gonna do RBA.
Yeah, just a little setup here to get RBA, while I'm also dropping the bugs into the dirt patch. Or not.
So you have to drop bugs on dirt patches, and each one has a gold Skulltula in it. The bugs, however long they take to dig, is up to them. Only the bugs know.
Yep. Sometimes they just don't.
Yeah, they can. Sometimes they won't dig, or sometimes they'll dig, but just not dig in the right spot, and it won't spawn the Skulltula.
So I got bottle MB again.
This is actually one of the scarier parts of the run.
Yeah, I just
that's
have to
scary.
make sure I don't press the wrong button. Cool.
If Lake puts the wrong item on C right, and then presses B at any point, he can just either invalidate the run or completely kill the run.
Yeah, there will be a period where I have something to do and that would be bad to let go of.
Yes, yes.
Right
So
now I have Poe on my C right button for safety, just in case I happen to press it.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, as
if he
long as I'm
presses it
not
with-
rushing through water, I will not, because the only reason I ever press B is to swim faster. At least in this section.
Yeah, he should be fine, but like I said, yeah, any accidental press of B can be really, really bad.
Yeah, it's not really a problem as long as you're mindful of it. That's all that really matters. Alright, so now we're in sort of the main once again. Here for a heart piece, and to get the source fountain for another set of heart pieces.
Yeah, here you're supposed to just light these torches. You're supposed to go to the top and get fire from a top torch and bring it all the way down, but you can also just Din's fire to light this one, and then use the Deku stick to light the rest of them. A little bit quicker.
We actually did a glitch called flame storage there. If our stick passes through flames on the way down from being put away, the next time you pull it out in that area, it'll deal it again.
Yeah, that's actually really convenient.
Just catch a fish real quick.
Yeah, so normally if he caught that fish, he'd put away the stick and it would lose its flame, but using that, you get it just a little bit faster to catch the fish while you're lighting these flames anyways.
The heart piece here. And then we're gonna go to Zora's Fountain again. To get 2 Skulltulas there.
We're gonna use actually a very interesting glitch to get into Zora's Fountain. You could probably explain it better than I could.
Sure. Yeah, it's pretty similar to that ladder. Like the ladder cancel we did for Minuet. But this time we're just gonna do it on a ledge. We're gonna like climb up the ledge and also shield a bomb explosion.
And that will
And that'll give us some properties of trying to climb a ledge, but we're not climbing a ledge. So I canceled it. That was ledge cancel.
which not only lets us have a really weird wonky camera, but also lets us just walk right through King Zora.
And talk to him, apparently.
Normally,
I have not had this happen before. I didn't even know you could talk to him. That was weird.
Normally you have to show him Weirdo's letter and watch one of the most comedic and insanely long cutscenes in the entire game.
Also, yeah, this is the period where I was talking about, where if I press B, it'll be very bad.
Yeah.
It's not. Because I have Ocarina, and Ocarina represents Ocarina. Funny enough.
Yeah, so if he pressed B, he would just delete his Ocarina, and it would be gone. And he actually could still finish the run without an Ocarina. There's other glitches, but it'd be very slow, really annoying, and technically invalidate the run, since Ocarina is actually an item in Ocarina of Time for 100% completion, oddly enough.
Okay. And now we're off to Death Mountain. I'm gonna save real quick.
Yeah, this is actually a really hard but really cool trick, I think.
I'm not really scared of failing this, but bad things can happen. So we're on Bolero side, and there's a big gap between this Bolero side and the side we want to get to, which is the double magic side, with Goron City and everything.
So this is actually a really cool part. He's going to get ISG.
Yeah.
He's going to get ISG, and actually you're going to see him toss a bomb forward, and it's going to bounce off a post above him and land behind him, and then he's going to backflip into that explosion to get a hover. And then you're going to start seeing some bomb chew hovering, which is how he's going to jump this gap, all while there's a timer going to make sure that he has a little bit extra tension while doing it.
Yeah, we have plenty of time as long as nothing goes wrong, but...
So yeah, he tosses the bomb forward,
That's
and then it's incredibly precise. There's only a few frames you're able to actually, like, it's very difficult. Like I said, you're literally throwing a bomb forward, bouncing it back, and then backflipping into the explosion.
I never failed this much. I might have to drink something here. I'm gonna try it with something. As long as I don't die, this is fine. Okay, that's fine. We will take a quick detour to get health, because it is very bad if I die in this room specifically. Where am I going?
Yeah, actually, a really important thing to note is having a bottle on B. Prelude of Light will get you. You could do Prelude of Light, go outside Temple of Time. There's the Gossip Stones with.
Okay.
Or you have.
I'm already playing Serenade, so I'm just gonna. I'm just
you have a different plan. Go for it.
Yeah, it's fine. I was just gonna go farm grass for bombs.
Oh, you need bombs
thing I could think of. Or not bombs. Health. I don't need bombs. I have plenty.
Okay. So dying with bottle on B is actually also really, really, really bad.
Yeah. So we have bottle on B, and we also have a Deku Shield. Bottle on B. If we die with bottle on B, we get a stick over it, and also we will lose Kokiri's sword, which we have no way of getting back.
Yeah, so Child will just lose the sword, and it'll be completely gone, and there's nothing you can do about it, which would again invalidate the run. And also, if you do it as an adult, you can delete your Master Sword, which is fun.
So just for safety, just gonna try to grab health. That's enough, but I'm gonna try to get one more for safety. I'm pretty surprised that those went bad at all, because I never fail those. I practiced them a lot, but it is what it is.
I think it's one of the most difficult parts of the entire run. I think when I was learning this run, that was the
It's definitely hard
part.
starting out.
It was probably the hardest trick I had to learn, I think. And there's no real like easy way around it either, which really sucks. You kind of have to do it.
Why am I trying to deck you stick as child? Alright, back in here. We'll get it this time for sure. Okay, that's the first hover.
Okay, now he needs to do several bomb chew hovers. Bomb chew hovers are a little bit easier, but these have to be pretty precise. There are 2 frames. One of the frames, if you shield on the first frame that there is, you drop the bomb chew, you'll get a lot of height.
Really?
If you shield on the second frame, you'll get a lot of distance. And I don't even really know what happened there.
Me neither. That should have worked. That was right frame.
So yeah, he's gonna be doing these bomb chew hovers in order to hover across this gap.
Okay. And we're across.
There we go.
That took a little longer than it should have, but that's okay.
And again, this is the fairy earlier we were talking about how you needed a Megaton Hammer. You can also just shield a bomb chew.
Yep.
And then he just glitches right past it. And that's how we get to the fairy. That's probably one
a little
of the
scarier
hardest.
than it should have been.
Yeah.
but Okay.
And Thar, if you want to read donations real quick, you can.
Sure thing. We don't have any donations quite yet, but I want to take the time to promote 2 of the incentives for our upcoming run, Fire Emblem Awakening. We have a poll incentive for the good or bad ending. Pretty much, you let Crom kill Grima or not determines the good or bad ending. So far, we got bad ending winning with $56 compared to good ending at $10. So if you really want to see that good ending, be sure to get those donations in. Or keep supporting bad ending. We'll take both. There's also a naming incentive for the avatar name, 8 character limit. So far, there are no names submitted for that. So you'll definitely want to get submissions in for that to name the avatar a custom name of your choice. And yeah, that's coming up next. I'll hand it back over to Nick and Lake.
Something I noticed while we were taking a detour for health there is that it turned day. And we need a Skulltula that it needs to be night for, so I'm gonna play Sun Song real quick. Get it back to night.
That's the reason we get. That's one of the reasons we get Sun Song so early. Is it's very helpful for Skulltulas.
Yeah. And we're just kind of here. The Skulltula's just over here in the box at the top.
A lot of the child sections, like basically like cleaning up areas. Here we're just gonna
Yeah.
come in here, grab a few Skulltulas, grab a bomb bag. You don't do. Oh, we're also gonna grab some heart pieces. You don't really do any dungeons as child at all. So child is
Nope.
mostly overworld movement and just
Yeah.
the things that you have to be a child for, or things that are just on the way between child-only objects.
Exactly. Just things that we have to do as child. Alright, so we got the heart piece, we got the Skulltula, just a couple more things in child section, and one more RNG thing as well.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. Here throughout
Take
Goron
this
City,
fire.
he's actually a little bit on a cycle right here because he wants to. Well, not here, not yet. Once he activates the pot, he wants to get up there, to make sure that he throws the bomb in the right spot. And then also there's a Goron rolling around. He also wants to make sure that the Goron's in the right position so that he can bomb the Goron very quickly. Just makes a little bit. This bomb tree right here is hopefully gonna hit that Goron on the 3rd floor, and then he just. Okay.
No, it did not. That's fine. Missing the cycle doesn't really mean much. Did that get in? How are these missing?
What the heck?
Okay, that went in.
Okay, and yeah, he has to bomb it on the right face, or else it will not give him the heart piece.
Yeah. So Harvey's down there. We'll get it in just a second. Oh, okay. I guess we'll get it now.
Yep.
Normally I'd wait until we go already get the bomb bag from this guy, but
Who knows? Maybe the extra rupees will be nice.
only thing that sucks is I think we're gonna have to wait for this guy to come back around. Because I saw him just go past. Maybe I can get to him in time? Nah. Alright. So we have to wait for this guy to actually come back around in this area for him to give us the bomb bag?
Yeah, why does it have to
Not
be in that
really.
area?
I think it has to do with something that it says on that sign over there, but I don't really know.
Interesting.
War reasons. He's almost here. Nothing we can really do in the meantime, so it's all good.
And this will get us the biggest bomb bag, correct?
Yeah, so this is the reason that we actually downgraded to bomb bag 30 in Forest Temple as adult. Because this guy wouldn't give us the bomb bag 40 if we already had it.
And so now that's getting bomb bags from the largest bomb bag from its source, so that counts for source requirement. And then we're going to go do actually one of the cooler Hesses.
Yeah, so there's a maze with a bunch of boulders in it. We can kind of squeeze through a lot of the boulders here to get to the back of the room pretty quickly.
Yeah, normally you'd have to either bomb each boulder or hammer each boulder, but you can just Hess through each one, which is actually pretty cool. He's going to grab this rupee, because we might need money soon. Hopefully we won't need that much money, but we'll see.
My money count was actually better than it should be there, for whatever reason. So I didn't actually need to grab those, I just did because that's what I always do.
Well, you might need
That's fine.
extra money because you're going to do the...
Yeah, even then, I mean, we shouldn't.
Shouldn't.
Okay, so we got everything we need in Goron City. Now, just a few more things before we head south to Kakariko as well. There's a
More gold.
yeah, there's
Heart pieces
supposed to
of
light a
gold.
soft soil patch here, and also a heart piece on top of DC that you can kind of backflip into.
Yeah, you're supposed to actually plant beans to get this heart piece, which I have never done. Even casually, I dropped from the top to get the heart piece. I think that's what most people do. And he only opens up DC so that he can get to the soil patch.
We're gonna equip some Kujiro, so we can do more RBA on this guy. And so we're going down to bomb bag 30 again, which seems weird, but we're going back up to bomb bag 40 immediately, which doesn't actually mess with the source requirement part at all. We need bomb shoes here.
Wow,
You see, that one kind of took a few years to come out.
Oh, here he's doing a glitch called Ocarina items. It basically makes it so that you can use any item acting as an ocarina. It just saves time on equipping. There's no reason he can't use an ocarina. It's just faster to use bomb choose as an ocarina.
I have bottle out already, so it's just fast.
Yeah, it's when you have a bottle in your hand and then you backflip and you pull out bottle and an item, and it's like, okay, I guess it's a ocarina now.
Yeah. It's actually the glitch we do on the edge blue orbs to gain control of Link again.
Yeah. And then coming up is one of our favorite sections in the entire run. Everyone's favorite section is coming up pretty soon. Dampe. So if you don't know how Dampe works, Dampe needs to dig up a heart piece. And every time Dampe digs at a soil patch, there's a 10% chance he digs up the heart piece and a 90% chance he digs up anything else, usually rubies. And we need that heart piece. And so he is very slow to walk around. It is very slow to have him dig in patches. And every time he doesn't dig up a heart piece is losing time. And the funnest part is there is technically so normally in the RTA strat when you're doing runs, you would reload the room every time. And there is no cap. He can dig forever. The world record, I think, is 103 Dampe attempts in a row without getting a heart piece. Luckily, there is a safer method that Lake's going to be doing for marathon safety. There are 15 soil patches, and if you dig at all 15, you will get the heart piece by the 15th. There is no other way.
Yeah.
If not, it could go for hours, theoretically, on how many Dampe attempts. Statistically, it's shorter to reload the room each time. But again, for marathon safety, since we don't want to be sitting here for the next hour doing Dampe, Lake is going to go around.
Be sitting here ammos for the next 10 minutes.
I am also
No.
going to be doing
Oh,
something.
no.
I will donate $5 for every Dampe attempt, and I implore everyone who is watching to do something similar, whether it be $1 or even 50 cents or $5, donate every single Dampe attempt. So I will donate $5 for every try it takes to get a heart piece.
Speaking of
This is
donations,
first.
Arju gave $5 to name the Fire Emblem Awakening character Arju. He also asked me to ask Lake if he can get the cow to Link's house.
Nope.
Well, there you have it.
So for getting Cow in Link's house, you have to do a kind of lengthy sequence of events of getting Epona, which we do, and also doing a race in Lon Ranch. I actually have never done that race before because it's not required for 100% or like literally anything except for bingos. That was interesting. So yeah, I will not be doing that. That is not required for 100%.
Here he's just getting a precise boomerang angle. The boomerang can go through stuff, and he grabbed a heart piece with it. There's a heart piece up there that normally you'd have to plant beans and or do other glitches for. And
It's
the
up in time
boomerang
for
just
Dampe to get to the right or the next soil spot.
Dampe's costing me so much money. So it's 2 attempts.
And I guess I'll get the Sun Song one after Dampe. Normally I reload with that, but we'll just wait. Alright, the fun begins.
Okay, let's see.
A cigar
Okay.
in third try.
And again, we have to just kind of wait for Dampe to go around each soil patch. There's not much you can really do about it. This is probably although Fish Sheet is also very RNG heavy. Like typically, it doesn't vary that much in fishing. I think Dampe is a lot more popular because it can take 20-30 minutes. Oh my god. Dampe's gonna make me broke.
Yeah, we've done everything we can do in the meantime.
Yeah,
the
the first 3 attempts aren't bad because we're grabbing Skulltulas and doing Bottle Venture, grabbing that heart piece during it. But after the 3rd attempt, like, it's just, oh my god. It's just, let's just wait for Dampe. There's not much else we can do. I was hoping you spent all your bad RNG on fishing, and Dampe was going to go well.
Well, this isn't exactly bad Dampe just yet, so...
Nah, 6th try. I think 7th try is statistically like 50%. It's like a 50% chance you'll get it by 7th try.
Mm-hmm.
Well, statistically, 1st try is like the most likely. Wow. Oh yeah, 6th try.
I think that was 7.
Oh. You're trying to steal $5 from me, aren't you?
2, 3, 4, 5, now 6. This is 7.
Trying to steal money from me. And
yep, I'm trying to steal money.
Trying to get my money to go to charity. How dare you?
Get scammed. So this is like one of the last things we have to do as child for the second child section. There's gonna be one more child section, which is just a little bit more cleanup. But after this, we have like one more thing to do, and then we're going back to
also adult. Other than like dumb little bugs, like this is the last major RNG section. Oh my god. So if anyone's curious more on how Dampe works, there's 15 different items he can dig up, and he can't dig up the same item twice, or at least like the same item value. And so 15 attempts is the max because that eventually he'll hit the heart piece. That's 7 tries without the heart piece. So we're now in unlucky territory. And there's just nothing you can do. Just keep on hoping for Dampe. Dampe is obviously a very large reset point, very large part of the run. You can't run Hundo without Dampe.
That was 9, at most 6 more tries.
Oh my god. One of the times this was ran at AGDQ also got a 15th try Dampe using this strat. So we'll see if we're on that pace.
Come on, buddy. Okay, that was 10.
Wow. I'm hoping at least one other person is going to donate for Dampe attempts along with me.
11.
Oh my god. Although you're making it harder and harder.
And gotcha. Oh, this wasn't too close. That was too close. That doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
These double
although that
ones
looks
are kind of dumb.
Yeah, although it looks like there's two different ones, it's only one, and it's like kind of in a weird place. Oh,
Yeah, it's like in the middle of the two. So that was 12. 3 tries more at most.
I could have bought a new video game with that money.
Reset at 14. The point of this was not for it to take forever.
Again,
Yeah, this is the safe strat, by the way.
this is the safe strat.
Do you need that? Because I don't have enough rupees for 2 more. There we go.
I told you that the rupees
Yep.
might actually be an issue. I'm glad you got the purple rupee.
And I'm also glad I did.
Could have bought new Pokemon Snap. Dude, I was gonna spend that money on Resident Evil 8. Yeah, Cherry.
Now I hope he doesn't give this one. Okay. We are on max Dampe tries.
This is seriously 15th.
Yep.
Is that just
if I'm counting correctly, this next one is going to be the heart piece. Guaranteed.
That is absolutely ridiculous. It is actually 15th try.
Come here, Dampe. Give me the heart piece.
Let me pull out a calculator real quick. What is the chances of 15th try? Actually, I don't know how exactly.
There it is.
15th attempt. Cool. I was thinking in my head, I'm like, $75 is a bit of money, but what are the chances of $75 really? Really, what are the chances of it being 15th try? Well, that is.
So the good news is the RNG parts, well, the major RNG parts of the run are over. Bad news is the RNG parts went pretty much as bad as they could have. Alright, so just grabbing this heart piece, and we have now our second trip to the bottom of the well coming up, like I was mentioning earlier. We have Boomerang, and so these last couple Scoldulas will be very easy to get. After a couple more Scoldulas as well in Kakariko. And also we have to pay a visit to the Skulltula house, because we are at 50 Skulltulas now, which is as much as we need for all the rewards here that we need. So
He actually has to be careful with who he talks to. If he accidentally talks to one of the guys, he will actually downgrade his wallet, and again, that will invalidate the run. Two of these guys give you wallets. One of them will give you the largest wallet, and one of them will give you a downgraded wallet. And if you don't have the highest,
we
wallet,
just got the giant's wallet, and I'm missing a Skulltula.
When you say invalidate the run, do you mean on the leaderboards, or the run
it would no longer be a. He would be able to finish the run. It wouldn't be too bad, but it would no longer be 100% run. He would be missing the wallet and not reach the 100% requirement.
So speaking of not reaching the 100% requirement, we are currently down a Skulltula that I should have somewhere. So I'll be thinking about not this guy. I'll be thinking about which one that is. It's not really usually a big deal.
You grabbed all the ones in Kakariko, right?
We're supposed to wait until after this to grab this one right here. And which I just grabbed to get to 50, and these two. We're supposed to be at 50 just then. So we're missing exactly one, which is fine. Just gotta remember which one it is.
thought you're supposed to grab this one on the house before you enter.
Nope.
Ah, well, you know a lot better than I do.
You're definitely missing one. Alright, and then we're just gonna Navi dive into bottom of the well again. I know which one we're missing.
Good.
I know exactly which one we're
I
missing.
was just trying to think. I was trying to go through all of the options in my head.
We were missing the one in Jabu right before the boss room. And the reason I missed that is because I did the boomerang strat to hit the boss key switch, and I was on low health, lower health than I wanted to be at that point, so I did a strat that made me not take damage, as opposed to the usual strat that makes me take damage.
I know.
So I just forgot to get the Skull Soul. So we'll get back there at some point. Not really sure when is best.
I'm trying to.
We're gonna have Fur's win on B for the whole time. I'd rather do that.
Sorry, I'm trying to
Really?
donate a bunch of money right now.
I just fell down that room. That's cool.
Oh, you fell down in bottom of the well?
Yeah.
Oh.
Like going
Yeah. So there are invisible floor holes in the floor, and if you fall down one of them, it's just better to just reload the whole thing.
Yeah. You end up in the basement, and it just takes a long time to climb all the way back up. That's fine though. Oh, where is this wall? There it is. I never go in this way.
Sorry, I think I donated, but I don't know if it went through. Let me know, Thor, if it went through or not. Yeah, here. So this is the rooms I was talking about earlier, where we have to come back to bottom of the well with the boomerang in order to get all the Skulltulas. Again, there's a strat to get them in one trip, but it doesn't save much time. It's based on RNG, and it's not very viable. But now with boomerang, we got to come back and clean up all the Skulltulas. It doesn't actually lose as much time as you would think to come back again. I think it only saves like 10 or 15 seconds to do it in one trip.
Nick, it looks like it didn't go through. I'm not memeing.
Okay.
But Jordan97s did go through. He donated $15, and he said, "I'll do $1 per Dompe dig at Chilamau." Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, Jordan.
Alright, so importantly, we are equipping Ruta's letter to see right here. And we went back in time with Bottle on our B button. So this is Bottle Adventure, the reverse of Reverse Bottle Adventure. If we go back in time with Bottle on B and then go back forward in time, the game tries to correct the contents of your bottle on your B button in a very incorrect way. It looks at whatever's on your child C right and reads whatever's in that space of memory. So Ruta's letter correlates to arrow count, which we had at 13. Like I said, was important to look out for. And 13 item value is the same as Fur's Wind, so Fur's Wind is now on our B button, which will be important for this entire second adult section.
Yes, so Fur's Wind on B is probably one of like the biggest parts about this. It's also one of the reasons Deku Sticks are so important, because we don't have a sword right now, so we kind of need to use Deku Sticks as a way to kill things. Here we get to see him
Actually do this up this time.
Yeah, now he clips into Water Temple.
After the gate's already open.
It still looks cool. And
Yep.
Here we're gonna go. Now we're gonna do some. Now we're actually gonna start finishing some dungeons. First on our list is Water Temple. It's one of the quickest, easiest dungeons to go in and go out of. We are going to. The boss room is just right over here with a super slide. It's very easy to get to. And then we're gonna do our first, not our first, but our first of this type of boss key skip. Blake is going to hover up into the air, again using ISG and explosions to hover into the air, and then use, basically use the damage from a bomb. Oh yeah, you're doing the really fancy one.
Yeah, I like this version. I'm just so used to it. So we do a small hover there, and then the game tries to snap us to the ground. And when we snap us to the ground, or when we get snapped to the ground because we're not high enough to actually be like officially in a hover, we have a lot of downward momentum, and the second bomb hits us right as that happens and pushes us into the door.
And then we get into the boss room.
So I think I'm gonna go to Jabu right after getting the Scarecrow song, and then I'll just play Serenade and come back and do the rest. Because I know how to enter Jabu with a stick. It's just annoying. And I'd rather not save it for like the end of the run where I could forget that I need to do that.
I can't think of another time you're like around this area either.
No, we're not. So yeah, we'll just take a detour after this. Shouldn't be too bad.
Morpha's probably one of the easiest bosses. I mean, most of the bosses aren't too difficult in the speedrun setting. Also, most of them are pretty trivial when you have speedrun strats, but Morpha's pretty easy. You just get Morpha into this corner, and then crouch stab a few times, and Morpha's dead. that's all the fight is. But coming up soon is one of the big reasons why Furore's Wind on B is such an important thing. So normally Furore's Wind is deactivated in boss rooms. You're not able to use it. But since Furore's Wind's on B, the game doesn't actually deactivate it. You can still use it. So right as Lake, kind of like earlier where Lake used Ocarina items on the edge of the blue warp to escape it, here he's going to use Furore's Wind on the edge of the blue warp and then warp away at the exact moment. And it's actually not that precise on when you need to warp away. Activating Furore's Wind is frame perfect, but actually choosing the option warp is pretty lenient.
Oh,
here he doesn't.
I didn't set it. That's not good.
Well, I guess we're gonna watch a cutscene. He forgot to set Furore's Wind at first. Small mistake. Water Temple cutscene's actually not one of the worst ones to watch. This is not that big of a deal.
It kind of sucks because we forgot that Skulltula. It's gonna be a little bit harder to get back to Jabu now.
Yeah. Normally he would have used Furore's Wind and then warped away, but it's not the biggest deal. We'll see more Furore's Wind. Trust me. The whole point of Adult 2 is that keep Furore's Wind on B to keep skipping these Chamber of Secrets.
Yeah, we'll see it multiple times. It's fine. I got a plan. I'm gonna go there after we steal Epona through Zora's River. That's probably the next easiest place to get to Jabu from.
Yeah, Thar can read.
I'll get the Poe and then Hess to Zora's River.
I know Thar got a donation. He can read it if he wants.
Certainly. We got Nick V paying up his $75 he owes us with the comment, Dompe killed my runs, now Dompe is killing my wallet. Thanks for nothing, Dompe. He also donated the 75 to name Sable in the sword run tomorrow, Dompe.
Nice.
I might as well get something out of it. Oh, and charity. Yeah, goodwill. Haha. It's actually kind of so it's not the worst thing in the world.
This wouldn't suck that hard in normal cases. It sucks a little bit because we wanted to clip back into Zora's domain, which we can't do in the Waters Prison, because that's it's a perk / con of skipping that cutscene, is that the water never rises, but you still get the medallion anyways. But now the Waters Prison, we can't do the clip that I usually do for getting to Zora's domain from Lake Hylia. So we're gonna have to go there in a different way to fix our other mistake. It's all good though.
And that's like one of the big things in Hundo. You know, Hundo is such a long category. You're never gonna play perfect. There's gonna be a certain part where you have to do some on the fly routing, some improvisation, and like the more knowledge you have of the game. Someone like Lake, who runs a ton of different categories and is really good. He knows a lot of different ways around. Like he says, he knows how to enter Jabu with a stick, and he knows how to do all these kinds of things. It's really helpful to have a lot of game knowledge to back things up. Something's gonna go wrong, and the more knowledge you have, the more you're able to back up things when they go wrong.
So I don't think we don't need to do the usual thing here, but we still need the Skulltula. I'm gonna do the trick anyways because it's cool. I need to turn it tonight, one way or the other.
Yeah, technically. So normally the water level wouldn't be this high, it would be on the bottom because we skipped the water temple cutscene. So we would have to do a very cool glitch to get over there. Lake doesn't technically have to do it, but it's a marathon.
Like I could just swim over there, but this is
That's
cool.
not cool. What's cool about swimming over there? That's super
Wait,
lame.
I haven't gotten the Skulltula yet. So yeah, we're gonna come up here and kill the Skulltula.
Yeah, okay, so this is a really interesting glitch. It's a hookshot jump, like we saw earlier, but this time instead of dying, we're gonna interrupt it with the Skulltula cutscene. So when the little text box shows up after you collect a Skulltula, we're gonna interrupt a hookshot with that. But in order to set that up, we need to delay our Skulltula token. So what Lake is gonna do is he's gonna backflip, and it's gonna look like he's gonna miss the token, but he's actually gonna press Furor's Wind. See, it looks like he missed it. Oh no, the Skulltula token. He pressed Furor's Wind, and the cutscene, because Furor's Wind is considered a cutscene item because it starts up a cutscene when you press it.
Okay.
Oh wow, he actually did miss the Skulltula.
Weird.
Because he pressed Furor's Wind, it counts as a cutscene, and so that takes priority over the Gold Skulltula, and so the Gold Skulltula collection won't actually occur until he looks up and sees the Skulltula token. And so, since he delays it, he can use that cutscene to do a hookshot jump.
Or not.
Oh.
That's fine. I'm lucky. Even when I want to be cool, I can't.
Well, now I guess we just swim over there.
Yeah.
Well, that was a good thing you raised the point.
Well, I mean, the backup to this is Scarecrow song, so. Okay, so I guess we'll do a Mega Flip Super Swim, because I don't really know a good thing for adults to get over there with this water up. So this is gonna be a little bit swimming.
By far the best.
Wow, this part of the run in particular going wrong really sucks.
This is a little slow, but it's hard. There's so much. 100% is one of the most dense.
Something is expected to go wrong, and this is fine. Alright, so this is PR once again. We have to play the song that we played for him as child. That is not the song we played for him as child. And now, if we play this near certain areas, our friend Benoru, which is the other Scarecrow, will pop up and let us hookshot him, which we'll see in just a second.
Hey, there
he is.
Buddy.
Now we can just hookshot up to him, kill the Sway that is always here.
You have to kill this Gwei. Like,
yeah,
because you want to climb the ladder. And this Gwei will always hit you. You have to. It's so annoying.
He's a rude dude, alright. Yeah, it's just such a long ladder climb. Like, the Gwei will catch you at some point.
Yeah,
he's allowed for another Skulltula and a heart piece. The heart piece, or the heart piece here. He wants you to touch the ground, the ground of the lab in the water here by diving. So we do that, and we're just gonna equip iron boots right as we trigger that to get the Skulltula down here, which isn't that great.
So he just triggers it so he can get the heart piece.
So now we have the Skulltula. And we just gotta come back up and talk to the guy for the heart piece. Simple stuff. I do have to unset for his wind. Think about it. I do that.
Yeah, you don't want to warp into. I guess you'd warp into the Water Temple boss room, would you? Or just a...
Yeah, Water Temple boss room.
That would be bad because then you're just kind of stuck there. You have to warp somewhere else.
Alright, so we don't have to play Kalia finally. For all of that.
Bit more.
There's a hard piece out here that we can bomb the ground to get. It'll be a Deku Scrub salesman. Sold it to us for 10 rupees. Talk about a bargain.
Seriously. Ladders can be awkward with their hitboxes and climbing them.
Yeah, so if you shoot like the corner of the ladder with your hook shot, opposite from where you are standing, then you can grab like the ledge of the ladder instead of having like to climb it. It's faster a lot of the time. I'm sure I've done it this run already.
Yeah, you did
I
it in the Death Mounds creator.
Yeah. Alright, so quick heart piece there. Now we're off to Wanwan Ranch to steal Epona.
And we're really stealing Epona.
Oh yeah, we're really stealing Epona. This is an armed robbery if I've ever seen one.
So we actually get to do a little trick to skip the race. Again,
yeah, we have to race Ingo, I think is his name. The guy who takes over the farm, yeah, Luigi. To get Epona, and then he locks you in, and you have to like jump the fence with Epona to steal her. But we don't have to do that. The loading zone for like the fence you have to jump over is always there. So if we can get up to that loading zone, then we can just trigger that cutscene and steal Epona without having to race, which is what we're gonna do.
And this is still considered getting it from source because this is the cutscene you get Epona from. So
well,
this is source
Epona isn't a requirement for 100%. So it doesn't matter. Yeah.
I didn't know Epona didn't count for 100%.
I hate this. If you target like the first frame that you turn around, it just snaps you to the wall. So dumb.
It doesn't matter. Either way, you always need Epona because you need Epona for a minigame later.
Yeah, that's why we're getting it. Okay, there we go.
So yeah, he's gonna do a little bomb hover and get over.
Now we're gonna take that detour. After I get this Poe, we're gonna take that detour to Jabu. And then we'll play Prelude to get to the Poe guy.
It'll work out.
Alright, so that's our big Poe we need. Normally you need 10 big Poes to get the bottle from the Poe guy. But we will have a trick to dupe a lot of Poes. And for now, like I said, we're gonna take a detour to Zora's River to get that Skull Toe that we missed.
Epona. Although Epona is fast, Epona is not as fast as Hessing, so we will not be using Epona anymore.
We'll use Epona one extra time, which is like the only reason we steal her in the first place.
Yeah, there's a mini game later where you need Epona.
Well, this movement will probably be awkward because this is not movement that I do in literally any category ever.
I'm
gonna try to
this
get more
is
bombs
brand new
at least.
movement just for the marathon. You guys have seen brand new Ocarina of Time gameplay.
Yeah, pretty crazy strats here.
Oh, he made the jump. Oh my god. Yeah, normally you never come through here. This is probably like the best way to get past it. Jabu Jabu is unfortunately one of the kind of crappy places to forget a Skulltula.
Yeah, it's all good.
It'll work out in the end.
Frame perfect jump. At least getting to where we want to go after this is easy, because we just play Prelude.
Oh, he cut the corner. So optimal. Oh, you can do the... Ah. I thought you were going to do the mega flip. I was like, alright.
I'm not going to bother with that.
Yeah, with hover boost, there's a real reason to.
Yeah.
Now this really should be the last time we see Zora's domain.
Yeah. I'm gonna do a different way to clip through this thing. That was interesting. Normally he jump slashes, but if there's one frame that he just slashes the sword when he clips out of bounds.
Pretty cool.
And now you're gonna get to see Enter Jabu with a stick, which is a lot dumber than with a sword.
See, it's like really, really good that Lake knows these kinds of backups.
Okay.
Where did you learn that backup?
All dungeons.
Oh, wow.
That's not a backup in all dungeons. We just have Bird 1-on-B for Jabu in all dungeons.
It's because so a lot of these tricks are, especially the ones with jump slashes, are based on like jump slashes, and the timing is slightly different between a Deku stick and the Master Sword. So the same setup will not work with Deku sticks as opposed to Master Sword. Again, another reason why running a bunch of different categories is actually really, really good for a runner.
So we're almost to the Skulltula, I forgot. And I'm positive I forgot this one.
We missed this trick the first time because we were playing Equip Swap. If you roll, there's a single frame where you can walk through that door. Normally the thing would close because the button gets unpressed. But there is a singular frame where, because Adult Link, because Adult Link is larger than Child Link. Well, actually you could do it as Child Link too, but with the roll, you can actually have a single frame where you open the door.
Alright, and now we're back on course. Everything's fixed. Nothing is
wrong anymore. No one panic. We no longer need to blow up the whole charity.
Everything is fine now. Back on track. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the Poe guy and dupe a bunch of Poes. So like I said, we need 10 Poes for this, and we have 1. So we're gonna use Equip Swap to dupe a bunch of Poes. And actually only recently figured out how this actually works.
Yeah, yesterday me and Lake sat up. Me and Lake sat down and we're like, okay, how does this work? And we looked it up. So basically the idea is, so like I said, when you equip swap using the first item. So in this case, Din's Fire. So basically how it works is you have the Poe on C left and you have arrows on C down and Din's Fire on C right. And when you equip swap arrows onto C left, I believe, the idea is that the game is both getting Din's Fire and arrows onto your C left button where the Poes are. So in the game's mind, it's saying, okay, arrows is going over Poes and Din's Fire is both going over Poes. So I need to switch the Poe with the arrows, but I also need to switch Poes with Din's Fire. So we duplicate Poes, and it's a really interesting way, and it duplicates them, making this a ton easier and way quicker. And not only that, but it has to be pretty precise. Lake has to be careful. It's not super difficult to not overwrite your Poe, but he technically only has his Poe equipped. If you look in his inventory, there is no Poe there. So if he presses the wrong button and equips something to the wrong slot, he'll lose his Poe, which he'll just have to go out to Hyrule Field and grab another one. But
there's a quick backup one just outside if I do.
It's not too bad.
Definitely don't want to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, you can read a donation, Thar. He's gonna do this for a little bit.
Alrighty. Jordan97 donated another $15. Excuse me. Saying, seeing Nick donate made me want to donate more for Dompe. So here's another $15. Chris Grin. Please put this towards naming the Fire Emblem Awakening Avatar War Tab. And with that, we have 2 names so far for the Fire Emblem Awakening Avatar. Arju at $5, War Tab at $15.
Thank you, Jordan. At least I'm not alone. Dampe didn't just bankrupt me.
We were at 7. Yeah. I'll check again after this.
You should be at 7 because of your... I think you've only done... This is the 7th one. Because of your rupee count.
We're at 7.
Yeah, you're at 7 now. Yes.
Okay, we were saying the same thing, but in 2 different ways. Cool.
And one nice convenient way is you can always tell how many you've done because of the rupee count. If you...
Yeah, I never looked at that.
He gives you 50 rupees for everyone, so it's usually pretty easy to tell.
Yeah, that makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Alright, that was our last equip swap. This next one we can just hand them our extra Poe.
Yeah, and if you hand him an extra Poe, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's just, waste time handing him an extra Poe for no reason. And there we go, that's Poe duping. That is a billion times quicker than going out and finding all 10 Poes. I don't even know where all 10 Poes are.
Me neither. I know where 2 are.
yeah, I know where 2 are. There's one outside Hyrule Castle, one outside Lon Ranch, and that's it. Nothing else. I can't think of any of the other ones. Oh, I know where another one is. It's on the way to Gerudo Valley.
Yeah, there is one there. I can probably think of maybe 5 or 6 if you gave me some time, but yeah. Definitely not all 10. And it's slow anyways. Oh my god, this test never goes correctly. Okay, so there's a Skulltula and this grotto over here. We're gonna go grab real quick, and then we'll be on our way to DC. And I definitely do not want to forget to set up W for this one.
Yeah, I was actually almost gonna say like, you want me to remind you to set up W?
Yeah, this is Water Temple 1 is actually the only one that I really ever forgot.
Do you mind if I interject?
Go for it, yeah.
I must have missed a donation earlier. I apologize to RG, who donated $15 and said all my homies hate Dompe. Back to you guys.
Thank you, RG.
Thank you. Alright, so we're going to set Forestwind in Kakariko Village coming from Hyrule Field. And this is important for the next wrong warp we're going to do.
This is probably the most important wrong warp in the entire game.
If I had to pick a single one to keep in the run, this would be it.
Yeah, this is... I can explain it more when the wrong warp actually happens, but this is the only wrong warp that if, like, fails... We'll see what happens. he should. There's no reason he should. But it's a very, very important wrong warp to get. But yeah, we're finally actually going to go back to DC after all those hours ago when we came and got bombs back in, like, what, 40 minutes into the run or something?
Yeah.
We're finally going back and finishing it. Oh, and grabbing a few more Skulltulas. Yep. This is our third trek into DC. You go here 3 times. And you would think that would be slow. Like in most games, you always want to make one trip to a place. But again, Ocarina of Time is so open with its routing and so open with its glitches and tricks that coming into DC 3 times is faster than only coming here once.
I'm low on bombs, and also that position was kind of bad, so I'm not going to do the 0-0-0 thing there. But we can... So usually I use that 0-0-0 glitch that we used for Zoltos and Lon to kill this one. But I'm low on bombs, and doing it during the Hest is kind of hard. And my position was a little bit off there, so I just decided not to go for it. Hitting that Skulltula with that is not a big deal.
It saves like a few seconds.
Yeah.
If
that, yeah. Okay, so now we're going to head back to the back part of DC.
This is why we opened the mouth earlier, is because it's faster to do it then than now. Another example of doing something that saves time later. Oh yeah, also that was the wall. The one he just went in, that's the wall he opened up earlier.
Yep, that's why we opened it up, so we didn't have to bother with it when we were trying to Hest through it. I think I'm just going to grab an extra bomb pot for safety here.
That's probably a good idea.
You don't need a ton of bombs for Shadow, but...
It's always convenient.
Good.
And now we're gonna see the probably the most difficult and highly... Actually, no. First, we're gonna see this little cool glitch. So normally this, kind of like in Jabu Jabu, this little switch is has to be pressed down. It has to be kept pressed. If you get off of it, the gate will go back down. But Lake is going to... Actually, Lake's doing something different than I did.
Yeah, if we just talk to Navi on the right frame as we hit that switch there, the switch stays down for a longer amount of time, and we can just walk through the door. But now we're doing the hardest boss in the game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Tremble in fear. To the might of King Dodongo.
Go bomb some Dodongos.
Yeah, this fight's actually super easy. I don't think even a casual player could have trouble with this. You would just bomb his mouth and hit him. That's it. It's the entire fight.
A lot of runners like to do little fun things like bounce the bomb off the wall or something because there's just no... You just throw a bomb, jump slash. Stand there. He's gonna bounce off this wall. And then...
Ooh-wee, what a hard boss.
Yeah, again, even casually, that one's probably, like, so ridiculously easy. It's, like, impossible to mess up. But, again, this is the wrong warp. So, again, kind of like what happened in Water Temple, except he actually set Forestwind this time. The the first frame he enters the blue warp, he is going to hit Furor's Wind. He's going to do a setup so that it's a lot more consistent. So he knows exactly when he's going to hit Furor's Wind. Makes it, again, easier. And then you're going to see... He's taking that safe. That was a good thing. He needs to take this one safe. So as soon as the black bars disappear, he's gonna press A. And now he wrong warped to Kakariko, but not just into Kakariko, but into Kakariko during the Nocturne of Darkness cutscene. So this is the Nocturne of Shadow. My bad. I've been playing. I don't know why I said darkness. So he wrong warped halfway through, actually. This skips half the cutscene and only gets us to the part where it gives us Nocturne of Shadow. And this is so incredibly important because the requirements to get Nocturne of Shadow is actually to have both Water Medallion and Fire Medallion. And we don't...
And Forest, which we have fire. We have Water and Forest, but Fire is literally the last thing we do before Ganon. So...
Yeah, and not only that, we are going to use Fire Temple to wrong warp itself. So if he missed this, it would mess up routing a ton. Not to mention, he would not have Nocturne of Shadow for the run. So this gets us Nocturne of Shadow, and it's incredibly important that he hits that. It's probably, like I said, the most important wrong warp in the game. It's the only one that, like, kind of kills your run. The
only one that really sucks to fail. Like, the water one sucked to fail, but this one would have really sucked to fail. I'd have had to just opt to not end the run after Fire, and go all the way back here to Kakariko Village, and then have to play Ganondorf, which we don't do in this run, and then go down the cloud sequence regularly like that. It's a whole mess. It's just not good.
Oh, one thing that's also important to mention that makes Adult 2 specifically scary, you can't save warp while you have Furor's Wind on B. So he can't, it's not like he could back it up. He can't save before Dodongo and then do that wrong warp again. If you leave the game and come back in, you will delete Master Sword. And you will not have Furor's Wind on B anymore. Which means you'd have to... Wait, do you delete Master Sword?
You do, but you can get it back from save warping.
Okay. But you would no longer... In my experience, I have died in Adult 2. I lost 7... It took me about 15 minutes to reset it back up to get Furor's Wind on B again.
It takes a long time to reset everything up. Also, I played the wrong song. I was supposed to get a Skulltula in Kakariko before playing Nocturne. I just played Song and I played Nocturne instead, so we're right here anyways, you know.
So saving for safety is not really an option, and dying's really bad, but you shouldn't die unless you're bad like me.
Yeah, at this point in the run we have a lot of hearts, so dying is not a very plausible outcome. Really?
Yeah, like
this is pretty weird.
Routing.
There's the Skulltula, and there's also a heart piece.
I was gonna say, okay.
This house. And now we play Nocturne.
It's a good song. I want to hear it twice.
Yep. Nice soothing melody.
Now we're gonna come into, and this might be my favorite temple in the game.
Yeah, water is, I think, my favorite, just because I like weird shots, but this is definitely a close second.
Yeah, Shadow Temple's great too. I think I love it both casually and speedrun wise.
So since we have Inspire, we can just light the torches with Tins.
There are ways to glitch into Shadow Temple,
yeah.
But this is fastest. If you actually have Inspire. Oh, I think the bomb one down the stairs is faster, technically, right?
It might be, but we have Dins, so...
Yeah, you have Dins and magic.
Yeah, our bomb count's also really bad here.
Okay, Lake is actually going to do a pretty cool Mega Flip right here. That skips the Spinner of Truth. Normally you have to do that Spinner, and you have to use the Lens of Truth to see which one's the real one, aim the Spinner at that, and then you would open up the gate, and then you can get across. Lake doesn't have time for any of that. He's going to just Mega Flip, and it's a pretty precise Mega Flip positioning he has to do. It's one of the... It's one of the more precise ones, and that will just glitch him past the gate.
My position setup knowledge for that one requires sword. If it's not from the left wall, so
Yeah.
a little bit weird there. That's fine though. Okay, I guess we'll just push the spinner because that shouldn't have failed, but it's fine.
That's okay. That was weird.
Okay, we're using Lens of Truth.
Hey, Lens of Truth.
Which
At
one
least
are
it's
you?
not,
Over here.
At least that's a good one.
Yeah. It could be any of these 3 back ones. Lens of Truth, the one with the head still on it when you use lens, is the correct one. And if it's the back one, that takes an extra push to get to.
At least it isn't glitchless. In glitchless, you have to just kind of guess which one it is.
Yeah,
and
in
hope it's
glitchless
right.
you don't have lens, so you kind of just push it until it's correct. Alright, back on track once again. Gonna do a cool mega flip down here.
Oh, that's
I
my
didn't do the cool
favorite.
part.
Oh, I didn't go all the way down.
That's fine. Still a cool mega flip, either way. Pull up that wall for later. And weird shot for
And-
this key.
Yeah.
Instead of having to collect all the silver rupees. Just weird shot for that key.
Yeah, that completely skips most of that room. Also, gates only work one way, so you can just walk out of it.
Yeah,
It's
that
pretty
gate has
good.
one-way collision, so walking through it from the back is no problem.
And then we will be back to this room later, but we have a few other sculptures to get. Again, this is another example of like why Shadow Temple has some of the most interesting moment and one of the reasons why 100% is such a cool category, because every other category basically gets hover boots and then from hover boots glitches to the boss, so you will never see any of these other rooms for any reason other than 100%. Like
So
this
it has
super cool
all these sculptures here, and this is the cooler one if I can get it. Alright, that's good enough. So he
My
has all
God.
the way down and landed on the other side of the room.
Well, not just that, he has to use hover boots. Hover boots only last for a certain amount of time. So at the end of hover boots, he jump slash to continue his momentum to get all the way to the other end. That is actually really precise and super difficult and super cool.
Probably my favorite like single trick in the whole run. So cool.
Yeah, that is. I'm so glad you hit that. Here, kind of like what he did in Ice Cavern, where he hookshot into the enemy to glitch through the cave, through the gate. He's gonna do the same thing here with the like. Glitching through it just kind of clips him forward through the wall. Helps him get the Skulltula. It's faster than weird shotting. And then we're gonna make our way to the other end of this room, which also has a gold Skulltula. And also, by the way, again, Shadow Temple has all these invisible items. There's invisible platforms where he's walking. Normally, you would use Lens of Truth. Not the worst place to follow.
No. That like little ledge in particular is kind of jank. It's not too hard to just jump onto, but yeah, it has a lot of jank like that. That was one of its better janks. It's super weird.
And then Lake's gonna glitch through this gate because it's also not very hard.
Yep, you can kind of just roll through it. It's pretty cool.
Also, there's another cool little trick he's gonna do here, where he jumps on top of these things. If like while they're going down, you go up, Link clips through it and lands on top of these falling flight platforms, which he's gonna use to grab a key real quick.
Yep, so we just backflip as that thing's falling down, and we get right on top of it.
Clips right
Super
through.
simple. And we just need this last key to get over to the next room with the Skulltula in it.
And this is actually probably the only section of Shadow Temple that's actually like not super easy without Lens of Truth. There's a platform on a cycle that's going back and forth, but Lake knows camera tricks to make sure that the platform doesn't start its cycle until Lake wants it to, so that it's exactly right there. And so this platform goes back and forth. So without Lens of Truth, that's actually like the only section that's a little bit difficult, but yeah, with camera tricks, you can make it on a cycle you want it to be. And then here he's just grabbing some rupees. There's invisible spikes, although they work like lava for some reason, which I never understood. What?
I missed this rupee twice somehow.
Silver rupees are so jank too. Like their hitboxes are weird. Again, Lake is just. If you ever see Lake doing weird things, because it's invisible. He doesn't want to equip Lens of Truth. There's no reason to.
All right. So this room has one extra key for us and the fourth Sultula of Shadow Temple. So we're gonna send a bomb to of right timing into this thing to blow it up to get our key. And Sultula is right here. So the key falls right on top of this as we get the Sultula. Nice and easy.
Perfect.
And Roars went back to that other room that we were in earlier, and now we have to ride the boat.
Calculated. Oh yeah, fun boat. Are you? Yeah, he's in a weird shot here to actually hook shot to that ladder to get out of this room.
Interesting.
What the heck happened?
This game is just super weird sometimes.
So
many weird things have happened this run.
That's Marathon right there.
Dude.
Oh.
This is fine.
So normally, you're supposed to just be able to jump onto that wheel.
Yeah.
It's pretty easy to mess up, but it saves a little bit of time and it looks kind of cool.
I even hook shot the thing for me. Yeah, I can.
Long shot, baby.
There it is. Alright, and we just gotta get this Squirtle here. And then place those lullaby to ride the boat.
Yeah, the boat has a little interesting thing with the Stalfos.
Yeah, we're gonna choose with Alpha super hard.
Yeah, so normally there's a few Stalfos that land on this boat and you're supposed to fight them. Well, you don't really have to kill them, but you're supposed to like battle them on the boat as it goes through and you're trying to survive. But Lake's just gonna kind of stand on the back and we'll see what the Stalfos... We'll see what the intelligent and cunning Stalfos do to counteract Link standing on the back of the boat. There's Stalfos number 1. Let's see what his strategy is.
Alright. Good strategy.
He fell off the boat. Okay, that's an interesting strategy. We'll see if Stalfos number 2 is any smarter.
What you got for me, dude? Alright.
Let's see. Alright, see ya.
If at
And that's
first you
how you
don't
defeat the
succeed,
Stalfos.
try again, you know?
Yep, and that's it. That's the Stalfos fight.
Always super
on the boat.
silly.
Yeah, so that's always great to see.
So all this just to get to this part of the Shadow Temple for one Skulltula.
Yes,
one
yeah,
Skulltula all the way back here.
the boat is
So we're not
quite
even gonna get it yet. For now, we're gonna set up for Rose Wind here, and we'll come back after we beat Shadow Temple. Just because this is a convenient place to set for Rose Wind to skip the cutscene.
Yeah, we need to set Frora's Wind somewhere, or in order to do the cutscene skip. And why not there?
And we can pass across this gap here.
Again,
Have to
using
shoot
hover boots.
an arrow at this bomb flower patch. I don't actually want to equip hover boots. Yeah, maybe we have to shoot an arrow at the bomb flower patch to get the other statue to fall down and act as a bridge, but
It's a long
hover
cutscene.
boots testing is too broken.
Here we're gonna see one of our more interesting boss key skips. He's actually going to use a mixture of ledge clipping and damage boosting, where he's gonna ledge clip into the corner and then on the frame perfect set it up so that frame perfectly he gets hit by the bomb that will then hit him into the loading trigger for the boss room like that. And then that's how we get into Bongo Bongo. Bongo Bongo is probably the hardest boss in the game, I guess.
Is he?
I mean,
I
who
feel
else?
like Baronade's harder.
Oh yeah, you're right. Probably Baronade. Baronade's the only one that
Both
takes like
can be harder in some cases as well, depending on what you have.
not in Hundo.
Not in Hundo, yeah, not in Hundo, but in a lot of runs.
But Bongo Bongo is not very difficult. We're just gonna get ISG like every other boss, and then we're going to shoot his hands with the hook. Once he gets ISG, he's gonna shoot his hands with the hook shot, and then again we're swinging on every single frame. So when Bongo Bongo hits us, he gets hit, and then we just stand there and hey. The only reason that fight could ever be difficult is if you have a hard time getting ISG or hitting his hands. Which again is more difficult than most of the bosses in this category, so.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, that's Bongo Bongo.
So again, we're going to do a setup to make the Froze Wind easier to press, frame perfectly. So I'm right near the edge of the lure.
This is why we didn't do Shadow Temple earlier, is because we did not have... There are ways to skip cutscenes without Froze Wind on B, but they're much more complicated, a lot more precise, and take a lot longer specifically.
Yeah, it's because we have so much health at this point.
Yep, so like other categories usually die in order to skip cutscenes, but again, like I said, Hundo has so many heart pieces. Most categories get like 6 hearts max. A lot of them get just 3. And so, but Hundo has to get 20. And so damaging down takes forever. It's super slow. It's a lot harder, a lot more precise. And I mean, even if you didn't have to damage down, I'm pretty sure it'd still be slower than Froze Wind. So Froze Wind is a very convenient way to skip cutscenes very easily. And now we are officially done with Shadow Temple.
We got all the skull souls there. That one last one after beating it. And now we're on our way to Deku Tree. After going on the most insane shopping spree that you'll ever go on in this game. I love this shop. It's so nice. It feels so good. I wish every category could do this shopping.
It's nice. It's again another one of those little like Hundo privilege moments of being able to just have a ton of money and just buy a ton of bombs. So normally
the shop's actually closed right now. Normally, you have to talk to the baby Goron after you blow him up, so that he opens the shop. But I don't actually do that right now.
Blowing up babies.
Yeah. Baby Goron specifically, but we can do a clip out here to get into the shop just fine. And now we're gonna buy Goron tunic and 40 bombs.
Yes, that's very nice.
To full bombs, it's so nice.
And then bombs are.
If you're an OT runner, you love bombs. This just feels so good.
Yeah, I've heard OT runners. Someone asked OT runners like the best sound, and they're like the bomb pickup sound is like the greatest sound in the world. We're probably gonna get to Skulltula too. Bombs are, if I'm correct, are not that tight from here on out. After you get that 40 bomb pickup, you're pretty good
not
on
really.
bombs.
Not really at all, yeah. We're pretty good on bombs now.
So it's always, like I said, it's one of those Hundo things, because like no other category is able to buy that many bombs, because no other category has all that ton of money all the time to just buy a ton of bombs.
This is another very important Froze Wind set.
Yes.
And Lost One's coming from Kokiri. We will use this for another wrong warp, just like we did with DC.
The second most important wrong warp in the game. This one is really, really important. It's a lot like so you'll notice that some dungeons warp us to wrong locations and some dungeons just skip the cutscene. That's because of how wrong warping works. The way wrong warping is decided is by the cutscene that happens after. So like let's say like in Shadow Temple, the cutscene that happens right after is Chamber of Sages. And because Chamber of Sages has a certain cutscene value, you don't do a wrong warp. You just warp to wherever Froze Wind was. But the child dungeons, such as Deku or Dodongo's Cavern, don't set you to Chamber of Sages. They set you to a different location depending on the cutscene. And those cutscene values do wrong warp you. So that's why the child dungeons wrong warp you to weird locations while the adult dungeons don't. Except for Fire Temple, which we'll get to later.
Yeah, exactly. Also, Casual has clip into the Deku Tree.
Sorry, I didn't realize explaining wrong warping was. I forgot that might have been not the right time.
No, you're good.
So basically, yeah, just he used a Hess to clip into the Deku Tree. Do you load the mouth in with that Hess?
Nope. Oh yeah, you do.
Okay.
Mouth is
There's another version where you don't have, which isn't as cool, but the mouth is unloaded, so you can just walk.
Yeah, I
in.
tried the cool one first because the less cool but safer one for me to do it takes a long time. But if you fail that one and just void out, then you're in a good position to try the less cool one. But I got the cool one though because it's cool.
And hey, it's the first dungeon of the game.
Yeah, we're
3
finally
hours
in
in.
Tree.
Yep, that dungeon we skipped in the very beginning. We're finally gonna come back and complete. We're getting slingshot for all source requirement and 1 singular item later.
Yep, which is another slingshot. Well, I'm not afraid to slingshot.
Yeah. Deku Tree is actually probably one of the harder dungeons in the game.
Pretty neat.
Yeah, you'll see when he was coming in here, he did like a weird, he targeted the wall and then side hopped into the door. That's in order to skip Navi text box. Also, when he hookshot it up here, he hookshot to a specific part to also skip a Navi text box. We don't really want to talk to Navi here. She just wastes time. He's going to do another frame perfect side hop, entering the door there, skip Navi. And it's little things like that, like sometimes you don't notice because he skipped the text box. Why would you know he skipped the text box? But then when you know how much goes into some of these kinds of things, it's pretty cool.
Didn't actually mean to hit the switch there. Doesn't really do anything. Just
nah, it sets up the trick for the wrong warp later. That was a really
we're
important
actually doing SRM with that.
that switch is SRM.
Okay, so we just fall down to break the web there, just like any casual player would.
Yeah, that's normal.
Just as adult Link, which no casual player would.
Yeah, sometimes you have to like distinguish things, like so people who haven't seen the game before, you're like, no, that's the game normally. This is the game broken. That's the game normally. The game just has such a. Here we're gonna see crawl space skip. So this crawl space can only be walked through as Child Link. Adult Link has no way of going through. But what Link is going to do is he's gonna basically say, screw that, I'm gonna get through it anyways. He's gonna use a bomb chew to basically again damage hover and then side hop out of bounds and use hover boots in order to kind of like get into the crawl space, but in this weird angle. That was actually really clean. That could go really badly because you can get stuck in the crawl space, which will either make it so you have to like kind of mash buttons and try to get out, but I don't fully understand, or you're just completely stuck in there. It's a complete soft lock and you either have to Feroz Wind, out basically. Which is bad because magic is tight, and also that's really slow, and you have to go and you go all the way back to Lost Woods. So it's really good.
It just takes a long time to get back. Magic isn't a bigger problem because there's plenty of magic in the spirit. Which, spoiler, is the next dungeon we're going to.
Dude, what the heck?
I'm sorry.
And here he's gonna do 3, 2, 1, no, 2, 3, 1 skip.
2, 3, 1, yes.
So he's going to super slide while off of one of these plants. So it's hard to this was hard to explain in the beginning. So when Link super slides, he's grabbing this plant and the explosion is pushing him, basically sliding backwards. And what's going to happen is he is going to go down a ramp and it's going to lower where Link is. And then when he stops the super slide, he's going to warp back to where he grabbed the plant. And that puts him underneath the floor. And then from here, he could mega flip through unloaded room and hit the boss room trigger.
Please don't hit this grass. Okay. Really?
That mega side hop, not mega flip, is frame perfect and a bit finicky. This whole part's pretty difficult. It's a lot harder to super slide off this little shrub than it should be. Super sliding off bombs is easy, but this shrub does not make it easy.
Especially with ISG camera being what it is.
Yeah, the ISG does mess with the camera a little bit. And you also need to like not break the shrub with ISG, which can also happen.
That should be. There we go. we Mega Side off, back down into the Goma boss room.
And that skips a whole like hitting these Dekus, talking to one of the Deku scrubs, and leading like going into the whole thing. It's called 2-3-1 skip because you're supposed to hit like the second, then the third, and the first. And if you watch Defeat Ganon No SRM, you'll see it. And then we get to see Goma, which is, in my opinion, one of the more fun boss fights. I love this boss fight.
Fun only because of how ridiculously fast it is.
Mm-hmm. You'll see right now. So, like every other fight, we'll get ISG. Then we'll nut Goma. And then...
And she does.
Bye, Goma. That's... Yep. There you go.
That's the fight.
Okay, and then he, again, Link is going to use Ferora's Wind to wrong warp from Deku Tree. Because, again, it's a dungeon that does not send us to the Chamber of Sages. Okay, we hit probably the two most important wrong warps, so.
Yep. It's pretty fine if we mess up any others.
So this actually warps us, oddly enough, to Silver Gauntlets. Yep. So we use this as we actually don't want Silver Gauntlets. A really long cutscene plays if you open them, and also they're completely pointless.
Which is in fact this cutscene. This cutscene plays if you open them. So
Yeah,
we wrote off to the cutscene. If we were to get them, this cutscene would play again.
Silver Gauntlets are super weird. No matter how you get Silver Gauntlets, this cutscene will play. If you even if you glitch and get Silver Gauntlets in a completely wrong place with SRM, it will still warp you here and play this cutscene.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny.
It's quite funny. An old route, once SRM was discovered, actually used that to start the dungeon rush at Spirit.
But here we don't want Silver Gauntlets. We just want to be at Spirit Temple. So this is just, if it wasn't for this, it's a large trek. This is very far away from Deku Tree.
Mm-hmm. We're on basically the other side of the entire map.
And so he's going to use a super slide and a well-timed jump slash to get over to the other side, which is a chest we actually do want, which is Mirror Shield. Again, not only is it 100% requirement, but Mirror Shield is the only way to beat the boss of Spirit Temple, Twin Robo.
Got it. I love this visual.
Hey! And I'm glad you set Ferora's Wind there. If you set Ferora's Wind at the wrong time, you can soft lock, as Lake found out not that long ago.
Yep. Preparing for this method or for this marathon, I found a new to me at least, way to soft lock. It was great.
So we are actually going to exit Spirit Temple because that is what sets learning Requiem. Normally you're supposed to learn Requiem as an adult, come back as a child, go through a whole section, get Silver Gauntlets, and then use Silver Gauntlets to come back as an adult to then go through the dungeon. We're gonna do this instead. We are going to glitch. We're not even going to glitch into the child section. Oh no, yeah, we are going to glitch into the child section to get some Skulltulas.
Because most of the Skulltulas in this temple are actually on the child side, which is weird, kind of. But yeah, it's just more efficient to go through child side to get all the Skulltulas on their way up to the boss. Nice song.
First try. I'm so sad my ZFG gift sub expired yesterday. I could have spammed so many emotes during this.
Unlucky, dude. I should have scheduled me one day earlier.
I know. He should have taken my gift subs into account when scheduling.
Yeah.
But yeah, so here's how we get Requiem. That warps us to Spirit Temple. We will actually use it later.
Alright, important note about Requiem is that it sets time of day to noon, and that'll be convenient when we want to get some Skulltulas in the south side area after Spirit Temple.
Yeah, certain cutscenes do set time of day to certain times. Time of day also does not pass while inside of a dungeon. So it will it will be the same time when he leaves. He's gonna do another super slide here to skip through this block. Normally you need Silver Gauntlets to move this block, or you can again use super sliding to clip past it.
I forgot to keep my sticks because I'm not actually good at the non-stick one.
He oddly enough, so he actually clipped back in, but too soon, and he went into the block and not in the right way. So the game thought he got crushed by the block, and it just warped him back out.
Can't do the cool hot slide today. It's not happening. Oh yeah, so a big part of this run is equips. There's a lot of equipping, and sometimes remembering what exactly you need to equip is a struggle.
Equips is actually one of I think one of the optimizations from like better runners. Like when you're new, you kind of just equipped. You don't have your equips memorized and you don't have them super optimal. But as you get better and better at the game and you start trying to get a more and more optimized time, equipping is actually a really big deal in this game. Having your equips,
sure.
knowing them right, not messing around with the item select screen. Even just equipping items into the wrong slot can end up losing you a lot of time over the course of a run.
Alright, so we're gonna send the bomb chew that goes around the room all the way into this little crevice here where there's a Skulltula behind a Song of Time block, and we still don't have Song of Time. So we can get a little boomerang there.
And then he slides off to the left because that makes the boomerang go left.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll have Song of Time eventually, but it's gonna be a bit. And there won't be much run left by that time.
So can't slide.
And then we're going to do another super slide again in order to glitch past the crawl space on the other end. Just like in Deku, Adult Link can't go through crawl spaces, so we're going to have to glitch past it. This was a lot easier to get past than the Deku Tree one, though.
Yep, just a little bit of the super slide there.
And then this is one of the more annoying rooms, in my opinion.
I need bomb chews.
He has to kill all the enemies here in order to...
Yeah, this room's definitely a little annoying.
Yeah. He has to kill all the enemies here in order to open up the gate.
The spinner is particularly annoying.
Yes.
Just in the middle of the room while you're trying to do everything.
Oh my god, how did you miss that?
No clue.
That might be one of the things, sometimes in this game, hookshots are weird, and so the hookshot will be outside, something like a keys, or it happens a lot with Skulltulas. The hookshot will be on one side of the Skulltula on one frame, and then the next frame, it actually hits the wall, and it hits the wall collision before it hits the Skulltula, and you just will miss stuff like that. Like the hookshot will just go straight through whatever you're trying to hit. That gate is... I don't know an explanation for that gate, why it does that. It's just
you're not supposed to be able to grab it from that side, so it kind of freaks out.
This is child.
And you're also not supposed to be able to climb this from this side, so you can just clip through the ceiling there.
Again, this whole part is the child section of Spirit Temple. You are not supposed to be here as an adult. You're not supposed to be able to do any of this. An adult, like, just on being taller and having certain items breaks things. Like, just Link's height breaks a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Here he's gonna weird shot to get past this crawl space.
Yeah, there's a hookshot of a collision, which is not random this time. This is actually a wall you have to climb that we can hookshot to. And we can just open this door from behind.
Actually still need a key, even if you're opening it from behind, by the way.
Yep.
And Lake is...
So this is the wall that we hookshot.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the Skulltula here. We gotta bomb this wall to open the door here. That's just casual stuff. You gotta open the sundial. And now we have the hookshot everywhere.
One of the hardest dungeons in the game for Hundo to do optimally. And I hope he gets it. If he lines it up right, there's a chest that's gonna drop from over there, and you can hookshot it while it's dropping, which is actually pretty cool.
Really?
Oh,
that was lined up correctly, but I hookshot too late. So part of that trick working is the fact that the box bounces, and you hit it during one of its up bounces.
It's really precise.
I just didn't time it correctly. It's fine though. Not a big deal. I just hookshot it after. That's cool, but not necessary in the slightest.
And then now we're gonna do a super fun section. Actually, the statue climb. So Lake is gonna use a bomb to clip out and back in, and that will help him climb up the statue. and then he's going to do some precise jump slashes and side hops, a little frame perfect jump slash right here, and then he is going to use that hookshot extension I talked about earlier, where he got.
Nope.
Oh, that's right. You're doing new stuff. Never mind. I don't know how to do that boss key skip. I can't explain.
So we can backflip on 2 different precise frames to flip through the head there, and with hover boots, just walk out of bounds and jump slash into the boss loading zone. Pretty neat. That was found pretty recently.
Pretty neat. That's nice because not only do you not have to hook shot, but normally you'd hook shot in there and then use a mega flip to get past the boss key, and that just skips it all completely.
Saves the bomb and is a little faster, I believe.
Here is a little mini boss, and he's going to do another cutscene skip. Just like we did with Minuetta 4, he's going to void out while the cutscene happens. So he's going to do about 9 hits of damage or something like that. To make it so Noburo, oh sorry, spoilers, that's Noburo in there, is 1 hit away from being killed. And then he is going to drop a bomb and then void out, and then the bomb is going to kill Noburo as he voids out, and that's going to skip the cutscene after. So he needs to do a pretty precise setup. He's going to do the same thing he did with the like in Shadow Temple, where he hook shots into her. For some reason, she's hook shotable. I don't know why. And that will clip him out like that. And then the bomb kills her, and then the cutscene starts and he voids out.
Yeah, it may not look like there's a cutscene starting. It's because I pressed the cutscene item in midair as I walked out, and that's only just keep the music, which I think is funny. I always do it. I promise you there is a cutscene skip there, or a cutscene there that we did skip.
Yes. And then fun Twin Rova. Are you excited, like?
Yeah, this is the other kind of like RNG part of the run. It's just not as bad as Damper fishing. Yeah,
it won't be as bad as Damper fishing, but you need to reflect. So there's a fire and ice witch, and so you need to reflect the fire. When the fire one shoots a beam at you, you need to reflect into the ice one. When the ice one shoots a beam at you, you need to reflect into the fire one. And what decides when they shoot is, well, no one knows. It just happens
random.
Whenever they feel like it.
Yeah, pretty much.
They can be super nice and give you like triple shots where they shoot 3 off really quick, or you could just sit there for 30 seconds, just patiently waiting, watching your timer tick up, watching your time loss, watching all your time save melt away.
Cool boss.
Yeah, a lot of categories end up doing this boss, so a lot of categories hate this boss.
And we can stun the one that isn't shooting in place by just spamming hookshot to make them spin. Helps with managing where they're flying, make it easier for us to hit them.
You didn't do the RNG manip where you just slam the target button over and over again.
It doesn't
do
anything.
Actually help at all. But the Taz does it, so you should do it.
I prefer to keep my index finger in one piece.
Whack.
Okay, that was lucky and unlucky at the same time.
Yeah, so the positionings are also random, so there is very much a chance that like one of them shoots a beam at you and you just can't reflect it. Like the other one's just out of your range. There's no way to reflect it, and it just sucks. Yeah, the ice. I can't remember their names off the top of my head, but the ice one was just out of range. There's nothing you can do.
One of them's Kame and one of them's Kotake, but I don't know which one is which.
Oh, and then we get to the second phase. Second phase is much nicer.
Is guaranteed.
No RNG, at least on this first cycle. As long as you don't miss the first cycle kill, there is no RNG. You need to wait for 3 of the same element, so 3 ice or 3 fire, and she always starts off with 3 of the same. So this will be 3 ice in a row every time, or 3 fire in a row every time. And then, again, we will be using ISG to stun lock her after we reflect back. And much like every other boss in the game, ISG just stun locks and that's it. And there actually is a little bit of a cutscene before the blue warp. which
Yeah.
Twitch chat thinks
The
is the
famous
funniest
one.
thing in the world.
The funny one.
Most runners do not think it's the funny one. Thar, if you have any donations, you could probably read them right now.
No donations, but I can remind you guys who we're raising money for. This marathon is benefiting Rise Above the Disorder, which is a non-profit dedicating to battling the two greatest barriers to mental health: access and affordability. To accomplish their mission, they provide a universal mental health care system to people around the world. Too many people can't afford mental health care, and RAD is working to change that. Do I have much more time?
Not really. No.
I'll be afraid to say no.
Yeah, in like 10 minutes, you'll have like 5 minutes. So.
All right, it's no big deal.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you forgot about that one, didn't you, Nick?
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a little bit. Some of the routing, I'm like. So there's like a weird thing with Link's roll where there's like a certain part where it has like no momentum, and if you just roll off the edge right as you have no momentum, you do that.
Get a short hop, yeah. Again, just a small setup to make this easier for me.
Yeah, that's a little setup. It's worth it, definitely. And again, warping right as we get the medallion will get us out.
And we're actually missing one Skulltula from Spirit Temple. We have to get before we get out of here.
Oh, the amount of times I forgot that Skulltula.
I've never forgot the Skulltula. Luckily. I have forgotten plenty of other Skulltulas, as is evident from this run.
It's actually pretty necessary to set Roar's Wind, or else you'd have to fight that Iron Knuckle right there.
And that is, again, showing the magic perfect route. I now have no magic, but I'll get a refill from getting Neru's Love in a little bit.
There's a little heart piece over there. You're supposed to put a beanstalk as a child, and then ride it as an adult, and it goes all these weird ways. But we're just gonna super slide, and then jump slash.
Missing. Nope. We're good.
Easy.
Oh, it's not close at all.
That was actually calculated. That's the most optimal way to do that.
Put me closest to this next Skulltula.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, again, the fact that Requiem is set to noon means that it's about to turn night. Just turn night. So the Skulltula is just spawning.
Which is very helpful.
I hate this way.
Oh, this whole area sucks. Between the Gways and the, what are those things called? The green ones?
Levers.
Oh my god. Levers. Levers and Gways are the worst thing in the world, and this section is just full of them, and it's horrible. This next skull, if he doesn't get it right away, it's the worst thing.
Alright, that wasn't too much trouble.
Yeah, those levers can continuously just hit you, and there's just and you just sit there crying while you try to grab the Skulltula. It's right there, and you just want the Skulltula. And then here we get the super useful and totally not at all pointless Neru's Love.
Yeah, we definitely don't use this a single time for any reason at all. We don't even use it for item manipulation or equip swap or anything.
Yeah, there's like one category in all of Ocarina that uses Neru's Love just to equip swap. That's its only purpose.
And it's on an old route.
Its only purpose is its most usefulness is where it is on the item menu. Not even its use, just where it is kind of helpful in one route of MSD.
Although it is cool for newer players, you can do some bomb tricks like super slides or hessing, or root shotting easier with Neru's Love.
Yeah, because since those tricks are based off of Link's invincibility and Neru's Love is like a defense spell, it makes a lot of those tricks really easy. Actually, there's like really, really old speedruns from like 2003 and 2002 that use Neru's Love to like super slide and stuff. But that's like prehistoric times in speedrunning age.
Alright, so now we're gonna go through Wasteland backwards.
Wasteland is interesting. So it's going to look like Lake is making a lot of really weird turns for no reason. So how Wasteland works is you use Lens of Truth to follow a Poe through specific areas. A lot of these, basically, floor collision is void out. But one, we're not on the right side of Wasteland, and two, Lakes doesn't need no Poe to tell him where to go. He just knows where to go. So he's just walking through the Wasteland without... he just knows how to go and where to avoid the void out areas. It's a pretty precise path that's really not too hard once you've done it a few times.
Yeah, it's not too bad. We do have to make a quick stop for this one Skullsel here. And a slow climb back up. This ladder is not shuttable for whatever reason. You just gotta climb it.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird inconsistencies like that in this game. And then what's actually kind of nice is here you just get to do a little turn. Oh. You're not going to super slide?
No, I never really messed with it.
Oh.
I should have,
Well,
but I never did.
Well, never mind then. Lake's just going to follow these poles and go through it.
Yeah. If I can see the poles. Sometimes you can't see the poles.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
You can
This
spin.
is the one I came from. I can't spin.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a sword.
Where is this thing? Hello? There it is.
And 64 render distance.
Yep.
You can always just
It's even worse at night, right? It's even worse at night. At day, they're easier to see, but at night, they're a little harder because it's all dark. The sandstorm.
If you die, it takes rid of the sandstorm. I mean, you'll lose for always when on B, and it'll be terrible,
Yeah,
but
I mean, yeah.
the sandstorm will go away. Just die, dude.
Alright, so now we made it all the way through Reverse Wasteland, and now we're in Gerudo Fortress, which we have done nothing of, so we're gonna get caught just by walking up to this gate and get thrown in jail.
Oh no, we're in jail. So yeah, the Gerudos, this whole X section is it's kind of like the guards in Hyrule Castle, where the Gerudos catch you, they'll throw you in this jail. Lake's gonna hookshot and grab the ledge above him, like that. And then we're gonna go around. We have to save 4 carpenters in order to prove our worth or something like that to one of the Gerudos, and
Yeah, pretty much.
that will give her, that will basically call off all the Gerudos. But we have to go around and save the 4 carpenters first.
Yeah, we only really need to do that. Well, 1 for Carpenter, or for Gerudo card, and 2 because we need Gerudo card for archery, which gives us the biggest quiver.
Yeah, you need a lot of things for archery. You need both the Gerudo card and Epona. Also, the Gerudos have really bad... So, when it's nighttime, the Gerudo sight is very much limited, and for some reason that also works indoors. Like, it makes sense outdoors, it's nighttime, it's hard to see, but even indoors in well-lit rooms, their eyesight is a lot worse at night.
It's pretty jank.
So that's why Lake was able to kind of like walk in front of her without her seeing him at all. It's just because it's nighttime. So it's actually really convenient that...
Okay, whatever.
He needs to defeat this Gerudo guard 4 times.
Where are you going, dude?
She's super weird. ISG takes quick work of her, but she can be doing weird backflips and weird stuff too. Oh yeah, we're gonna see her 3 more times, so don't worry.
Honestly, Dara, if you have anything to read here, you can. It's just gonna be more of me fighting these guys.
Yeah, just another reminder that we have the naming incentive and the good versus bad ending incentive for the upcoming run, Fire Emblem Awakening. We have also just made a new incentive for Kingdom Hearts 1 Final Mix Standard All Worlds, which is going to be ran tomorrow by Wyatt W8. It is for Wyatt to sing a song during a minigame section of the game. That song would be Go the Distance from Hercules, with another incentive to be added if it gets met for a reprisal of that song later on in the run. So if you want to hear Wyatt sing, and he's a pretty good singer, he sang at our last event, get those donations in.
Sick. So it's the second carpenter. 2 more to go. And we're going through these carpenters in a manner that's going to put us close to where we want to be after, which is Gerudo Training Grounds and the second back part of Gerudo Fortress as well. Another carpenter here.
And the carpenter section is one of those sections. It's a little bit more fun to play than to watch. It's kind of like the same thing 4 times. It's a little bit fun to do the movement and stuff like that. There's some fun stuff. But Yeah, he's just going around collecting all the carpenters, getting everything. These Gerudo guards can be a little bit jank.
Okay, so that's the third one. Alright, we're gonna go up the opposite way we came so that we can go up higher into the fortress. Puts us in a good spot to launch out these vines and into the last room with a carpenter in it.
And then this is the one that like, oh my god, you've beaten my guard 4 times. I can't believe you're so amazing. Let me just allow you to walk through my... It's something about like him being a dude, because the Gerudos are all girls, and so they don't like men. That's why I believe that's why they captured the carpenters, is because they're guys.
Yeah, the carpenters tried to join the Gerudo army, and they said no.
So she's like, oh my god, a man who can fight. I am so surprised. I haven't seen that. And so... we impress her with our walking while holding a glowing stick.
Yeah.
Such skill, such finesse with ISG.
Nothing can match him. Alright, so now the look is free. Chick's gonna talk to us, and after a little bit, we get the Gerudo card. So now we can walk around the Gerudo fortress without having to worry about getting caught. Don't have to kill any guards or anything. It also lets us buy our way into the Gerudo training grounds.
That's a glitch to get in, but if you miss it, it's just like pay 10 rupees. It's not that big of a deal.
And
also,
rupees.
Yeah, the clip in saves like 10, like not even 5 seconds.
Yeah, it saves literally like nothing at all. Sudden froze wind here, just so we can get out of Gerudo training grounds quickly. We only want to pop in here for a single item. It is the big reward for completing the training grounds, and we are going to do it in like 2 seconds.
So typically you're supposed to go through a whole mini dungeon. This is probably one of the bigger mini dungeons, and you collect a ton of keys to go through this maze full of keys in order to get to the center chest, which holds ice arrows. But you can also, again, just weird shot. So not only is Gerudo Training Ground pretty trivial because you just weird shot through it, but also ice arrows are practically worthless.
Yeah, we don't use them for anything in this run.
There's one strat you can do on Vivagia that is actually slower, but it looks cool, I guess.
Wait, I don't want to play some song yet. Wrong song. I need one more Skulltula. I just have to play it again. So we do.
But yeah, Gerudo Training Grounds is completely trivial like that. And now we have Ice Arrows, which we're also never going to use.
Yep.
And then we're going to come over here to grab a Skulltula.
This section's a little bit hard to memorize because there's a lot of the same kind of thing. You play a song or Sephiroth's Win in front of that loading zone like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, because
sometimes
he's gonna go right in front of that. He's gonna go right in front of that loading zone again right now.
Yeah, so now I play Sun Song to make a day. We got all those Skulltulas in Gerudo Fortress now, and we need a day for Gerudo Archery. Now we play Opponent Song. And we need to Sephiroth's Win once again.
And this is because we actually wanted to come back to Gerudo Fortress again later.
Yeah,
not too far off.
Later. Yeah, maybe like 20-30 minutes from now. If that.
Yeah, it's not one of those
things.
things.
Okay, opponent, you dumbass, get up there.
Opponent's just janky. There's not much. Here we're gonna have one of the actually like only like difficult mini games. Is Gerudo Archery. Most mini games are pretty trivial and easy. Gerudo Archery is not. The first
one actually takes practice. Yeah, you need 1,000 points for this first one.
Yeah, 1,000 points. If you hit the center, you get 100, or a little bit out of 60, a little bit out of 30. 1,000 points is fairly easy to get. You shouldn't have much trouble, but the second and third, technically, you have to get 1,500, and that's actually a little bit harder. Actually, really easy to fail. Like Leek said, it's a part you have to kind of practice.
Alright, so that first one gave me the heart piece. Then you have to play it again for a quiver upgrade. We're actually gonna get 2 quiver upgrades from this. And if you remember right now, we still have our glitched quiver, the 20 quiver that we're never supposed to get. And that's gonna cause kind of an issue. As long as I don't fail this, okay, good. It's gonna cause kind of an issue with the game. It's not gonna give us the right thing. Instead, what we're gonna get is a chest on this guy's, or this Guido guard's butt.
And this is the aptly named ass chest.
Yep, this is ass chest. And we get Spooky Mask, which is part of the child trade sequence.
So that's where Spooky Mask was. I knew I left his.
That's where it was all along. Alright, so now we're gonna come over here and get Kojiro. And now we're gonna get a fish on our B button with Kojiro and Sea Rai, and that's gonna give us our Quiver 30 upgrade. So we're gonna have the actual real Quiver upgrade, and this also keeps the Bombback 40. And if we can just set it up so that we look at this guard for 1 frame. I'm not sure if that works. It's not a big deal if this fails. I'm not even sure how I looked at the guard. I'm gonna do it again anyways, because that was a short enough time for me to be suspicious that it might work. The idea is that we want to look at the guard for 1 frame exactly, so that we get the Quiver upgrade to Quiver 40, but it doesn't set the flag that we actually got an upgrade. So that was a little bit weird. The setup didn't quite go as planned. Not a big deal if this fails, so if this fails, we just won't get anything. And
we'll just do it.
If it went well, yeah, we'll just do the actual minigame for the second Quiver upgrade. Okay, so if that went well, we'll get a Quiver upgrade. If not, no big deal. We'll just play Nocturne and go to the Kakariko Archery. Okay, so that did work, actually. I'm kind of surprised.
Awesome. And there we have the largest quiver from Source.
Yep. We need Ocarina as well. Alright, so now we're gonna drop with Milk on Sea Rai, which is gonna give us 20 bombs. Nice little refill. And then we'll catch our fish again. And now we're gonna play Prelude of Light, to go to Temple of Time. And we have Shadow and Spirit Medallion, which is what the game checks for when it's about to play a Light Arrow cutscene. And we went into the Light Arrow cutscene with Bottle on B. That's important. So this is like a 5-minute cutscene with not much going on, but in this category there's a little bit more going on. So during this cutscene, it plays like a flashback to where Chad Link is coming up to the castle with his 3 beautiful stones, and Zelda's going away and doing the ocarina. It plays like that flashback for a little bit, and that actually in-game turns Link to child, and then we go back to adult in this cutscene. So that alone is enough to trigger Bottle Adventure, the thing that we used to put Fur's Win on our B button. And so we have a bottle on our B button when we went into Light Arrow cutscene, and we still have Ruda's letter equipped as child. It keeps our equips from there. So let's go to look at our arrow count again, which is 50 now that we upgraded our quiver to the highest upgrade. It automatically changes it to 50. And that's going to put item 50 on our B button, and I'll leave it to suspense until after the cutscene to see what that is.
It's actually incredibly convenient that item 50 is an actual helpful item for the route. And it's also, like I said, like you said, it's so convenient that the game actually teleports you back in time for Bottle Adventure during a cutscene. It doesn't, so it's one of the most interesting uses for a cutscene. You literally use the cutscene to activate a glitch, which is just another example of how Hundo has so many cool layers to even something like a long cutscene.
Yeah, so we're getting light arrows from Source here. That's the main purpose of watching the cutscene. No other really way to get light arrows from Source. So if we have literally anything to talk about for the next 3 minutes, Star, it's all yours.
Hello everyone, I'm obviously Dar. I'm Dar's other twin. We do have a donation though. We have a $10 donation from Jordan the Darkness that says, "Yo, Wyatt singing PogChamp." Thank you very much, Jordan. So I would like to remind you all that we do have a donation incentive for Wyatt to sing. Let me see here real quick.
I think it's be a
Hercules song, something.
Oh, Hercules, Go the Distance.
Yes,
Distance.
so
yeah, that one.
So we're $10 out of the $50 needed for Wyatt to sing the Kingdom Hearts Go the Distance. So get your donations in for getting Wyatt to sing.
Here's the part where the flashback happens. We are now a child.
Believe it or not, as long as this cutscene feels, on English it is about, what, 2 minutes longer?
Something like that. It's ridiculously long in English.
I believe it's about 5 minutes on Japanese, about
4 minutes 50 seconds on Japanese,
and then about 7 minutes on English. And then,
Something
so
like that.
PAL on N64 has this really weird thing where it actually runs at a slower frame rate. And because this game does a character per frame, all the dialogue is even slower. So I think this cutscene clocks in over 9 minutes on PAL, which is just
A
painful.
long cutscene.
Yeah. So if you ever want to run this game, get the Japanese version. It is not that hard to set up, and the Ocarina of Time Discord will help you. But it's very necessary to get the Japanese version just for your own sanity.
Yeah, we still have like a minute and a half left in this cutscene. If there's anything to announce or read.
So I would like to remind everyone what the charity is. So we're raising money for Rise Above the Disorder. Rise Above the Disorder is a nonprofit organization dedicated to battling the two greatest barriers to mental health care: access and affordability. To accomplish their mission, they provide a universal mental health care system to people around the world. Too many people can't afford mental health care. We're working to change that. If you believe in a world where everyone has access to the hope, health, and happiness they deserve, you are rad. And so in
Great.
addition to that, we still have a poll for running a bid war for Spiral 3 Reignited between Spiral's color for black, pink, or yellow, as well as the Kingdom Hearts 3 speedrun for the voice language for Japanese or English.
Alright, we're mere moments away from exiting this cutscene. So Zelda has been taken to Ganon's castle. That's fine. We'll get to it in a bit. We actually are going to Ganon's castle, but we're not gonna save Zelda yet, or ever actually, really. Okay, so yeah, the mystery item that we put on B button was Poacher Saw, which is the next thing in the trade quest line after Kojiro. Actually, no, it's three items down after Kojiro, which we currently have. And this will be useful to quickly advance the trade quest to where we want it to be.
So there are two trade quests in this game. One is a child with masks, where you have to get a mask and go to a different person, then sell them a mask, then go back to the Happy Mask salesman, get a mask. It's a really long thing, and there's the similar item with adult Link, where he gets an item from someone. He gets like Kojiro, and then he trades Kojiro for like a mushroom or something, and he trades the mushroom for like something else. And it is a really long trade quest. But using this, we actually get basically one of the closer to the end items. We skip a whole frog and a timer, and with the Poacher Saw, we're able to just skip like half that trade quest, which is really, really convenient. And will still get us, as long as, just like with quivers and stuff, like as long as we get the final item, which is the big Goron sword from Source, it counts as Source requirement, which we will. But first we gotta make a detour and get some more magic.
This is the double defense.
Fairy gives you stuff. Same thing.
Yep, Fairy restores your health and magic as well.
So that's also why we got the spooky mask from the aptly named ass chest from the Gerudo. That is like halfway through.
Yeah, that accelerates the trade quest up until pretty much the last thing.
Yeah, it's fair. You only have like 3 masks. Well, the Bunny Hood's the only mask after that.
Yeah.
So it's very, very convenient to skip most of those trade quests because they are very long and tedious, and the routing is very annoying because you have to go so many different places. So it is nice that we have Poacher Saw. It's actually very, very, like I said, it's incredibly convenient that it happens to be item 50, and that item 50 is not something like another bottle or
Ice arrows.
hook shot or ice arrows, or like it's something just completely pointless. Which like most items would be completely pointless on the.
Pretty neat stuff. So now we are going to Ganon's castle. We need gold gauntlets. That's all we're gonna do in there.
We're gonna save Zelda too, right?
Nope.
Yeah, she can wait. So there are 3 strength items: Goron bracelet, silver gauntlet, gold gauntlets. We don't need any. We don't need any of them. But gold gauntlets is required for Swiss requirement.
Didn't has too far this time.
Oh, don't forget the Skulltula.
Yep.
And Lake's just using fire arrows, not because fire arrows do anything special, but just because he's going to need fire arrows later, and it saves time on equips to just equip fire arrows now.
Yeah, and I could hit it with a hook shot, but the arrow flies faster. That's like, and then we're like right next to it, so it's like a couple frames time save. It's a very small thing.
And this activates the Rainbow Bridge. Again, it only looks for Shadow and Spirit Medallion. So the fact that we don't have Fire Medallion doesn't matter to the game at all. The developers just kind of thought you would never be able to get Shadow and Spirit without the other 3. We proved them wrong.
That was weird.
Lake's doing some fun movement.
Yep. So yeah, like I said, we're only dipping in here for gold gauntlets, which are in Shadow Trial. We don't need to beat any of the other trials. We're not even going to beat Shadow Trial. We just don't need to beat any trials at all.
Yeah, so there will be a trial skip, which I can explain more when we actually do trial skip. Normally you're supposed to go to 6 different trials, one that has each themed after each dungeon, or each medallion, because there's no light dungeon. But there's a way to skip all of them. It's super easy too.
Really?
The only important item in all of Ganon's castle would be this is gold gauntlets. Like I said, it is required for Swiss requirement for the 100% completion.
Like Ice Flight Path usually doesn't even come close to mixing up on that. But
that's just
it's not lucky, yeah. Alright, just hit that switch and long shot back up for gold gauntlets.
And we actually cannot, since we don't have Feroz Wind on B anymore, we can't just use it anywhere we want. We actually have to go into Ganon's little tower to use Feroz Wind. For some reason, it's not available out here, but it is available in there, which seems odd to me.
I don't really know why, but
so right here, he's gonna do another bomb hover. So the entrance to Ganon's little tower in the center is actually massive, and it extends all the way down here. All you have to do is a little hover, and you will actually hit the loading zone trigger for Ganon's tower. So just like this, like Lake's gonna do right now, just a little hover, almost. It actually, like I said, it extends all the way down to here.
I lost ISG? Oh god. I don't have a lot of bombs left. Backup plan. We're just gonna play a song. I still have a lot of bombs left. So instead, okay, so we could... Oh, okay, I can't play songs in here either. I forgot. Okay. Backup plan. We have to get out of here first. I just don't want to risk using too many more bombs.
Yeah, again, Poacher saw it just like Ferrar's Wind. Since it's on B, we can't like safety save or anything like that. So he's trying to do like a safe backup to make sure that nothing really bad happens.
I'm just gonna exit the tower and go into Forest Temple. Like the quickest one after a song to just enter, because you can only use Ferrar's Wind inside a dungeon. Then, like Nick said, the outside of Ganon's castle just doesn't count as a dungeon for some reason, but the inner tower does. Who knows why? Certainly not me.
And this will warp us back to, like I said, Gerudo Fortress, which is where we want to go back to.
Yeah, so I'm literally just coming in here just to play, or just to use Ferrar's Wind. That's all.
It's a lot quicker than again. Gerudo's Fortress is super far away. It's actually a really long.
There's no warp
track.
songs even close to it. Like Requiem is the closest, and I'd have to go through Wasteland all over again.
Here we are gonna grab a few Skulltulas, show off our cool new Poacher Saw, and grab a heart piece.
Like the game.
Hopefully not soft lock the game.
Have you ever soft locked the game on this guy before?
No, I've heard of it though. What happens?
So if you have an item in your hand when you show this guy the saw and you close text boxes too quickly, you will soft lock the game.
Fun.
So I'm gonna put away the hook shot before talking to him. Normally I drop a bomb to get items out of my hand, but I don't want to drop a bomb.
And we're actually almost done with our Adult 2, which Adult 2 is like the main section of the run, probably.
Yeah. Something has the most meat in it.
Definitely. We're gonna make a flip all the way into this little cove, get a heart piece. Boom. That was a nice. That's beauty. I always love that one.
Thank you. And then I need this and that. And that's it. So save and quit. So this is gonna put a stick on our B button, and put us in tempo time, which is what we want.
Yeah, we already got the item from the carpenter, so we don't need the poacher saw anymore.
Yeah, so now instead of Kajira, we have Broken Born Sword, which still has quite a few items after it, but we can do something else later to get around that. So just another dot skip here.
Yeah, even with all these dot skips, it's still much faster. Well, first of all, we don't even have Song of Time still, and it's still faster.
Still don't have Song of Time 4 hours in.
Yeah.
We'll get us in.
We still got a little bit, though. There's still a little bit before Song of Time. It's the last song you get.
We get it pretty soon.
And that's the end of Adult 2. We're now into Child 3, which... Child 3 is very much just a cleanup section, just the last little mini games, little heart pieces, little skulltulas. You kind of warp around everywhere. You kind of go a bunch of different places, finish up the mass side quest. Child 3 probably isn't the most like high action thrilling.
This isn't exactly what you play Hundo for.
No. Which is at least nice that it's like at the end, so at least you don't have to go like if a run's dead. You don't
have to reset and do all this again. Yeah.
I've definitely had runs that are dead, and I'm like, all right, I finished Adult 2. I'm done.
Wait, we're literally warping here to get Sarga's song, and then we're immediately warping out, which I think is pretty funny.
Yeah. Yeah, we just come in here just for this. Other categories: watch Sarga's song twice. The old NSR used to come here, watch Sarga's song, and then watch Sarga's song. Child 3. I can't even remember the routing. Child 3 is like part of the hardest section to remember routing for because you're going so many different random places.
A lot of things can be done out of order and you're warping everywhere. So next we're gonna go turn in our spooky mask to the kid in the graveyard. And then we go learn Song of Time. Finally.
Hey.
Alright.
Yeah, I always thought it was kind of disappointing that the Song of Time and Ocarina of Time is overall a pretty pointless song.
Yeah, unfortunate.
You would think it would have a little bit more impact on the whole game, but it opens the door and moves some blocks.
Yep, that's it. That's all it does. I believe I need to play Sun Song here, because the time of day didn't quite work out. Because the kid only shows up at daytime. Dampe shows up at nighttime.
There's a lot of routing into making sure you have to play as little Sun Songs as possible. But it's not the biggest deal in the world, obviously. Sun Song doesn't take that long.
It's just a small optimization that would be nice to have when possible. Alright, so my kid gets his mask. And now we're piecing out once again to Temple of Time. We're gonna pick up the bunny hood since it just became available in the shop after trading in that mask. And also go learn Song of Time and pick up the Ocarina of Time.
Hey! Also, yeah, one odd thing is like we have the Fairy Ocarina right now, and that quote-unquote upgrades to the Ocarina of Time. There's no difference between the two. They have no in-game difference at all. The only reason we get Ocarina of Time is, once again, source requirement. We have to get the highest upgrade. Well, you don't even have to. Oh yeah, you have to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot that cutscene
Grabbing
happens
it
after.
on its own.
It's cutscene, grab the ocarina, then cutscene.
Yep. Shut up. I pressed left.
All right, this is the Happy Mask salesman.
You may know him from another game.
Yeah, he's a lot more bigger part of the other game. A lot creepier in the other game. Although he is pretty creepy here too.
Pretty creepy here, but he just has masks. He's innocent.
He gives us the bunny hood, which is the next item in the mask trade quest. And also, it looks funny when you put it on your ears.
Yeah, we're doing all that just to get the last item in that mask trade quest, which is Mask of Truth.
Yeah, the Mask of Truth is just supposed to allow you to talk to Gossip Stones, which is supposed to give you like hints, but honestly, overall, it's pretty lame.
One annoying thing I've always found weird about 100% is for all the good routing and things that work out really well, we still have to swim all the way around to hit this cutscene trigger.
Yeah, for some reason the gate's up, and so you have to go all the way around and hit the trigger.
Yeah, you're not really supposed to have Prelude of White when this cutscene happens, so you're never supposed to come from the castle.
Yeah, this is the cutscene that's supposed to happen after Jabu Jabu, that temple we did like 3 hours ago.
Yeah. Nah, it is.
But yeah, Hundo routing is like gone through a lot. Like this is 100% no SRM. This route has been like refined for many years, since like 2007 when they first started running this category. And so a lot of the routing works out pretty nicely and neatly, and that was optimized over many years of many people doing much research into this game, deep research, looking into the code, looking into everything, and even then it's still like getting new tricks, and this route is getting updated. SRM is having its own thing, but even then this route, a new glitch was just found that possibly might affect this route with the poacher saw and everything.
Yeah, that's a cool one. We found a way to get the Goron sword, or broken Goron sword, as child, without really much items at all. So, that's pretty cool. I don't know the specifics of exactly what it could change, but it's a cool glitch.
Yeah, that's like 3 days ago, right?
Yeah,
2 days ago.
That was like this past week.
So that glitch is pretty new. But it is really interesting the history of like the routing of this category, and how like the routing's actually really tight, considering how many different items you need to get, different dungeons, 100 Skulltulas, 36 heart pieces, a bunch of 2 trade quests. Like there's so much in this game that like the routing is actually really interesting and really optimized and really tight overall.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how like very tightly optimized this route is in general.
Is this a time for a quick donation?
Yeah. It's time for a medium-sized donation.
I'm getting into this. I'm getting out of this cutscene and going into another one, so you're good.
Perfect. We got $25 from Swift Shadow, who says this marathon has been amazing so far. Good luck with the rest of the run, Lake. Also, got to hear Wyatt sing tomorrow, so he put $25 to Wyatt singing "Going the Distance." So we're already over halfway to meet that incentive in like 20 minutes since we opened it. He also voted on his own incentive for Kingdom Hearts 3, the poll for voice language, and he put English ahead, and that's something we can't have. So go donate for Japanese people. You won't want to miss Japanese Riku in action.
Hey, Song of Time!
Yep, finally learning Song of Time. Got the Ocarina time. I think that counts as beating the game.
Pretty much.
The roll credits here.
Yeah, I was about to say. Ocarina of Time, roll credits. Yeah, we'll never play Song of Time, by the way.
Yep.
This is the only...
We will play it once. Do you remember where it is?
No. What?
Frogs.
Frogs! You play it for frogs, of course.
Frogs.
You need to play like almost every single song you need to play every song that isn't a warp song for these frogs to get a heart piece. That is the one time you play Song of Time. That is its best use. The Song of Time in Ocarina of Time has a use in which it entertains some frogs. That is it.
Okay, so we're gonna play the Sun Song here. We're trying to get the runner guy to spawn. To trade in our bunny hood. Cool thing about Bunny Hood is when you have it on, these stealth children that normally spawn out here at night cannot spawn.
So it flops in the wind.
It also flops in the wind when you hiss. It's very nice.
It's the most important part.
Where is this tree? There it is. I'm gonna start using choose.
That's at least he gets a backup. Like he has low bomb count, so he's just gonna use some choose instead, which is nice. So he enters his loading zone. When he comes out, the runner guy, which he needs to sell the bunny hood to, will be like right outdoor.
Yeah,
which is
it'll be like
convenient.
really close, just right there. And we equip topping the bunny hood for a small thing. We're gonna dupe over the spot where the sold out button is gonna go. And that's just gonna skip some text when we buy the Mask of Truth. That's it.
But text can be pretty slow, so it's pretty helpful. Also, you get a ton of rupees for selling the
yeah.
bunny hood.
This thing goes forever.
Which is first of all, I like the rupee sound. The rupee going up sound is like kind of satisfying to me. And then also it's helpful for mini games later.
Yeah. Just in case like the bomb.
And then we gotta come in here for Skulltula. Like we said, it's a lot of little like cleanup and little things like that.
Yep.
Getting all the little straggling pieces that don't fit nicely into the route, they fit here, basically.
Not sure if I remember how to get correctly, but we'll see. Nope. I never remember the setup for this guy.
Yeah, you can bomb shoot him, but it's not that big of a deal if you don't.
Alright, and then also here, I'm gonna put bottle, and we see a sold out where Bunny Head used to be. It's gonna dupe. That's a little bomb drop there. Dupe our bugs over Bunny Hood, which goes into that sold out button. And we'll recache those bugs into a real bottle later. For now, we will attempt to head over to Greater Valley. I also never remember the setup for this guy.
Oh yeah, you can bomb shoot this guy as well. Although this one's weird. This Skulltula is like
pretty weird.
Slightly off the wall. It's not actually on the wall. It's off the wall. So if
Yeah,
you
you
mess
can kind
it
of see
up,
how he's kind of floating there.
yeah, he's
Just
flying.
looking at him from the side. No, dude.
Oh, you have to be quick or else it becomes daylight. That's like we said, any Skulltula outside of a dungeon does not spawn in day. Not only does it not spawn, but like it will disappear as soon as the sun rises.
Do need it to be there though, so.
Yeah.
Play Sunsong again.
Although it does remember the damage from last time, which is always odd.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Alright, can use the Cucko to fly over to this heart piece over here. And then we'll do some hardcore parkour. Hopefully it doesn't grow on because I hate failing this trick.
Oh yeah, he's just gonna jump slash, and it's gonna recoil him back to the lower section that he needs to be on. Funny, interesting note. So there's a thing in this game called a VC crash, or a virtual console crash. It's because on the Wii exclusively, sometimes there's like a memory leak and the game just kind of stops working. There's no way to avoid it, and it happens randomly. I got a VC crash right there on my very first run.
Oops, your very first run, really?
My very first run, I VC crashed on that right as I pulled out the sword. The game just stopped.
Just waiting for the bugs to come back. Pick up the Skulltula. There we go. Alright, and now we're off to do our minigame gauntlet. It's a lot of upgrades and heart pieces stuck behind some minigames in market. That's what we were off to do. And also pick up the Mask of Truth. Kind of just gonna go around to all the shops and like pretty much visit every single one of them.
Yeah, basically. Play, shoot rupees, and bomb chew bowling and fun stuff. like he said, this is the end. We'll get the Mask of Truth from the Happy Mask Salesman, and that is the end of the mask side quest. So now that side quest is completely done, and you see those two other masks like just pop in. Those are masks we skipped with Spooky Mask.
Now for Child Archery, this is for our bullet bag upgrade for our slingshot. These rupees spawn in the same place every time. Not true for the adult archery.
We skipped the adult version of this when we duped our quiver during Gerudo Archery. Normally you do a minigame like this in Kakariko, but because we said we got 2 quivers from our Gerudo Archery, we didn't have to.
Bullet bag 40, still need 50, which we'll get in just a little bit. And now Bumchu Bowling.
Although
Bumchu
Bumchu Bowling is
of Bumchus.
horrific casually, there is a really there's an easy setup for speedrunners that get it done every time.
Also, we need exactly the heart piece from the rewards here, so we're just gonna blow up the shopkeeper until we get it.
How many rewards are there? Like 5?
5 different, yeah.
5, and they cycle through them, and you want a heart piece. Nothing else. Everything else is either useless or we already have, because isn't one of them a bomb bag? And yeah, with this, Link actually blows himself up so that he gets a right angle for these bomb shoes, which makes it pretty easy to hit them. It's really nice to go side the wall. If you ever played this casually, that little those 2 cuckoos and that little spinner make this mini game hell. It's horrible, but if you can get it to go on the walls, it's 100% consistent.
Yep. Alright, so the heart piece is ours. Say no, because I sometimes have trouble saying no to playing again.
Yeah, that is yeah. She's asking if you want to play again. I've definitely played that minigame an extra time for no reason used.
Alright, now we get the Richard heart piece. So this dog over here is lost. Its owner's looking for him.
Richard Z.
Richard Z. We just gotta make sure we're somewhat close to him. We go through this loading zone, or else the game will think we lost him. It was right over here. He'll give us our heart piece. And going up to 17 there tells me that I'm on good track. I haven't missed any heart pieces. On my little mini checkpoint in my head.
Yeah, again, 36 heart pieces. It's easy to just forget one randomly. And hey, we have the actual use of Lens of Truth.
Yep, this is the mini game that we use Lens of Truth for. You can just see which chest has the key.
Yep. The only use.
This is like a casual strat that it's not like a glitch that you can see through these with Lens of Truth. This is just the way you're kind of supposed to do this.
This is very
Although
much
you
intended.
can do it without it. It's possible, but it's a 1 in 32 chance.
That's it happened at a randomizer race at some event where one of them said that they'll they wanted to try it just going through it blind, and they actually got it first try.
Yeah, it also happened at GDQ in 2020, AGDQ 2020, the last in-person one. There was a Honda relay race, and one team was pretty ahead of the other, and Fig, who was on the winning team, was in this section doing the lens in the game, and he just went for it with the lens and got it.
That's insane. That's ridiculous.
I do need to clip some things. Alright, so we're just gonna save warp to get back to Prairie Forest here. Remember where we said earlier that child save warping outside of dungeons puts him back in his house. So we're gonna get back to Prairie Forest this way. Got to get a few Skulltulas there and a couple upgrades in Lost Woods.
Get back to the beginning of the game. Do a little bit of more cleanup.
That's a Skulltula over here that we need to get.
Can I make another quick announcement regarding incentives?
Go for it.
So Swift Shadow has agreed to jump onto the speedrunning singing scene, and we now have a new target incentive for his Kingdom Hearts 3 run. which is the last run of the event tomorrow night, he will sing Let It Go during the Let It Go cutscene in Arendelle. He'll mute it, of course,
Boy.
so we can hear his voice, and mostly so we don't get DMCA'd. But that should be a good time. So get those donations in for that, and also for Wyatt singing for his run tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Alright, so we did RBA there again to get bottled back on B. Just RBA some more bombs because we're running low. Now we gotta head over to this other Skulltula on the other side of Kukiri Forest. Just gonna cut that short there because this ramp's a little tricky to get up.
This is again like a perfect example of like, yeah, we were here earlier, but like bombs make this quicker, and it wasn't in that right time of day. So even though we were here as a child, it was not nice. We couldn't get the skulls, and like it's those kinds of things why coming back to these areas is actually a lot faster. Even though you think, oh, well, I'm here, might as well do it. It's not always so simple.
Alright, we can mega flip past this bridge to get down to the Lost Wood section. I don't think that actually was a mega flip. That was weird. Okay. Mega flip past that. This guy. This guy gives us the he's also really hard to target sometimes. I think this guy gives us the biggest stick upgrade. So now we're good on our stick upgrades, and we'll go grab
Our last bullet seed upgrade.
yeah. After a heart piece and a Skulltula. Another soil here. I'm gonna catch these back in my real bottle so we can have them for later. And then we will equip. Not boomerang, I don't think. We need fire arrows. We're gonna equip some fire arrows. We need this assortment of items. There we go. That's what I needed.
I actually think it's kind of funny that RBAing. If you RBA with fire arrows, which is just a side effect, we don't need it, but you get the fire temple map and boss key.
Yeah. It's at this point in the run, it's kind of just a safe thing for us to put on these are close to not good. It's just a safe thing for us to put on our C right button so that we don't like really dupe over anything.
Also it works as basically using arrows
and it's a slingshot.
as a kid, it works as slingshot. I always thought that was funny because ice arrows also give you water temple boss key, right? And then light arrows give you spirit temple.
Yep.
That's like so odd to me. I have no idea why that actually works like that. Fire gives you fire temple. Ice gives you water temple, which I mean, you go to the ice cavern to go to water temple, and then
it's pretty neat how that works out. Yeah, so we shoot the middle there, and the scrub will pop out and give us our bullet seed upgrade.
There are a lot of things in 100% that not a lot of runners like. Dampe kind of sucks. Fishing's pretty lame. A lot of cutscenes, but a lot of it's honestly not that bad, and you get used to it. And it has everything has like its own perks and stuff like that. There is one thing, however, Ocarina minigame is probably the most annoying, tedious, boring section there is, and it's basically this game. So one of them is going to play this song, then the other's going to play this song, then Lake's going to play the song, then they're going to add a note, and then the other one's going to play the song again with the added note, and then Lake's going to play it again with the added note. It's a very slow, boring, Simon Says. And we have to do it, and it's long because we have to do it 3 times. This is the first of 3. And Lake actually has to kind of focus.
For doing this. And then I'll get 5 rupees for the next set, and then I'll get a heart piece finally for the last one. And yeah, I do have to focus because it takes mental effort to remember the notes.
Yes, it can help out in chat if you like put the arrows. How do you do a down arrow on the keyboard?
It's V. Lowercase v.
Yeah, let's do little those sometimes helps out the runner. But honestly, there's not much here. It's just Simon Says.
Very.
So, if you want to probably read out anything, you're probably fine. Or do you need to focus on that link?
You're good. Yeah, if there's anything to read, you can go for it.
No donations so far. We can talk about some of the incentives for tomorrow other than the singing ones I mentioned. Let's see. Still got the Spyro 3 Reignited poll for Spyro's color. We got black in the lead with $22, pink in second with 5, and so far yellow has no donations towards it. The Kingdom Hearts 3 voice language poll, Japanese is losing with $115, and English is in the lead with $139.08. And the Dream Weapon Bid War for Kingdom Hearts Final X Standard are All Worlds. We got Shield in the lead with $35, followed by Staff with 10, and nothing for Sword. And for our next run, Fire Emblem Awakening, we have Bad Ending with the lead, $56.19, and Good is sitting at $25. So all you good people out there want to see Crom not kill somebody and get the good ending, you might want to get your donations in now. Back to you guys.
Alright, 2 more little sections here to get through. 2 more added notes. And then we'll have a heart piece and be over with this dumb mini
I'm just typing in the chat and I'm worried I'm messing it up.
I have a notepad open that I write them down on.
Oh. Well, then I'm not. Why am I even doing this?
Only for the last section. I can memorize the 5 and the 6, but I don't want to bother for the 8. Alright, there it is.
That, like I said, the worst part of 100%. It's done. It's over. We don't have to do it anymore. But yeah, so I guess it's a heart piece. Again, it sucks, but we have to get everything from source. It's both a blessing and a curse in 100%, because if it didn't have source requirement, it'd be a lame, boring category, but since it does, there's also some things we're just probably never going to cut out. Things like Ocarina minigame are probably never going to leave for how glitched it gets. Well, probably.
Probably.
Yeah, in Ocarina of Time, you can't. You can't ever really say never.
Best we can do is probably.
No SRM will probably never ever find a way to get around it. SRM, I wouldn't. SRM, I'm not going to say anything about. But here we grab a Skulltula. Going through Lost Woods, cleaning up the rest of Lost Woods. Oh yeah, I think something we didn't even mention, again, something you take for granted. Technically Lost Woods is a maze. You're supposed to follow the music to get through it. If you go through the wrong place, it'll like void you out, but it's very easy to memorize. Lake has it,
yeah,
I'm sure.
Sometimes if you turn a little too quickly there, it can get messed up. I think I just need Ocarina and I can equip spell now. Alright, so some Skulltulas and those heart pieces that we really glazed over way earlier, we can get now.
Yeah, so like I said, we passed by this heart piece, how many hours? 3 hours ago? Something like that?
Something like that.
And so now we're actually going to finally get to this heart piece.
If I can hit it.
We'll probably get this heart piece.
I hate these boomerang throws, I'm so bad at them.
These boomerang throws are actually kind of hard. There's no real, like, you have to just kind of visual cue it, but there's no really good visual cue for it.
We're good. That's the important one, because, it can take a long time.
I always have a hard time with the other one.
I got a good visual cue for the other one, I think.
Someday you'll have to teach me it.
Alright, so now frogs. This is more song playing, but this isn't nearly as annoying.
Yeah, so again, the way the frogs work is you get 2 heart pieces from the frogs, 1 for playing every single song that isn't a warp song or a Song of Storms, and 1 for playing Song of Storms. Why Song of Storms is so special, I don't know.
They like the rain, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, this is gonna give me a heart piece, and then I have to play every Grey Note song. So, 4 more after this one. Because there's 6 in total, 1 of which being Song of Storms.
I have no idea why they thought Song of Storms need to be separate and special.
Sure, it has something to do with the frog lore.
The deep, deep frog lore. I know that the the frog. If you look at the
deep frog lore.
You have this Zelda timeline, and then like in the Hyrule Historia, and then the equally large book that is the Frog lore and the Frog timeline.
So there's the one time we play Song and Song.
Hey, that is probably the most important song storyline-wise, and the least important song gameplay-wise. And then you have to,
song.
and then after he's done with this, you have to play like a really random frog-specific song.
Yeah, it's just a sequence of buttons that they like show you how to do. Because like each frog is like connected to a note, and they have like a butterfly over them, but you can just memorize it.
It's also difficult because they don't give you a lot of time to press it. Like if you wait more than like 2 seconds. Also, didn't you? I remember you telling me when you first learned Hundo, you just mashed buttons and got through this song.
I did indeed. I don't know how I did that, but.
By the way, Arju, Bolero of Fire is my favorite Ocarina song in this game. At least if we're talking Ocarina song. Not if we're talking like the actual song.
Okay, it's the other heart piece that's kind of done to get. Shit. The annoying thing about this one, and both of these really in particular, is that if it lands in the water, you have to reload the area, because you just can't get it in the water. It's really dumb.
Yeah, that's why you want to make sure. That's why I like backflips to make sure that it doesn't.
Make sure it lands on land.
Yeah. And we're close to finish with Child 3.
Yep. Just a couple more things. First of all, the most important item in the game, even more important than lens. Not yet, I guess. We'll get it in a second.
After we talk to the owl.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here we're gonna get magic beans. You're supposed to plant magic beans in order to grow beanstalks to ride as an adult.
Yeah, and they're casually used to get like some heart pieces, mainly I think heart pieces. But even glitchless categories in this game do not use them for their intended purpose.
Casually, I think the only one I got was hey, there's the Skulltula that for a small moment in time was the most important Skulltula in the game.
Yeah, that Skulltula in particular is used for an SRM setup for a while. Not important for this run, but fun to bit.
It still holds, that Skulltula holds a special place in my heart. Even casually though, the beans are not very helpful. I think I only use it for the Spirit Temple heart piece. Other than that, I don't think I ever used beans.
Yeah, we only need it for source requirement. For 100% completion, rather. Alright, one last Skulltula over here that we have to pick up in the soft soil patch. Need the Goron Sword, Ocarina, and Dark.
Yeah, that Goron Sword's very important to be on C, right? Because Adult still has, we're still doing Bottle Adventure.
Yep. We're going to put a very interesting item on B when we go back in, back to Adult for the third time.
Mm-hmm. There we go. And we are... that's done with Child 3, right?
Yep. We're going back to Adult for the last Adult section, which is much shorter than either of the Adult sections. We don't have left in the run
this is the shortest...
like 20 minutes.
Yeah, shortest section, and it's fun. Adult sections are great. Child sections are fun. Not, Child 3's a little slow.
I don't mind Child 2, except for the RNG parts of it, but Child 3 is not that enthralling. I'm just gonna do a last quick check. Okay, we're all good. I have this number of Skulltulas and heart pieces that I should have at this point.
Aw, that's our last dot skip. I'm so sad. We're fine.
Right,
we're done skipping.
So again, we went to Adult with Broken Goron Sword on our B button, and that looks at like medallions and a couple of songs in our inventory. And now we have That's Glitchy Mess on our B button. I believe this is item value 256. What what we're gonna use it for is eye drops. Because a couple glitched items in the game, including this one, act as eye drops for Big Goron, and we're gonna use it to progress quite far into the Goron trade sequence. And get the Big Goron sword without having to do most of it.
If I'm correct, a lot of item values actually work as eye drops.
Yes, there are many.
And everyone likes to call them lie drops.
Yes, lie drops is the best name for them.
Yeah, so these are our lie drops. Normally, you would go get a frog to... You get a prescription that you'd give to the guy in Hyrule Lake Hylia in the laboratory, and then he would give you a frog, and I don't know, I haven't even done the whole trade quest in so many years.
Yeah, me neither.
and
after the frog, he gives you King Zora gives you a prescription to go get the frog, right? And then the frog you trade into the lab guy for eye drops, and then you turn in the eye drops here.
Yep.
So we're gonna show a broken Goron sword to this guy, and he's gonna tell us, "Oh, I need some eye drops. Here's a prescription for the frog that you're supposed to take to King Zora."
Oddly enough, it doesn't. You don't need a lot of checks. You could skip a lot of the trade quests sequence, but you actually do need the Goron sword to get this, or else you can't show him the lie drops, or he just won't accept them.
Yeah, the game checks for either like prescription or anything after. For when he wants to take the eye drops. I don't know why prescription.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd.
Works out.
That's why it's so necessary to get Poacher Saw, to get the broken Goron sword, so that we could do this in order to get the big Goron sword. And we're going to sit here and play our favorite song a few times. If you like Sun Song, this part's for you. Shoutouts to you. The way the big Goron works is he needs 3 days to create the big Goron sword. And so we need to have 3 days pass.
Yeah, and we're actually just 3 transitions from night to day. So that first Sun Song transitioned from night to day since it was already night. And so that was our first one. So this is our second day transition, so we need 2 more Sun Songs after this.
It doesn't really make sense, because, like, he's just standing there. I'm watching him. I don't think he's making the sword right now.
He's just staring at us while we're playing Sun Song.
And I also don't think this would actually give you more time to work on a sword, because time goes by so quick. I don't think you can actually work on the sword, but
doesn't really make sense, but it doesn't matter.
I feel like there might be some logical leaps. I'm gonna have to write Miyamoto about this one.
Alright, so now we just turn into our claim check, and he gives us the big Goron sword, which is one of the sickest items in the game that we never get to use, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We're finally gonna equip our Master Sword back, since Adult 1 we have not had Master Sword on our B button. And we finally have it back.
It makes me really sad. Big Goron sword. Ooh, cool mega flip. There's the fire temple's all the way down there, so we're just gonna flip all the way over there. And then this is the final temple of the game, Fire Temple. And that is for a specific reason. Again, I'll probably talk about it a little bit more once we get there. But Fire Temple is very special as opposed to the other adult dungeons, and that is why it's saved for last. And often, if you watch other Ocarina of Time runs, it's often saved for last.
Yeah, just because of the wrong work we're able to do from this dungeon.
Well, a lot of several wrong warps you can probably
several wrong warps you can do from this dungeon, yeah. We're gonna get ISG and take out a cutscene item, in this case claim check, and that combined with ISG makes our camera kind of wonky there, and we can use that camera to skip this cutscene where Dorina wants to talk to you. He only talks to you if you look at him, so if we can just avoid looking at him, then he'll never talk to us.
That cutscene's actually really long. He talks
it's quite long.
Way too long.
It's like 30 or 40 seconds.
So it's very important to skip it. And so that's why Lake is going through this room with like a very precise camera to make sure he never loads a Darunia.
Great. So now, Fire Temple is kind of constructed in a very vertical way. Megaton Hammer, which is this dungeon's key item, is very, like, just all the way at the top. So we're just kind of making our way up there, and getting all of the Skulltulas that we need along the way.
Here we have another little, well, actually, you'll notice that he has a timer. He could equip Goron Tunic.
Soon. I'll equip it soon.
Yeah. The timer again.
A priority when I have 2 minutes.
Yeah. Again, it's based off how many hearts you have, and having 19 hearts makes the timer pretty negligible completely. Especially because someone like Lake is used to going through this with like 4 hearts, or however much you have in MFG.
Yeah, 32 seconds for any one section is the time I'm used to trying to make.
That timer is really tight. 32 seconds can be really, really
Yeah.
tight. 2 minutes
I hate
is
this
not
move.
very tight. Oh, yeah, you can't. If you miss it, immediately those tiles will hit you, and you won't be able to hook shot, and it just go over and slash it. Oh, you don't want the like to eat you, because when the like eats you, luckily we've avoided pretty much every like. I think that's the last like that can eat you.
Yeah.
It will take either like your shield or your tunic, and you have to kill it to get your tunic back, and it's just really annoying.
I don't think I can take my tunic because I have Kokiri tunic on.
Would it take your
And
shield?
I can't take my shield because mirror
Yeah.
shield cannot be taken by likes.
Yeah,
Or else
so
it could cause a soft lock in the game. That the game devs actually saw coming.
yeah, I was gonna say that wouldn't make sense if it took away mirror shield. Technically, Deku and Hylian shield you can buy anywhere. So, how'd they come up with the name like? Well, they were there, and someone was like, "Well, what does it look like?" And they're like, "It's like," and then they went with it.
Yeah, I guess that's the canon official way. I can't remember the name.
Yeah.
Can't think of a better option.
I mean, there's so many dumb names in Zelda. Why are the bats geese? And why are the snakes ropes?
Snakes in this game?
Not in this one, but in the Zelda. In the Zelda 1, there are snakes, and they're named our ropes.
Oh, okay. Danger ropes. Yeah, we're just moving. Nothing too crazy going on. We're just climbing Fire Temple, getting Skulltulas, getting keys, the usual.
Fire Temple is actually one of the funnest sections for movement, I think. I think the movement in Fire Temple is actually really clean and really fun to do.
I disagree.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, and 4 hearts is pretty fun because you have to actually be good, but Tunic Fire Temple with 20 hearts is not exactly thrilling to me.
Well, it's if you want to be optimal, you still have to go fast.
Yeah.
It's a live split.
But I need 2 timers on my screen in order to feel pressure.
So Lake is going to use this bomb to damage himself through, clip through that, and this skips a whole ton of going around and doing stuff.
Yep.
Just glitches past those gates and presses the button. And then
another unhook shottable ladder.
This one's really bad because this one's super tall.
Super long, yeah.
And then we have, honestly, quite an annoying room. There's a bunch of... He's on top on the second floor right now, but the bottom floor has a bunch of boulders everywhere, and it's super annoying.
Yeah, so I'm actually going to go into this door and then immediately exit out, because we're going to set for Rosewind, and we want for Rosewind to be right next to this door as opposed to all the way down where we came from.
Funny thing about that torch slug. So Lake is going to be doing a safe strat with the wrong warp where he saves and quits. That's like to 100% certain that the wrong warp is going to work. But if you don't want to save and quit, you can do a few very precise things. You are not allowed to quick spin outside of a single room, I think. You have to throw the boomerang at least once and get hit by, I think, any fire enemy, but that torch slug is specifically the easiest one. If you don't do all 3 of those requirements, when you wrong warp, a cutscene will start that lasts 360 days. Obviously a small time loss. Like I said, Lake is...
What?
What?
360 days?
Yeah, it will. So Link will be stuck, and the game thinks there's a cutscene playing, and so a timer will start, and the timer lasts about 360 days.
Oh, this is pretty cool.
It's a weird game. I love it. I love it. How weird this game is. Again, luckily Lake will be doing the safer strat for marathon reasons. I don't think anyone wants to sit here for 360 days, soft locking like 10 minutes before the end of the run.
We're ahead of schedule. So.
You'll finish by time for Velocity 2022. But yeah, I always think it's hilarious how that works out.
Yeah, so we're going up into this little hidden room that you need the Scarecrow song for. I mean, there's other ways to glitch into it, but Scarecrow song is the convenient and casual way as well to get in here. There's just 2 Skulltulas up here. Get other one, this one here. And now there's 1 Skulltula in the basement that we're gonna get. And like Nick said, I'm save warping to make sure that there's no possibility of a crash.
360-day cutscene.
Yeah, no, nope. No thanks. And there's not too much left to do. And you can see we are 1 full heart away from 20 hearts, which is just Volvagia's heart container.
We have
nice.
You're supposed to use hammer to get through this, but again, I'm sure at this point you guys are used to clipping things. This is the room you're allowed to quick spin in, by the way.
And good thing we are.
Yeah, this room is super annoying. And I think this is the last sculpture, right?
Yes. This is the last sculpture of the entire run after this room. This room is really annoying if you don't get everything in that one quick spin cluster.
Yeah, enemies are completely random. They go in any way they want, really. You can try to manipulate them, but it's not going to happen.
Alright, that's our last sculpture of the run. So now we just need hammer, fire medallion, and an extra heart container, and to begin.
Yeah, so 100%. Not for any real specific reason requires you to defeat Ganon. A lot of categories just wrong warp to the credits, but
yeah, there's 100%, a lot of ways to just not be Ganon and get to the credits in this game.
Yeah, there's a whole category called Ganon-less. Heck, if defeating Ganon is such like a small thing that there's a whole category called defeat Ganon.
Exactly.
A lot of categories don't. So a lot of categories wrong warp to the end, but I guess they just thought that would be a really lame ending to 100%, like Hundo. The category where you do everything, you don't even beat Ganon would be pretty lame.
Yeah. The Ganon is required for this category.
I agree. So they require
me
you to
too.
beat Ganon.
I'm glad we beat Ganon. It's cool.
It would be so lame if you just beat Fire Temple and that was it.
Yeah. Also, I'd probably have to play on N64 to get Frog Time in.
Yeah, that would suck.
Interesting little tidbit about these player dancers. Master Sword damage is like the only thing that really does any damage to them. It's really dumb. Because if I had Big Goron Sword here and I jump slashed into them with Big Goron Sword, that would do 1 damage when Master Sword jump slash does 4. And Big Goron Sword usually does 8 damage with his jump slash.
Big Goron Sword's the strongest item in the game, I believe, right?
Yeah. And, strongest damaging item.
And so it's really weird that it doesn't. That nor Megaton Hammer. You'd really think Megaton Hammer would do damage too.
Yeah,
it's like
you'd think.
Dungeon. But no.
And there's like another play dancer that you're supposed to have hammer for. But nope.
He drops a bomb there and hit the switch, which means he gets to climb while the cutscene plays, which is kind of cool.
Yep, and then this next room is the one with hammer in it, and then Volvagia.
Yes.
Which we'll do another boss skip for.
Yeah, actually a pretty cool and convenient. Again, talk about conveniences. This is a very convenient boss key skip. He just has to race the clock, which again shouldn't be very difficult for him.
This is very lenient for a speedrunner.
And that's the basically the last item. And so he is going to come down here and do a Hess. And that is, he's going to Hess clip through this wall, this little corner, and then he is going to jump slash.
Alright, so right the last couple things here.
And that will get us into the boss room for Volvagia, the final dungeon boss. There we go. So Volvagia actually works really interestingly. There's actually like 2 Volvagia hitboxes. There's one that is, you'll see Volvagia, but there's actually one inside of the hole right in front of Lake right now. And it stays active. So you're actually going to be seeing Lake throwing bomb chews, nuts, and bomb chews, nuts, bomb chew, nuts. And so those bomb chews, he throws a bomb chew and hits it with a nut that causes it to explode and will actually damage Volvagia because because basically Volvagia has 2 phases, one where it pops out of a hole and one where it's flying like we see in this cutscene right now. And so they have like separate hitboxes, which are really wonky. And so he will be damaging the hitbox that is invisible in front of him. So it may look like he's doing something random, but he's damaging Volvagia, and you can even hear the damage going through. And then
We just have to kill Volvagia.
and he actually jump slashed into the scene with Hammer, and Hammer's the only thing that can damage Volvagia. And
It's the only thing that can stun Volvagia.
yeah. And then he crouch stabbed, which has the properties of Hammer, like we said before. And then here comes, so we said earlier that you don't wrong warp from adult dungeons because you go to Chamber of Sages. Fire Temple, you don't go to Chamber of Sages. A different cutscene plays, which means you can wrong warp from Fire Temple. And this is probably one of the coolest wrong warps. It's really difficult. It's called the 1080 wrong warp. And the Lake has to make sure that he gets to it pretty precisely. If you mess up that initial setup, it's kind of rough. So I'm gonna let Lake focus for this part because it's a pretty important wrong warp.
What? That is weird.
Oh.
My target just didn't go off. This is fine though. No, it's not. Actually, I'm gonna reset the game. I saved before I entered Volvagia. The reason I'm not just gonna go back in there and do it again is because the warp's position is very dumb in the room. I need the position after we beat Volvagia in order to actually do that wrong warp. I'm not really sure why my target input just didn't go through on the last thing there.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we're gonna have to take a bit detour. I know we're running ahead of schedule, so it's probably not a big deal, but we're gonna go overestimate here, just because of that last failed trick. Not too much.
Yeah, it's really precise. If to go a little bit more into it, the initial position is really precise because when the warp spins Link, and so you'll see when he went into the air, he started to actually spin. That's from the blue warp that he kind of activated, and then he uses that to actually get to a specific spot to clip into the ground, like you saw. And then not only that, once he starts going up into the air again, he has to pause on a specific frame. A good visual cues, Link's heel is over the blue diamond in the background, and then he has to pull out hookshot and lock onto the wall to line up Link into a specific spot, and then pull out Master Sword and target on the same frame so that it loads both like the loading zone behind him and loads the blue warp at the same time, which then causes the wrong warp.
Unfortunately, to get back here, we need the boss key. That's the quickest way, and Drury is still here. We have to talk to him. There's no way anymore. There's a way, but it involves the glitch that we pressed earlier to get the key, and it's down. So we have to watch this to get back to Vol. All right. So normally you're actually supposed to hit a pillar, like in the ceiling there, down into this room from above to get over here, but you can make it over here with just a precise jump. There it is. I'm gonna save again in case it's wrong.
Yeah.
Get a buff key and watch the Ocarina cutscene again.
Also, another weird thing is, like, even if he went to do it again, he would need a different visual cue because that platform behind him wouldn't be here after he already beat Volvagia, and that kind of messes. Or no, it would be there. It goes down right now, and it would be up, and he wouldn't be able to see his visual cue, and so you need a whole nother thing for it. It's such a hassle.
It's worth it just to save before the Volt fight and have the Volt position, because this Volt fight with the tools we have in Hundo does not take that long.
No, it's a lot harder in other categories. There are some pretty difficult strats to do Volve in one cycle in other categories, but Hundo. Again, the Hundo privilege of just having a bunch of stuff, especially bomb shoes.
Oh, fine. I didn't think I'd be in range there.
Yeah, it's just Volv trolling him.
That's not hit. Okay, clutch.
Oh.
Important that I keep 7 bomb chews, I believe. I have 8 for this next trick coming up.
Yeah, 1080 is not the end of the run. This seems like a really like big end of the run wrong more, but there's more left.
But there's more. Alright. So again, grabbing this heart container and setting up the wrong warp as before. Hopefully it'll go well this time. I really don't even know what happened last time.
There we go.
Now we're in Ganon's castle, the collapse sequence, in fact, right after you beat Ganondorf, but we're in kind of a glitch state. And I'm going to do another pick.
So normally, if you left the door behind him, it would start the top of the castle collapse. You'd watch a whole cutscene, and you would have to go through the entire tower. And there is skips in other categories that would allow you to skip the entire collapse, but because of the entrance point he got, it actually wouldn't work. And so he has to do this very precise collapse skip that is incredibly difficult.
There's no way this works. I was one bomb shoot too short. That's fine. I'm so sad. So now we just have to actually go down this collapse area, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, we gotta see the cutscene I was talking about.
Yep. So what was supposed to happen there? I was one bomb too short. I thought it was 7, but it's 9. Too many numbers involved with Volvagia. So we're gonna side hop onto the little windowsill there, and then clip out of bounds and jump down to lower in the collapse sequence, and it just kind of skips this whole tower collapse. Now I just have to climb it.
This gives us a more dramatic finish. We get to see the whole tower now.
I'm getting the whole OT experience.
Exactly. It's 100%.
There is actually a way to skip this even from here, but because we came from the wrong warp, our entrance position is kind of janked, and the way that we would do it is not possible. Unless we died, which we have 20 hearts and double defense, so dying is very, 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 very slow.
He'd have to either just damage down like crazy or void out 40 times.
I guess we will just climb down the tower. Doesn't take too long.
Hey, this is the room we were just in.
Yep, this is the room that we wrong warped to.
I actually don't even know what happens if the timer runs out. What happens if the timer runs out?
You void out and go back to the start.
Oh wow. They give you more than enough time. It's not very hard.
Yeah. We'll be through this by the time the timer hits like a minute 30.
Can you? Does the MSD collapse skip also not work? The one with the bombs, the 3 bombs.
I mean, we can do it. Might be worth it.
I don't know. I've never backed it up like that. I've never done that for this. I wasn't
I
sure
already
if that.
passed the room that was in though.
Nah.
So you have to fight some Stalfos on the way down.
But Lake's an expert at Stalfos fights, so.
That was funny.
Stalfos fights are actually really difficult. Lake's making them look pretty easy, but trust me, they're actually really hard, especially to do optimally. A lot of RNG and a lot of timing and reacting to them. And getting them to do things that they don't want to do.
Not too many more rooms to go before we get to the bottom here. The end is in sight.
There.
Zelda decides to take like the longest path possible in some of these rooms. Like there, you just walk through the middle pretty easily, and she just goes from all the way to the right to all the way to the left for no reason.
It also sucks because every time you get hit, she like needs to take time to gasp.
All right, so this is the room that we would have flipped out of bounds and side up down to. We've gone through this loading zone and unloaded, and this is now we were caught up to where we would be. And we can super slide past this just to make it go a little bit faster. Got the first kiss.
Yes. That's the most important part of the Super Slide.
Yeah.
Is that cutscene looks hilarious, and then you get to kiss Zelda right here.
The double kiss. Alright, now it's just Ganon. That's all we got left.
And Ganon, although can be scary in some categories, again, with 20 hearts and double defense, like, should not have to be.
Pretty impossible to die on this boss. I can say that without even a relative fear of jinxing it.
Yeah, I'd be impressed if you died. Well, although there is one interesting thing, he is actually gonna super slide into the fight, and that will like allow him to keep up his shield. And you explain it. You explain it.
Yeah,
I think you know
what's
more
happening,
than technical.
Yeah, what's happening? What's about to happen here? I'm gonna super slide into the Ganon fight, and in this first phase, Ganon knocks away your sword normally. And so you have to fight with like the items that you gathered up in your adventure so far. And everything is hard-coded in this fight to do 1 damage, with 2 exceptions. And those 2 exceptions are Master Sword and Deku Stick. Deku Stick because it shares the damage value with Master Sword for some reason, and Master Sword because you're not supposed to have the Master Sword in this fight. So Ganon has 10 health in this first phase, and the Master Sword does 4 damage with a Jump Slash, so it'll take 3 hits to kill him instead. And so, like I said, we're going to super slide into this fight, and what that's going to do is it's going to put us in like a busy state while we're super sliding, and Link's just not able to have any changes made to him while he's in this state, so Ganon can't knock out the Master Sword.
Yeah, so Lake actually
jumps
jumps.
This camera.
Lake jump slashed right there in order to set the damage value.
Yep, so I jump slash and then super slide in.
I think it looks hilarious because Link has his shield up for this entire fight.
It's pretty comical. And all you have to do is hold R the entire fight. I'm holding R right now. I'm just holding shield.
You just have
as long as you're holding shield, you're still in the super sliding state, but you're not going anywhere because you're locked in place from the cutscene. Some people say it's because he shields the attack, but that's literally just not what happens.
That's what it looks like.
It
It looks like he shields the attack.
It definitely looks like it, but it's not what's happening. Even though he is hitting the shield right now, just because these things have hitboxes, it's just not how the game is coded to knock away the Master Sword.
It's so weird.
Yeah, like I said, we have Master Sword here, and it'll take 3 hits for this first phase.
Ganon's not too difficult to fight. Lake's just gonna go through his legs, come back out, bait an attack, jump slash, go through his legs, bait an attack, jump slash.
Yeah, the first phase is pretty slow. Well, Ganon is pretty slow. So even if you make a mistake like I did there, I didn't turn around. He didn't even have time to turn around and hit me before I was able to turn around and hit him. The second phase is Ganon is faster, so that type of mistake will be not as free to recover from. Alright, and time is coming up in 25 seconds. Whenever I last hit Ganon. My next set on Ganon.
And that's yep, Zelda needs to pin him down with the light. And
Time.
there we go. That's Ocarina of Time 100%. No SRM. Congrats, GG, Lake, GG.
That was a rough one.
GG.
It's a hard category, like with
Yeah,
so
it is.
much
There's a lot going
length
on.
and so many tricks and so many areas. Honestly, the fact that you didn't have to back it up with like a safety save or back it up with a save,
Yeah,
the
it
practice
could have been worse. We could have soft locked the game under no control of my own play. So that didn't happen. So that's cool with me.
At least we finished a legitimate 100% round.
Yep. When we forgot a skull but we got it back. No problem at all. So that's cool.
But yeah, pretty darn good. Pretty darn good.
Yeah, apologies for going 7 minutes over estimate. But
Oh, it's fine. This next run isn't even supposed to schedule to be started until like 20 minutes from now.
great.
So it's no problem at all.
You want to go fail wrong warp a few more times, or?
No, I'm good, dude.
Yeah.
I'm done with 1080. 1080 and marathons for some reason just haven't been mixing with me.
It's hard. It's hard to do it all on a high pressure.
Yeah, it's all good though. We got there.
Any closing remarks you guys want to make?
Shoutouts to Nick for coming and doing this commentary with me, even though he hasn't played OT in a while.
Hey, I'll play again someday.
Someday. Once you get world record in Lunch Pony.
Yeah, easy. Next month.
Yeah, I was meaning never. I'm just kidding.
Hey.
No, but seriously, shoutouts to Nick. Thank you for coming to commentate a 5-hour run with me. Not many people would take the time with that. Shoutouts to the OT community for being a great community. It's a fun time. This game's great. And thanks for hosting this event, Velocity. It was a fun time to come and speedrun.
I thank you, Lake, for choosing me for commentary. I had a lot of fun. Also, thank you, Thar, for picking 100%. I fought for this one because it's the coolest category.
It is a cooler category.
I think it's by far the coolest Ocarina of Time category. So shoutouts for Thar for allowing it in, even though it's really, really long. And yeah, seriously, for Ocarina of Time, like the Ocarina of Time community, I've played several different speed games and I've gone through several different communities. And Ocarina of Time is probably, like, it actually is definitely the most welcoming, kindest, and like newcomer friendly community I've ever seen. If anyone saw any of these glitches and went, wow, that is super cool, Ocarina of Time has tons of glitches, tons of guides, tons of people who are ready to help, and it's one of the best communities and a super fun speed game.
Yeah, for sure. Could not agree more. Yeah, I think with that, we're all done here.